Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had X-Men's Multiple Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It seems your son has a mind-reading quirk, Ms. Midoriya, the doctor said, looking over his documents. Izuku was sitting with his mother opposite to the doctor. They had come here since he started to hear voices in his head for 2 days now. At first, his mother did not believe him. However, after some time and Izuku saying exactly what she thought, she believed him, which brought them to their current situation. That is an interesting quirk, maybe he can download information, the doctor thought. Izuku, could you? But the doctor was interrupted as Izuku already tried. Shaking his head, No, I can't, Izuku said. Maybe with skin contact. The doctor held his hand out. Izuku took his hand and concentrated. He could see the past of the person but couldn't find something like a download button. After 2 minutes, he let go of the hand, but he hadn't given up. Instead, he placed both of his small hands on each side of the doctor's head, and like that, all the information he wanted was transferred into his mind. Gasping, Izuku let go of the doctor, trying to process all the information of the 37 years the doctor had lived. I can, he simply said. You can what? The doctor questioned. I have all your knowledge. I could be a doctor now if I weren't just 4 years old, Izuku responded. But he didn't look excited anymore. He looked calm and collected, more mature. I have gained all the life experience you had. Therefore, I know that I shouldn't talk about my quirk with people I don't trust. Thanks for your time and sorry for going through all your secrets. I know why you have them, and I will not tell them to others. Izuku bowed before moving to the door. Mom, we should go. I know everything I wanted to know and more, Izuku said as he dragged her with him. After his visit with the doctor, Izuku didn't go to daycare for a week. With the analytic mind he got from the doctor, he tested his quirk and found out that if he concentrated, he could manipulate someone's mind and could talk to them with telepathy. He found it out as he was in his room reading his mother's mind, thinking that he could use a glass of water. A minute later, his mother came into his room, saying that she heard him in her head. Despite that, Izuku could finish college, he decided that it would be healthier if he stayed with children his age. On Monday, Izuku was back in daycare. Instead of following Katsuki as always, he sat at a table and started to read a book about social science since his first goal was to make his first PhD in the social area to understand people better and to help his quirk with it. Katsuki, who got his quirk a month ago, didn't seem too pleased that Izuku wasn't with him and praising him like the other kids. He spotted Izuku on the table with a big book, so he walked up to him to snatch it away. Still, Izuku put a firm hand on it so he couldn't get it, which made him even angrier. Why are you trying to get my book, Kaken? Izuku asked innocently, despite knowing exactly why he tried to get it. Hey Izuku, why were you gone for a whole week? Katsuki said, completely ignoring Izuku's question. But Izuku didn't mind, he already knew the answer. I was by a quirk specialist, Izuku answered. He knew that he had already made the decision to lie to his friends to see if they would like him for him and not his quirk. And? Katsuki asked. Quirkless, Izuku said emotionless with a blank look. Useless, Katsuki sneered as he walked away. Izuku looked at Katsuki with hurt and betrayal. He thought that his best friend wouldn't leave him for something like that. Izuku thought about leaving them, maybe going to college, but decided against it. He would give Katsuki 3 years to come to his mind, without him using his quirk to read his mind, so that only Katsuki's actions would count. The first year was the year they were going to preschool, and Katsuki decided to tell everyone that he was quirkless and started calling him Deku. It really hurt, but Izuku would give Katsuki 2 more years to change his mind and save their friendship. The second year started, and Katsuki and others started to hurt him physically, using their quirks on him. If Izuku hadn't so much life experience thanks to his quirk, he may have let it slip. How would a 6-year-old know how to stop something like this if even teachers didn't do something about it? But he wasn't a normal 6-year-old, so he planned to end it. It was Monday again, and Izuku slowly made his way to his class. The children all around him whispered about him or made fun of him, but he didn't care. He sat in his chair and waited until all the students were there and the teacher came in. "Morning class," the teacher said, closing the door. Before anyone could say something, Izuku stood up and walked up to the front. "I have an announcement to make," Izuku stated more than asked the teacher. "Go ahead, but make it short," the teacher said, annoyed. "What can a stupid Deku have to say?" someone said. "What I have to say is that this school started to bully quirkless people and people with weak quirks, so I will put an end to it," Izuku said, looking over the class. Some looked confused, others looked smug, like he would get beaten up for that after school. "And how will you do that, Deku? Even the teachers didn't mind that we practice our quirk on something so worthless like you," Katsuki replied in a smug tone, and it hurt to hear his once best friend speak like that. Izuku took a deep breath before he spoke again. "Okay, to make this clear, if I see or hear that you bully someone or use your quirks on someone, then I will tell the teachers. If they don't respond like they have to, like putting it in your file that you bully, then I will go to the police and report the teachers for that. You want to be a hero, right? That is not possible with bullying in your files." And with that, Izuku just moved back to his seat, looking over a shunned class. But his peace didn't last long, as after 3 weeks, some started to bully him again. So, he told a teacher about it, but nothing happened. That was the reason why Izuku was sitting in the police station with Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, who thought he was missing or something. "So why are you here, kid?" Naomasa asked, placing a hot chocolate in front of him. "Thanks, I'm here to report a teacher for tolerating bullying and quirk use on me because I'm quirkless," Izuku said. Naomasa was impressed by how the 6, maybe 7-year-old kid could speak so formally and firmly without a hint of shyness. What surprised him more was that the kid hadn't lied about being bullied but about being quirkless. The kid was young, so he thought that going directly to the point was the simplest way to understand it. "While it's true what you said about bullying, it's a lie that you are quirkless." The kid's face morphed from calm to shocked and then back to calm. It made him a bit uneasy how a kid his age could control his emotions so well already. Izuku was shocked that the detective knew that he wasn't quirkless, so he activated his quirk to see why the detective knew that he wasn't quirkless. He hadn't used his quirk in a while. It isn't that he couldn't handle the thoughts of others in his head, it's that it made his life boring and so predictable. But here he was, looking through Naomasa's memories. He had learned to do that without touching the person. To download information, he still needed skin contact. He could now control 10 people at once for 10 minutes within a range of 200 meters, but if he does it too long, he gets a headache. If he continues despite it, he gets a nosebleed, and after that he will fall unconscious. "I see a lie detection quirk. How useful in your profession," Izuku stated as he took a sip from his hot chocolate to cover his smile as Naomasa's thoughts got crazy about how he knew that. Naomasa was a bit overwhelmed as the kid just stated his quirk. He thought over 5 possibilities but was interrupted by mind reading. "That's right, mind reading, that's the name of my quirk," Izuku said. "Kid, you know that it is forbidden to use your quirk in public, furthermore, on another human," the detective stated. "That is right, but the same goes for you too, detective. You are allowed to use your quirk on criminals or on civilians you have a suspicion of lying, but that wasn't the instance here, was it?" Izuku asked. Naomasa was more than uneasy that a kid was playing mind games with him and that he was winning it too. "But let us go back to the topic. I would like to report my teacher for willingly allowing other students to bully me and letting them harm me. For that, I want to sue him to get his teacher license removed," Izuku said, going back to the topic. Naomasa collected himself before he replied. "Isn't that a bit too much? Maybe just a suspension from his job would do it. If you sue him, you will ruin his entire life, kid." Naomasa knows that it wasn't right what the teacher did, but ruining his entire life was too much. "No, it isn't too much. It's exactly what I want to do, and it's Izuku Midoriya," he replied. "But Midoriya-kun, you will destroy his entire life," Naomasa tried again. "That is true, but I will help a generation of children. All of them, the quirkless and those with weak quirks. They will grow up in peace and will not be held down by this school and those with strong quirks. Those with strong quirks will see that they can't do anything without consequences. Also, I warned them that this would happen if they continued." Izuku said, and Naomasa was speechless, but he couldn't respond as Izuku just continued. I said that I would inform the police if they don't do their job right, or do you think it's better to let one person live like that just because the punishment is too hard and let hundreds of children suffer that will come to this school? Izuku asked with a serious tone. This kid was way too mature for his age, Naomasa thought, thinking about others, about the collective good and what's best for it. The saddest thing is that the kid was right, one teacher against a generation of children that will grow up with false education. Okay, so do you have any proof of that? And with that, Izuku and Naomasa talked for about an hour until they had all the information together. Before Izuku could go, Naomasa asked one last question. Izuku, why didn't you tell your classmates about your quirk? It's really amazing. To answer that, I have a question for you. What is your quirk for you? Izuku asked as he turned to face Naomasa, despite that he had to look up because Naomasa was more than double his height. Naomasa thought for a little while because Izuku had asked him so seriously about it. It's a tool. It makes my life and my job easier. That is the right answer. Our quirks don't define us. Society treats quirks like they are also our values, but that isn't right. I didn't tell them because I wanted friends for who I am and not for what I can do. I once had a best friend, but after I said I was quirkless, he started to call me useless, worthless. So, no, if I get friends, they will like me for me and not for what I can do. Is that a stupid thought? Izuku asked as he looked at Naomasa, his quirk deactivated to get an answer and not a thought. No, you are right with that. Friends who are just your friends for what you can do isn't good, but it also will cost you a while until you find someone with the same mindset. If you ever want to speak to someone, I will be here for you, Naomasa said. Thanks, that means a lot to me. And with that, Izuku was gone. After the teacher lost his job, all other teachers took him seriously, and the bullying in his school was reduced to nearly zero because of the hard punishment set for it. But it didn't mean that children wanted to talk to him. He was still singled out. Time flew by like it was nothing, and it was only a month before Katsuki's timeline was up, but it didn't seem like the last month would go any different. It was like the last years, but it didn't matter anymore. He would leave the school after the month and would get his PhD in social science. His thoughts were interrupted by the teacher who called him out for an extra tricky question, but he answered it perfectly. Why shouldn't he? He had downloaded knowledge from scientists in biology, math, and sociology over time. But then a loud noise shook through the whole school with the announcement that a villain was attacking it. All students and teachers evacuated to the park behind the school, but as though the villain found them. Before he could attack, Bakugo attacked him with his explosions, but they were too small. If he were older, maybe he could have done something, but with just 7, his quirk wasn't developed enough. Stay the F away, you creep, Bakugo shouted at the villain, who was big with a mutation quirk. Because of his quirk, his skin was covered with scales that protected him. Bakugo was tossed back, but a teacher caught him with a small telekinesis quirk, so he wasn't hurt. Izuku sighed as he stepped forward. All the students were in fear. Why shouldn't they? Their strongest fighter was nothing to the villain. Izuku was just 5 meters away from the villain before he activated his quirk as he placed 2 fingers on the side of his head to use his quirk at his full potential. He looked through the memories of the villain in a second and found so much hurt, sadness, and betrayal that he could understand him. I know why you are here, but taking children hostage will not help you. I know that society wasn't kind to you, but attacking innocent children isn't the answer, so could you please leave? Izuku hoped that the villain would make the right decision, but before the villain could turn and leave, a dumb kid said something about killing villains like him. You speak about killing me, how interesting. I was just about to follow the boy's words because he said you were innocent, but it seems not, the villain said with a tone that sent shivers down their spines. Please leave or I have to use my quirk on you to protect these idiots, Izuku said firmly. Stop pretending, stupid Deku. You don't have a quirk, you're useless trash like him, someone yelled. As I said, please leave these kids, they are just stupid, Izuku commanded a little angry. They call you something like this, and you still want to protect them, the villain asked. Yes, so if you take just one step forward, I will use it, Izuku warned the last time. Sorry kid, Your stupid classmate already said that you don't have a quirk, and with that, the villain stepped forward. I'm really sorry, Neil, Izuku ordered. He could have made it just through his mind, but if he did it so, his classmates would think that he is limited to his voice to use it. The villain instantly fell on his knees and couldn't move. What is happening? Why can't I move? The villain asked in panic. Because I ordered you not to, Izuku said as he moved to the villain. I'm really sorry, what happened to you, and I will ask a detective of mine that I know to look into your case so that your punishment will be fair. Why are you doing this? It's not your business, we don't know each other, the villain asked, already given up moving. Because you already had such an unfair life because of society. Now, sleep, Izuku ordered again, and the villain fell asleep. Izuku turned to the shocked students and teachers before he raised an eyebrow. Isn't a teacher going to call the police or something, or do I have to do this as well? Before they could answer, Katsu Bakugu launched himself over to him screaming. Deku, were you lying to me about being quirkless? He screamed as he tried to attack him. Stop, Izuku said before he could reach him. Yes, I was lying to you. You effing bastard, how could you do that? We were best friends. With a quirk like yours, we would have been the perfect hero duo, Bakugu said with a look of hurt and betrayal. You have no right to look like this. I wanted a friend for who I am and not for my quirk like you. We all know you have no friend Bakugu because they just like your quirk and not you. You don't even know their names and that after 3 years, that is so pitiful and lonely, Izuku said as he turned to the class. You all bullied me for years for something that I didn't have control over if I were born quirkless. How could I have changed that? How would it have been my fault? You are all more villain than the guy sleeping here. Some of the children flinched. At least he had a reason. You just did it to have fun or cover your ego. You should be dying in shame for what kind of monsters you are, Izuku said firmly, and nobody dared to say something against it. Katsuki, I gave you 3 years to see the value in me as a person and not only my quirk. Normally, your timeline would be up in a month, but now that you have seen my quirk and I have seen your reaction, I can see that you admire it and my strength but not me as a human being, so I'm sorry but we will be no friends anymore and never will be, Izuku said as he left. After the police came to arrest the villain and Izuku stated that if it weren't for some stupid kids that the villain would have left them alone. And with that making his point that society is more at fault than the man himself. He left to go home to get his transfer papers ready. The last month in school was pitiful for Izuku. All students acted as if they hadn't bullied him, as if they were best friends. Katsuki was very still, regret going through him, but it was too late. Izuku had already made up his mind. Izuku left the school after he was warned about bullying again and that he would come back from time to make sure that something like this didn't happen to others. Izuku started homeschooling and published his work to get his first PhD in social science. Years passed, and Izuku got one PhD after another. Currently he is 10 years old and has 4 of them. People called him a genius to achieve something normal people work most of their lives on and only get 1 or 2, but he had already 4 and he was only 10 years old. Despite the time it took to achieve this, he took time to learn and train his quirk more. He now could control 20 people for 30 minutes over a distance of 450 meters. Over the years, he collected information on the overall top 100 heroes and most of the strongest villains. Looking into villains' minds wasn't easy for him because most of them had so many negative feelings in them that it haunted him for days after, so much sadness and anger just because society is cruel to them. Yes, he started cursing a while ago after being in too many minds. That is how he got the information about all for one and one for all, such interesting quirks and personalities, one living for hundreds of years and the other getting the torch of responsibility from his former generations. The fight between the two was so movie-like. It was so dumb. Both had the same goal, a better world, or better said, a better Japan. Izuku must say that he was more for all for one. He wasn't as naive as All Might and was more realistic, but his methods were too violent for his taste, and too many innocent lives would get killed by his plan. That, however, didn't stop Izuku from looking through the memories of these two in more detail. Through this, he came across a name, Nedu, an animal with an intelligence quirk. He tried to get into his mind, but he couldn't from this distance, which made him really excited. In his whole life, Izuku could get into someone's mind and get the information he wanted, but this was something else. Nezu's mind worked so fast that it was a mental shield to his quirk. So Izuku made up his mind to go and pay him a visit. Nezu was more shocked when he got back to his office after a meeting just to find a 10, maybe 11-year-old child sitting on his couch with cookies and tea ready for 2 people. How did he get here? What was his intention? Was the security system lacking? Why hasn't the pro-hero guard seen something? Nezu, please take a seat. I have brought cookies and tea. I hope you like it, Izuku said in a cheerful tone. Nezu slowly took a seat opposite Izuku. Of course, he knew who the young man was, a genius in his generation, publishing more than interesting theories, but it didn't answer how he got in here. Mr. Midoriya, or should I say Dr. Midoriya, you know that it is against the law to break in, but more than that, I want to know how and why you are here, Nezu said, trying to read Izuku's body language and facial expression. How is a secret, but for your second question, I'm here for you, Nezu. I'm here to see your brilliant mind for myself, to see if we are at the same level intellectually. Aren't you curious yourself to find someone the same level as you? Izuku asked with a big smile on his face. Sure, Izuku couldn't see Nezu's memories despite the low distance, but he could read his thoughts loud and clear. Yes, he needed 5 minutes to adjust his mind to these extremely fast thoughts, but after that, it was just a matter of concentration. Nezu's mind was a mystery, constantly going over the pros and cons of 10 questions at once. It was perfect for Izuku to finally speak to someone who had the same level of intellect. As you wish, Dr. Midoriya, how about a party chess while we talk? Nezu looked over to see a reaction, but the child looked calm and collected, not a hint of nervousness. How about a bet? Izuku asked. And what would that be? If you win, I will tell you what my quirk is. With this information, you will be able to answer all your earlier questions, Izuku said. And if you win? Nezu asked. If he would win, he could gain so much about Midoriya, but the price must be high in return. In 6 years, I will hold a press conference, and I will tell the world about All for One. I want you to confirm it, Izuku said. His smile morphed into a smirk as Nezu's face clearly displayed shock. To make such a collected being lose his facade like this is priceless. Nezu's mind was going over all possibilities on how Izuku knew about All for One, how much he knew, why he knew it, why he wanted to tell it to the public, and why just in 6 years and not right away. Either way, it was a too high price to pay if he lost, but on the other hand, with his quirk, a game like chess wasn't losable for him. You are truly an interesting person, Dr. Midoriya, but I want to know how you know about All for One. Nezu was theorizing if the kid knew about One for All or if he just heard about All for One. This, on the other hand, would mean that Izuku would be in contact with at least one villain. You can call me Izuku, and yes, I know about One for All. Yagi-san has a great handle on it if you consider that he was quirkless, but I'm digressing. Will you accept the bet? Izuku continued eating his cookies as if nothing happened. Nezu was going to explode. His thoughts were going through all sorts of possibilities of how Midoriya got so much personal information on them, but that was a question for later. First, he had to win this match so that he knew what quirk Midoriya had. I will accept your bet, Dr. Midoriya, but if I win, you will give me answers, Nezu demanded. Sure, you can start. Izuku's smile grew even bigger as Nezu was someone who always played with a plan, and if you know someone's plan, then there is always a way to counter it, at least in games. After the game, you truly are a mystery, seeing through all my traps and baits. I never thought that I could lose in a game like this, Nezu said. I will take my leave now. It was nice to have a challenge even when my quirk was activated. You will hear from me in 6 years again. It was an honor meeting you, Nezu, the one and only animal with a quirk, Izuku said before he left. Hey, I'm letting ChatGPT read over to correct my mistakes. So please tell me if there are still mistakes in it. 5 years passed, and Izuku gained 5 more PhDs and founded 2 companies, one for space exploration and one for biorobotics. Both were highly successful. Izuku founded these companies to help him with his further plans to change society. The first was to give society another direction to focus on, not just heroes and villains. The second was because he had the most knowledge about it and knew a handful of people who were willing to work for a kid his age. The second company was 30% for research and 70% to make money for his first company because society these days doesn't like spending money on projects like space exploration, even with his reputation. Izuku was going home from his fitness studio. After he turned 13, he started working out because he could download knowledge, but for his body, he had to work for it. He had developed a well-defined upper body with a six-pack, or maybe a slowly forming eight-pack, and a solid chest with matching thick arms. As he walked through an abandoned alley, he heard fighting and made his way over. Izuku came upon a scene of 4 teens around his age fighting a red-haired teen with what seemed like a hardening quirk, protecting a pink-skinned girl behind him. He was holding his ground but got slowly pushed back as his quirk gave in. "Stop protecting her and give us this little freak," a guy said, who seemed to have an electricity quirk. "Yeah, we want to teach her a lesson that freaks like her shouldn't have such a big mouth," a guy with a mutation quirk said. "If you go now, we will let you get away unharmed," the third said. "Leaving my friend behind wouldn't just fit in my future hero plan but would also be really unmanly," the redhead said. As the situation didn't seem to resolve itself, Izuku announced his presence. 4 versus 1, that is really cowardly even for bullies like you. But it doesn't matter anyway. What I see here is a forbidden quirk usage to harm other people. So if you don't want to get arrested, I would suggest you leave now," Izuku said with a firm voice as he walked past them to the boy and the girl. "How will you report us if you are all beaten up?" the mutant guy asked. "The only way to stop me from reporting you would be to kill me, but I doubt that you would go this far. Also, you would ruin your whole life for something like this." The bullies looked taken aback that someone was speaking about death like it was something casual. They all stared at their leader, and after some insults, they left. Izuku turned to face the boy to see if he had any kind of injuries. But the first thing he saw were these beautiful red eyes staring back at him. He thought he could see into this guy's soul, even as his quirk was deactivated. "Thank you for helping us, man. My quirk was wearing off," the redhead said. "It's no problem. I didn't do anything you two couldn't do either. Are you two all right, or do we need to get you to see a doctor?" Izuku asked. "No, we are all right. Kiri saved me again and took the beating with his quirk," the pink girl responded. "So this happens more often?" He questioned them with a concerned look. "Sometimes, but we shouldn't hold you up, so thank Izuku Midoriya. And you don't stop me from anything. I was just going home from the gym," he responded. "Kirishima Ijiro, and that is my friend Ishido Mina," Kirishima said. "You have a few bruises. If you want, the gym I came from is just 2 minutes away, and there are some ice packs," Izuku offered. The others just nodded as they followed him to the gym. "Wow, this place is huge. I didn't know that we had a gym this near to our school," Mina exclaimed as she inspected all sorts of different equipment. "That's because it's my private gym," Izuku said, going to the fridge to get an ice pack for Kirishima. As he turned around to give it to him, he looked at a shocked expression. "Bro, you are saying that this is all yours?" Kirishima asked, waving his hands around the gym. "Yes," Izuku simply said, as he grabbed Kirishima's shirt to lift it up and place the ice pack on the biggest bruise. Kirishima, startled, grabbed Izuku's hand for a second before he understood what Izuku was going to do and flushed deep red as he took his hand away. Izuku looked at Kirishima, not sure why his face was getting redder with each second, but decided against using his quirk to get this information. He slowly lifted the shirt to see that Kirishima was pretty defined himself, starting with his slightly forming six-pack up to the solid chest and arms. He placed the ice pack slightly above his stomach on his left side. He could feel the shiver going through Kirishima's body as he placed it. He looked up as he realized that he was staring at his body and blushed a bit himself. "Thanks, man. So, you own this gym?" Kirishima asked in a disbelieving tone. "Yeah, for about 2 years now," Izuku said as he got them drinks from the minibar. Kirishima and Mina looked at the cocktails with curious and, at the same time, shocked expressions, as they weren't old enough to drink alcohol yet. As if Izuku could read their thoughts, he can, but he didn't do it. He shakes his head, saying that they were non-alcoholic. They talked for a while about their lives. Izuku enjoyed having a normal conversation with people his age who didn't have to talk to him because of work. So how come you can afford a place like this? It seems you are the same age as we are, Mina asked. My mother is the CEO of 2 big companies, so I have a lot of money that I can spend on something like this. True, Izuku's mother was the CEO because he was underage, so in the time he used to get all his PhD others, he asked his mother to study management and administration. Since he started his companies, his mother was always by his side to understand more about his world. She had some issues at the start, but after a year, it worked out fine, and if there were any hard questions, she asked him for help. Man, you are really lucky to have a whole gym to yourself. Kiri and I always wanted to train more, but memberships are pretty expensive these days, Mina said, looking around with envy. It was a pretty normal reaction to feel envy, but it was quickly changed to her normal cheerful expression. If you two want, you can train here. I don't use all the equipment at once, and it gets lonely sometimes training all by myself, Izuku said. Their facial expression changed from normal to shocked to happy and at last disbelieving. Izuku thought that it was quite funny watching them. Maybe he could get some friends his age to hang out with, but this thought was quickly destroyed as he realized that this was more like buying friends and not making them. Maybe after we spend some time together, he thought as he looked at the two. That's really a nice offer, but you don't know us more than an hour. Don't you worry about being robbed or something like this? Mina said as she gestured at all the expensive equipment. Nah, from what I have seen, you wouldn't do that. And I'm the only one who has a key to this place because I have my office here too. So if you wanted to rob me, you would have taken me down first, and I doubt you can do that. Izuku smiled at the thought of them trying to fight him. Just 6 months ago, he downloaded fighting styles and practiced them for 2 months with the dojo masters he had them from. Office? What about school? Shouldn't you be in the same grade as us? Kirishima asked. I'm not going to answer that. If you really want to know, you can only search for my name later. But you haven't answered my offer yet. It's no big deal to me sharing this place, and it would be nice to have someone around, Izuku said. If it's okay with you, then we will gladly accept. Thanks, man, Kirishima said with such an honest expression on his face that Izuku thought he had his quirk on to know exactly how Kirishima felt. No problem. Here you have my number, so you can text me when you want to know if I'm here or not, but most of the time I am, Izuku said. They all exchanged numbers before they made their way home. Izuku came home and started cooking for him and his mother, something he thinks his quirk was now pretty good in now. The first few times he tried to cook something he burned it, but after some time and more or less using his quirk on a chef, he learned it. He was almost finished when he heard the front door and after a minute his mother's voice. I'm home, Zuku, Inko said as she came into the kitchen. Hey, how was your day? Did the meeting go as we wanted? He asked, placing the food on the table. Almost. Unfortunately, some investors who we thought were already clear didn't donate, so we have 5% less budget for our new space project. It also delays your other plan with the school and... But she was stopped as Izuku shot up. How is that possible? I thought we had more than enough money for my school project together, he asked, staring at her. Izuku honey, we had to unexpectedly upgrade our equipment as 2 months ago, new machines came on the market, and you said it yourself that we should be, at all costs, at the top with our technology. So we took the money from your project, she said with a sad smile. She knows how much this project meant to him, a school for quirkless and persons with so-called villain quirks, to grow up in a friendly surrounding supporting them rather than bullying them until they break or even worse commit suicide. Izuku's brain was now working on his limits trying to figure out how to get money for his school. He can't take too much from his other companies because it would affect their efficiency and that's something he really doesn't want to. He can't register it on the government support for schools because it was only for quirkless and a pair of selected quirk users and God forbid ask the society to donate something for these children because it would harm him more than it would help. Izuku looked up to his mother and placed his thoughts aside for the moment. Those were problems that he could work on in his office. Work aside, how was your day? Izuku asked, trying to keep a conversation like a normal family. Great. I was in the new mall and bought myself a new dress with a good friend of mine. Izuku smiled as his mother was still able to have a social life. And yours, Zuku? She looked at him with a rather sad expression, knowing that he probably worked all day. I had a really interesting day. I met two teens my age, a boy and a girl, and they are going to visit the gym from time to time. It really felt nice speaking with them today. I felt so normal, Izuku said with a thoughtful expression. Oh my god, you finally made friends. That's great, Zuku. Why have you waited so long to tell me? His mother said, and she crushed him in a big hug. Who knows how she got there? Izuku merely rolled his eyes. We're not friends, Mum. Maybe after some time. He smiled at the thought. That night Izuku had a smile on his face as he lay in his bed thinking about Ishido and Kirishima and the thought of meeting them again. Izuku was sitting in his office on the second floor over the gym thinking about ways to get enough budget to found his school project. He thought about setting up a third company that's purpose is just to finance the school, maybe foodstuff or support department. His current plan would take 7 years to build the schools. The most difficult thing on them is that they aren't profitable. They need money for school materials and salary for the teachers, but he didn't want to take fees for the school because most quirkless families can't afford that. Izuku was working on this since last night, so he slowly fall asleep on his table. Izuku was sleeping on his desk as someone shook his shoulder, waking him up. As he lazily opened his eyes, he was looking right into Kirishima's crimson-red ones. These eyes were filled with curiosity and a bit of concern as they stared right back. They were staring for about a minute before they got snapped out of it from Mina yelling if he was up there. Kirishima left downstairs, giving Izuku time to refresh his sleep-drunken face before going after him. Hey guys, how was your day? How was school? Izuku asked as he got down the stairs. Before Kirishima could respond, Mina rushed past him, digging her finger in Izuku's chest. I searched your name yesterday. Why didn't you tell us that you were the genius of our generation? Mina said as she pushed him backwards. He is what? Kirishima just asked. He is a genius and a real prominent in the science scene. He said that his mother was the CEO, but in reality she is just his puppet figure, Mina said. She was about to continue but was thrown on her stomach, her left hand twisted behind her back and Izuku's foot planted on her lower back, making extra painful. My mother is no puppet figure. She has all right to be where she is. She has the knowledge and capability to do her job, and the most important thing, she has my full trust. Call her something like this again and your arm will be broken next time. If you understand me, then nod once. Mina nodded as fast as she could to free herself. Sorry, the words slipped out of my mouth because of the excitement. I really didn't mean it, she said in an apologizing tone. Izuku used his quirk to prove if she was saying the truth and nodded with the confirmation. Sorry, I shouldn't have reacted like this, Izuku said, offering her a hand to help her up. Kirishima just looked at them, not really knowing what to do. So, if you're a genius in science, why were you up there in your office sleeping over something like financial stuff? I'm not sure, but shouldn't you be in a lad or something like this? Izuku thought about sharing his idea of his school and thought that feedback from teens his age would be an interesting input. I was going over a plan to found a school from preschool up until high school, and I don't know where to get the money for it, he exclaimed. Why don't you just open a donation website with your name and something like a school? The public sure would help you with it, Mina said. They wouldn't, because this school is just for quirkless people and people with so-called villains' quirks, Izuku said. Why just them? Kirishima asked. Because they deserve it more than anyone. In normal schools they are bullied and handicapped from students as well as from teachers. Most of these kids don't finish high school because they commit suicide or go down into a criminal path, and this who finish high school don't get the job they deserve because they are quirkless, even if the quirk wouldn't help them with it, Izuku panted, slightly ending his rant. Sorry, I got carried away. I just think that society need a wake-up call, and with a school it would give these young people the chance to present themselves, showing the world that there is so much more than just quirks, hero and villain fights. But school are expensive and my other two companies had to upgrade their technology unexpectedly, so my budget for the school is almost by zero again. I didn't know that quirkless people had it that bad, Mina said. Yeah, I didn't either, but it's really manly of you to face these problems and try to solve this. For myself, I will do my best to help you with it, Kirishima said in a way too excited way as he threw his arm up. Kirishima, that's really nice of you, but you have no idea how this world work with your knowledge, how to handle all this rules and math or worse galas, Izuku said. Then I just have to learn it. You do all of this by yourself and I want to help you to better the world. I can start with something small, maybe being your secretary, Kirishima thought out loud. No way, Kiri, you don't even know how to dress probably, and your grades aren't that great either, Mina said. I will learn it now that I have a clear goal. I will be the best secretary you will see, Kirishima said, eyes filled with determination. He glanced at Izuku before he realized that it was rude to just impose yourself on somebody. If you allow it, of course, he said in a low tone. Izuku thought about it, but there weren't much reasons to say yes. He was just in high school, he doesn't know the etiquette. If he wanted him going with him to a gala, he has no science or management knowledge, and the most obvious reason he didn't need one. If he did, he would already have one. He thought for about a minute and was about to say no when he looked in Kirishima's eyes. They were filled with passion, love, and determination, and he couldn't just say no to him. He activated his quirk to read the thoughts around him to see what kind of quirk was affecting him, but there wasn't one, and Kirishima's intentions were so pure. It was the first time that Izuku met someone whose thought and actions weren't different, not in one point. This guy was wearing his heart on his sleeves. If you want it that much, fine, Izuku said, and Kirishima's face brightened. But I will bring hell to you. You will come here each day after school and you will learn about my work and etiquette. So before you say yes, you have to understand that you will have no free time anymore, and I want to meet your parents. I will not disappoint you, I swear. I will talk with my parents about it and ask them when they are free, Kirishima said with a way to big smile on his face for how much work he had gotten himself into. Then let us start right here. I need input on how to solve this financial problem. I expect 2 ideas from you that can help, and if it is just a little, just thoughts, no plans or something like this, I have video conference in 15 minutes for an hour. After that we can talk about them, Izuku said as he left to go upstairs. Mina just looked at Kirishima's I'm so lost expression and wanted to facepalm. What have you done to your brain to get yourself into that, Kiri? Have you the slightest idea for who you're working now? For Midoriya, the nice guy that helped us, Kirishima said with a smile. Mina just facepalmed. No, you effing idiot. You work for one, if not the most influential man in science. I'm effing irritated that he just accepted a high school boy as his secretary. Doesn't matter anyway, you better start thinking before your time runs out, and maybe you should learn how to make coffee or what Midoriya drinks. Izuku was hoping that this conference would be over soon. He just couldn't focus on it. His thoughts were by his new secretary or more by his beautiful eyes. This honest eyes or more the honest person behind it? It was something really new to him to find someone with no hidden intentions. Even he himself has some most of the times. He will see if they remind like this or if his intentions will get corrupted with this world. Finally the meeting was over and he was making his way downstairs to Kirishima and Mina. Entering the small kitchen downstairs, they heard their voices from Kirishima and Mina talking happily with each other. Hey, the meeting is finally over, Izuku said as seated himself across from Mina. Hey man, we have some good ideas we think, Kirishima said. Tell me. First we thought that maybe you could open new company to only make money and not for research, Kirishima said. I thought about that too, but after I calculated the math it only would help me later, but not now. I want to start building the schools in 4 years so that I can open them in 5. Okay, then the second idea was that you could lessen the quality of your products in your companies so that the production would be cheaper and use the saved money for your school. We have that from your website that your company only uses the best materials, Mina said, explaining how they have come to that idea. No, that would throw us from the market as the best, and for my future plan we have to be the best. If my school's work society will open up, but they will not change so fast. Until then they have the opportunity to work in my firms, and that will cost me salary. What I only can guarantee if we are the best, and with that the world have no other choice but to hire us, Izuku said with a sad smile as he saw the Mina's and Kirishima's facial expression changing back to normal. The third would be donation, Kirishima said. I already said that society will not give money to quirkless. But how is it with heroes? Heroes have one of the best salaries, and with a 1 or 2 whole agencies supporting you it would be way easier. Izuku was thinking that getting a secretary was the best idea in his life. The idea was so simple that he could have smacked himself for not thinking about it. Heroes are more tolerable, and with some of their agencies he could his budget together. He will have to make a PowerPoint for it, but it was great to have a plan now, or something in the direction of a plan at least. Izuku was sitting in Naomesa's office with a cup of coffee waiting for his friend to finish with his work. Naomesa is, if you asked Izuku, his currently only friend. He always listens to him, and lying to him was impossible. What makes their friendship so unique? Because both know if one of them lied, It started with Izuku coming by sometimes to have some advice or just bringing coffee for Naomasa, but after years of meeting each other they became good friends, and he had to say that the start was pretty funny for Izuku seeing most of the police staring at a child who comes in their police station to speak with one of their best detectives. Some even thought for a little while that Naomasa was a pefli because they always locked the door. "What brings you here, Izu?" Naomasa asked, bringing Izuku out of his thoughts. "I need your advice about salary," Izuku said. "Salary? I thought your mother managed this kind of stuff, and what do you need from me for that? I got a privat secretary and—" But he was interrupted as Naomasa choked on his coffee. "Privat secretary? You didn't let someone near you. How have you gotten one? How old is he? Which university was he?" Naomasa asked one question after another. "He is 15 like me. He is a normal guy, so no university, and we met each other as he defended his friend from a bully," Izuku replied. "So you're saying to me that a normal 15-year-old high school kid will be your secretary?" "Well, yes, he asked me after I told him and his friend what I wanted to do in the future, and he had such a determination to help me that he asked if he could be my secretary. Not to be rude, but why didn't you say no? If you wanted a secretary you could have gotten a professional." I don't know if I have to be honest. When I looked in his eyes they were so pure, no other intentions other than helping me, and after I checked him with my quirk it was even harder to say no because this boy had nothing hidden, all his thoughts and actions were mirroring each other. Naomasa was not sure what to say. He hadn't seen Izuku talk about someone like this or about someone's eyes, even less. But maybe having a friend his age wouldn't be that bad for him. With his quirk the possibility that someone tries to spy on him was nearly zero. But that doesn't explain why Izuku couldn't say no. Maybe. "Izuku, are you gay?" he just bluntly asked. As Izuku dropped his coffee. "How did you came to that question?" Izuku asked in a way to calm tone. "Never mind. Naomasa, I haven't used my quirk on you in years, let it stay this way," Izuku said in a more demanding way. "Fine, I thought that maybe you like the boy." Naomasa could see how Izuku's face changed to a thoughtful look. He was probably going through his memories to confirm or deny it. After 5 minutes Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, looking straight in Naomasa's eyes. "Maybe, I don't know, I like his earnest way with others and his body is nice too, so maybe I'm not sure, it's new to me. Have you experience with gay relationships?" Not much. My roommate at college was gay and told me 1 or 2 things about it, but not more. It really doesn't matter anyway, for now at least. My original question I wanted to ask was, how much salary do you get?" "Me? Shouldn't it be how much you should give him?" Naomasa asked. "No, I want to know how much you make." "I make about 300,000 yen, around $2,770, as a detective, but you didn't plan to give him that, are you?" "No, of course not." Naomasa was relieved that Izuku wasn't planning on giving kid that much money. "I will give him more, and there he goes," Naomasa thought. "Why on earth would you give a kid so much money, Izuku?" he asked. "He will be working with me all day after school and on weekends. Also he will know every plan that I have, so he will be my person of trust. I think that a good salary should be in it," Izuku replied after they cleaned the spilled coffee from the floor. "I still think it's too much, but if you are sure it's after all your decision," Naomasa said. "I will think about it. Thanks for your help. Hope you will come visit me one time and not always waiting that I come by," Izuku said as he stood up, leaving the room. It was a week since Kirishima started working for him, and he had to say that it was great to have someone taking notes or making you coffee, even if Kirishima's coffee isn't the best, but it gets better each time. Mina is coming by sometimes, letting Kirishima make her drinks or just to accompany him. His office was slowly filling with life. It was a new feeling and he loved it. It was also the reason why he was sitting with Kirishima's parents in his office right now. "So Dr. Midoriya, Kiri said he wanted to work for you as a secretary, but we would like to know what that exactly means for him," Kirishima's father asked. "That would start with making my life easier with making coffee or doing shopping up until going with me to a gala, and if you allow it, of course, to accompany me on business trips in other countries," Izuku said. "That is much to think about, but if I could ask you why him, you could have gotten a professional secretary instead of a high school boy," his mother said. "That's true. The most obvious reason is that I like your son. He is so open with others and has a nice personality and brings in some good ideas," Just a week ago he helped me solving some financial problems, Izuku said, making both parents wide-eyed as they looked at Kirishima, who tried to hide behind Mina, who was his emotional support. Kirishima's father cleared his throat. So you said something about business trips, that means he would work over weekends? Yes, sometimes we will be working and sleeping here, Izuku said. Here? Kirishima's mother asked, gesturing around. Yes, sorry I didn't mention it. This whole building is mine. Upstairs is a bedroom, bathroom, and a kitchen, as well as another office which would be his then. That seems good enough. We will let him work for you, but if we see that he overworks himself or that his grades drop, then he has to stop this, his father said. Of course, then let us talk about the work contract and the salary, Izuku said as he handed them the paper. Yes, I forgot about that. It's just strange if someone says that your little boy earns money now. So how much will he get? Kirishima's father asked. 500,000 yen, about $4,600, Izuku said as Mina spit her drink she was drinking all over Kirishima. 500,000 yen is way too much, Dr. Midoriya. That is more than my wife and myself get together. Why such a high salary? His father asked as the other could only stare at him. I think it will be more than earned. He will have little to no free time. He will have to learn more than in his whole life. He will accompany me in other countries, so of course he gets a salary that acknowledges his work. The question is if I give it to you or him. Most parents don't want it if children this young have so much money to waste, Izuku asked. If you think it's okay to pay him that much, we have nothing against it, and you can give it to him. He has to learn how to handle it anyway, his father said. Man, if your first salary comes you have to invite me in a really good restaurant, you hear me? Mina said, nudging him in the side. Kirishima just nodded. Haven't recovered from how much money he will have for himself. Months have passed and Izuku didn't think that he would be able to live without his secretary. Kirishima practically managed his life, setting up meetings and business trips for him. He also started to bring him food and coffee each morning before school because Izuku practically lived in his office. Izuku also noticed that he was staring at Kirishima from time to time. He asked Naomasa about it. But he just said that time will tell if there is more to it. Kirishima was working for Midoriya for about 4 months now and he was really happy with his life. With his first salary he invited his parents, Mina, his sister and Midoriya to a restaurant after he was shopping with Mina to get her a nice dress and himself a suit. Working for Midoriya was really exhausting, all this paperwork and math that had to be done and furthermore setting up meetings. The first time he called someone to set up a meeting they thought he was pranking them and he was so nervous that Izuku had to take over, but now it was normal for him. He started to get food for Izuku before he get to school because Izuku obviously didn't take care of himself enough when he worked. Midoriya, I have settled a new meeting for next Monday with the new biotech firm, Kirishima said as he placed the paperwork on Izuku's desk. Izuku, we should start calling us by first names. Even Mina and me do it already, Izuku said with a light blush. Sure, Kirishima was blushing madly. I have planned to accept the invitation to a gala in 2 months and want you to accompany me, Izuku said as he looked over the paperwork. Sure Modi Izu, Kirishima said in a deep red face. Nice, and this gala will be a lot of hero families, so maybe we can get in contact with some, and since it was your idea I thought that you deserve to be there too. In addition to this there is a hot spring where we can relax for a bit, Izuku said, correcting some small mistakes in Kirishima's work. Yeah, that would be nice, Kirishima though out loud as he pictured himself in a hot spring with a drink in his hand, but then remembered that it is forbidden to take something in the hot spring. So to prepare for that we have a lot of paperwork to get over with, Izuku said as got stacks of paper under his desk. No, Kirishima groaned as fall into his seat. This kind of paperwork was the worst and he really wanted to go home now. They sat there for about 6 hours doing paperwork and phone calls, waking up some poor souls, to make a presentable business plan for the gala. Izuku looked at his watch realizing that it was dark outside. 11:15 o'clock. That was way too late for Kirishima to go home. He should sleep upstairs. Kirajiro, you should go sleep upstairs. You have done enough, Izuku said as he yawned. No, if we work together we will be finished in an hour and then we can go to sleep, Kirishima said taking a sip from his coffee. God, yes, we are done with it, Kirishima cheered as 1.5 hours was over. Yeah, let us go to sleep, we can celebrate tomorrow, Izuku said as the two slowly go upstairs. As they opened the door to the bedroom they froze for a moment as they realized that there was only one small bed. Sheet, I completely forget about that, Izuku muttered. Anyway, you can sleep on the bed, I will take the floor, Izuku said as he started to undress himself. No way, it's your bed, you're my boss, shouldn't you take it, Kirishima said, trying not to stare at Izuku's body but failed as Izuku took off his pants and he could only stare at this massive thighs and ripped body with 8-pack now. No, it's okay, you should take off your clothes, Izuku said. After 5 seconds of no response, he looked up to see Kirishima bright red staring at him. He looked himself up and down before he realized that he was completely naked as he wanted to change his underwear. Izuku blushed deep red as put on his new boxer on in record time. Sorry, didn't think about it, he whispered, but it was more than hearable in the silent room. Kirishima was having a mental problem now. Over the months, he caught himself staring at Izuku. It was at training or if Izuku came out of the shower, but that was because of his more than manly ripped body, but that was false, he should like girls, right? But now Izuku was standing in front of him completely naked and his only thought was that he looked extremely sexy, but that wasn't right. After a minute, Izuku put a new boxer on and Kirishima's was getting his mind together. We can share the bed, he just said to Izuku, who was still red as a tomato and just nodded with it. They both tried to make themselves comfortable but noticed that the bed was just too small for them, so after a minute of rolling around, Izuku had enough and just turned Kirishima so that his back was on Izuku's chest and his head rested on one of Izuku's arms as the other arm was around Kirishima's waist. It was strange for Kirishima to get hugged like that from a man, but it felt nice and comfortable. He didn't feel disgusted that a man was holding him like that, but he felt a bit ashamed that Izuku could manhandle him like that. He could hear Izuku already sleeping and could feel his breath on his neck, and after some time he fell asleep as well. Izuku woke up as something in his arm moved a little, but stopped after a second. He felt something warm and heavy pressing against his chest and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes widened as he saw Kirishima being hugged by him like a teddy bear. He blushed and groaned as he realized what he had done the night before, remembering how he just forced Kirishima in this position after he couldn't take it anymore and just wanted to sleep, and he was taller than Ijiro, so that was his fastest solution for them to be comfortable. Sheet, why did I do that? Izuku thought as he panicked. He will hate me if he wakes up being forced in this position. He will stop working for me. Oh my god, how will I live without him? He practically managing my whole life if I'm in my working mode. Will my life be empty again? I like his presence around me. It makes me always so happy when he is around. He was interrupted in his thought as Kirishima moved a little, taking the hand on his waist to pull it over to his chest and hugged it there tightly. Izuku just stayed still and hoped that Kirishima would sleep forever like this, because first it's a really nice feeling and second it would save him a lot of explanation. Ijiro was slowly waking up after the best sleep in his life. He could feel something warm hugging him from behind going up until his chest. He was holding something warm in his hands. Slowly his brain started working and he started to remember what happened last night, and he realized that the thing in his hand felt really similar to skin in a shape of a hand. He opened his eyes and looked down and practically jumped from the bed, startling Izuku to death. Sheet, sorry, he whispered as he saw Izuku's shocked expression. Izuku slowly sat up at the edge of the bed as he prepared himself for Kirishima's reaction, but after a minute of silence he looked up to just see Kiri, no Ijiro, staring at him, struggling to find words himself. Izuku thought that he should start if Ijiro couldn't. I'm really sorry what I did last night. I was just so tired that I forced you in something that made you uncomfortable, and if you want to stop working for me then I understand that, but please, if I can make it up to you then say it. Anything you want, Izuku practically pleaded. Ijiro's thoughts were stopped as Izuku apologized to him. Of course he was a bit ashamed of how Izuku just manhandled him, but he liked it how they slept. It felt nice and comforting and it was his best sleep ever, so there was not much for Izuku to apologize. But Izuku thought that he wanted to stop working for him, and it was something that would never cross his mind. He loved working for Izuku. His life had a clear goal all day. He was needed, and he loved Izuku. Being in his presence was always calming and warm, and if he smiled, what did not happen often, then it was like his whole world didn't matter to him if he could just see him smiling longer. But Izuku was thinking he wanted to stop working for him. That was something that he really should stop fast, but he didn't know what to say. The truth was so complicated. I don't want to stop working for you, Izuku. It wasn't bad sleeping like this, or more like I had a really good sleep. It felt warm and comfortable, so there is nothing to apologize for, maybe just how we got into the position, but the rest was okay. If I really didn't wanted it I would have punched you, Ijiro said as he threw his hand in the air. Oh, that it is a relief, Izuku said as he fall back on the bed. I thought you would hate me but I'm really sorry that I forced you, so if I can make it up to you. Izuku was interrupted as Ijiro spoke up. Actually, if I could get today off, I wanted to make a shopping trip with Mina and I have something to discuss with her. Kirishima chuckled as he scratched his neck awkwardly because he knew how it sounded after that incident. But to Ijiro's relief Izuku smiled and got up to get something from his pants. Okay then, have a nice day. Here you have my private credit card so your day is on me, Izuku said. I can't, Ijiro started but was cut off with Izuku's stern look. Thanks, Ijiro just said before he put some clothes on. Before he left he made breakfast and a hot chocolate for Izuku. Ijiro was waiting for Mina in the mall entrance as he checked his reservation for the restaurant he had booked for them. He waved at Mina as she approached him though the crowd, but what he didn't expected was that she was having his sister on her hand. He smiled at her as they came closer but at the same time cursed in his head that he now needed a distraction to speak with Mina privately. Thank God Izuku gave him his credit card, hope he don't mind wasting too much money with it. Hey, you two didn't know you would come with Mina sis, he said as he hugged both. Maya just wanted to see her big brother since he is always working now and didn't have time for her, Mina said, making his guilty conscience about being away all the time even worse. Yeah, I know and I'm really sorry for that, he said as he petted her head. How about I make it up to you, we can go shopping and you can buy anything you want. Ijiro could see how his sister's face lit up with a big bright smile. Nice, we are going to empty your wallet, Mina said as she started to walk. Not you, Mina, we have to talk first, it's really important, he said. Mina was looking at him and sighed. She nodded as she took them both to a well-known clothing shop for young girls so that Maya would be distracted. So what do you wanted to talk about, she asked after he said nothing for 2 minutes. Izuku and but he couldn't find the right words. So you're finally on first name base. It was really weird that we had that already and I don't see him that much but I'm distracting. What is it that made you so, she said as she gestured at his stiff figure. Ijiro was trying to find words how to describe his situation to her, but he didn't know how in just the short time they had before Maya would come back. Make a small summary, he thought. Izuku and I slept together, he said, but after a moment he was bright red as he realized how wrong that sounded without context, but just as he was about to explain himself his sister came back. Hey, why are you so red, Ijiro, are you sick? She innocently asked. Maya, go shopping for a while, as many things as you want, okay? Me and your brother will have a little talk about grown-up things, Mina said in a sweet voice. Maya just nodded and waved as she got back into the store. You did what she asked or more demanded? We didn't do anything, I just used the wrong words, Ijiro stuttered out. Mina just raised her eyebrow but didn't say anything as she waited for him to continue. Okay, look, we worked really hard yesterday for about 6 hours and wanted to go to sleep, so we went up to the bedroom, but only then we realized that there was only one bed and it's really small, trust me. So Izuku said that he would sleep at the floor and after some time we settled that we sleep together in the bed, he explained. Okay, I got it, but that's no big deal, so what is it that makes you so uncomfortable, she asked. Mina, I think something is wrong with me, he said, but she just gestured to continue. As we undressed us, Izuku forgot for a moment that I was there or something and took off his boxer to change it, he said, bright red, and the first thing I thought was that he really looked CC, but that is so wrong. I should either feel nothing because it's normal for boys to change in each other's presence, or I should feel ashamed or something like this, and not that he is CC and I mean really CC, but shouldn't I feel that for a woman and not a man? What is wrong with me? Kiri, but she was cut off as he monologues further. And that isn't all. Over the past months I caught myself staring at him and last night after Izuku and me settled in that small bed neither of us could get comfortable, so after a minute Izuku pressed my back against his chest and hugged me as we fall asleep in that position and I liked it. But that is so wrong. I should hold a girl I love like this. He was cut off as Hai bite his tongue because Mina slapped him on the head to gain his attention. Kiri, there is nothing wrong with you, trust me, she said as she hugged him. You're just gay, she said, but face-bombed at his confused expression. Gay means you love someone from your gender. It's also called homosexual, she explained. But I haven't heard of it, so it can't be that normal, he said. Kiri, you have to pay attention to what I say next, okay? You didn't heard of it because your whole life is work, you are completely normal and nothing and no one can change that, and no matter what others say, don't let it get to you. It will not be that big of a problem. There was a time before quirks where gay people would be discriminated and bullied, but after people got quirk, that was some of the normal things and people started to accept it. Of course there will be some sheep people saying otherwise, but there are also people who say I'm freak and I'm not. Or do you think I am? She asked. No, you're not, thanks Mina, he said as he hugged her. They stayed like that for a minute as Kirishima cried a little in her shoulder. So what do I do now? Should I tell it my parents, my sister, the class, and should I tell it Izuku? How do I even find some other gay people if I want a relationship? He talked to himself again. That must be a habit he got from Izuku. Mina thought. Slow down, you will wait with that until you feel that you yourself understand and accept what that means for you, and I would definitely tell it Izuku, she said. Why Izuku? He asked confused. Because you have a effing crush on him. How obvious can you be, you moron? She nearly yelled at him. What, I don't have a crush on him. That is complete nonsense, he stuttered. Oh yeah, of course you have. You talk about how CC he is and how you stare at him, and now look me in the eyes and say that you don't like his personality, she asked, or more dared him. What, of course I like his personality, but that says nothing. You like it too or not, he said. Mina groaned. That is not the same, you moron. I respect him and like him as a good friend, but you like him more than that. At least that is what I think. Let us try it like this and start by the beginning. Do you like his body, or more specific, would you like to touch it in a more intimacy way, she asked. Maybe I don't know what you really mean with intimacy, but yeah, his body looks great. He has a nice broad chest and with his muscular arms, and on top of that his 8-pack. Who wouldn't want a body like this, he said. That's true. You make it sound as if he had a body of a Greek god. No, not that far, but in 4 or 5 years maybe. But what's more important is, could you think to live without him now? That was the question she needed. She could see as the realization hit him hard. I have effing crush on Izuku. Oh god, what I'm gonna do about it? What if he isn't gay too? Or even what if he is gay but don't like me? What if I ask him out and he turns me down? Will we still be friends then? He threw his back as he groaned. They searched for Maya after a few calming words from Mina. With Maya they made their way to the restaurant as Kirishima was holding 20 shopping bags. As they arrived at the restaurant, Mina just gaped because it was a FING 4-star one. I know that you make a bunch of money, but even that shouldn't be enough for this, she said. Ah yeah, it's on Izuku, he said, taking out the credit card. Mina gestured him to explain. He felt bad that he manhandled me in that sleeping position and gave it to me to make it up to me. By the way, you never said how Izuku's PP was. Was it big? Did you like it? Mina asked, using the English word for PP so Maya wouldn't understand it. Mina, he yelled as he blushed deep red. I want to see Izuku. I haven't seen him in so long, Maya said cutely as she spread her hands to make it visual. We can visit him after this, he said. The food was great and 3 of them spend an hour there spending Izuku's money on all different kind of desserts. As they were finished they walked to the office to visit Izuku. As they walked in, Izuku was coming down from upstairs with an empty coffee cup. He smiled at them as he saw them. Hey, didn't know you would come by today, he said. Maya wanted to see you, Ijiro said. Yeah, we haven't seen in so long, Izuku. That's really mean, you know, Maya said, pouting. Sorry Maya, but I have a lot of work to do. Me and your brother are going to a gala and we have prepared for that. Anyway, how was your day? I see you bought a lot of things, Izuku said as he looked the shopping bags on Kirishima's hands. Yeah, Ijiro and I bought me so many things and then we talked a lot, she said happily. I see, and what did you talk about? He asked. About school and home since brother is often here. And Izuku, what is a PP? She asked. I'm sorry, what? Izuku asked as he thought he misheard it. A PP? I thought you would know it since Mina asked Ijiro how he finds your PP, Maya said innocently. Mina and Ijiro were trying to silence her, but it was too late. Izuku looked at them with a raised eyebrow. That is something you don't need to know, Maya. It's something very private, so keep it a secret, okay, and don't use that word again. If you say so, she said, not totally satisfied with the answer. Maya, why don't you go and watch TV with Mina while I have a talk with your brother, Izuku said. Mina was glad that Izuku let her off so easily and run of the second he stopped talking. Would you like to explain me why exactly you two were talking about my PP? Izuku asked as he blushed a bit. You know that Mina is my best friend, so I wanted to talk to her about my strange feeling I had this morning and to understand the situation completely. I mentioned it, Kirishima said as he looked away. Izuku hummed. I felt so strange and confused after I woke up, Kirishima said. His voice was filled with emotions, because I liked how we slept together, but I thought that this feeling is wrong and that I should feel something like this towards girls, but after I spoke with Mina we settled all things, I think. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Izuku said, seeing that Kirishima was a bit uncomfortable. No, it's okay. Besides, Mina said I should tell you. I'm not sure why, but she knows more about this than me and I trust her. We discovered that I'm gay. That means I like men, Kirishima tried to explain. I know what gay means. I'm gay too, or at least bisexual. I think I'm not sure myself, Izuku said. That means that you can be SXL, attracted to both men and women, he explains by Ijiro's puzzled look. I know you're gay, Mina said as she jumped out of the corner. You never even reacted the slightest if I got into your personal space, even as I pressed my beardless on your back. Mina, take Maya home now. I want to have privat talk with Ijiro, and originally I wanted it to have it after a nice dinner or something like this where the atmosphere is way better than this interrogation one we have now, Izuku said in a tone that left no choice but to follow his command. Mina left with Maya with a knowing look on her face as she waved goodbye. Izuku sighed as he got into the kitchen to get a cake he got from Naomasa and coffee for them. He placed it on the small table in the living room as he and Ijiro sat down on the couch. They both didn't know what to say, so they eat their cake in an awkward silence. Izuku sighed. I really didn't want it to start this like it is now. I have talked about this with a friend of mine for a while now and he always said that I should just ask you, but I really don't know how to start this. There was silent for about a minute before he continued. Now that I know that you're gay, could you imagine to be in a relationship with me? It's okay if you say no. I know that you just discovered that you're gay and I know that it takes time to understand and realize it, but I didn't want to lose you to someone that maybe asks before me. Kirishima didn't know what to think. His brain was overriding himself to process that someone wanted to date him. He was thinking why and what Izuku liked at him. Did he like Izuku as more as just a good friend? Are his feeling for Izuku real, or is he just making them up to have someone? I see you need some time. I'm sorry that I asked you so bluntly, but I really don't have experience in this matter, so take your time for the answer. I will call you a ride home, and no matter what your answer is, our friendship will always be the same, Izuku said. I have to experience myself, Kirishima said. In relationships, I really like you as a person. Izuku and Mina and I talked much about this today. So I would like to date you. Mina asked me if I could imagine a life without you and I can't, so I would really like to date you, Kirishima said with a smile on his face. Izuku, on the other hand, was still too shocked to get his answer so fast. He placed the phone down as he wanted to call the car with it. Me too, Ijiro. I don't know what my life would be without you, Izuku said with a smile, but it was at the same time pretty awkward as both just sat there. Sorry, I really don't know what to do, Izuku confessed. Me too, Kirishima said, but he got close and hugged Izuku. But we can find it out together, Izuku hugged him back. That sounds great, he said. They stayed in that position for 15 minutes, just enjoying each other's company and closeness. After some time they parted and blushed a little as they got upstairs. They blushed even harder as they were in the bedroom taking off their clothes, staring on the bed. Do you want to share the bed again, or is this to NTMT for you now that we are boyfriends? Izuku asked as he looked everywhere but Ijiro. I think it's okay, Ijiro said as he placed himself on the bed like last night. If you want to sleep in another position you can say it, Izuku said as he placed himself behind Ijiro. No, I liked it last night, Ijiro said. Okay, night then. Love you, Izuku said as he placed a kiss on Ijiro's hair. Kirishima was red as a tomato as he tried to get out of his shock. At the time he managed it, Izuku was already asleep, probably worked all day. Kirishima just snuggled back with Izuku and fall asleep with smile as he thought about this day. He had a boyfriend now. Oh God, how on earth will he tell his parents about it? Time passed by and Ijiro could say that he was more than happy how his life was now. He had a good job that made fun, he had a nice family, he had a good best friend, and he had loving boyfriends sometimes to loving. After Izuku's more than blunt question in an atmosphere that was miles away from how it should be, if he wanted to be his boyfriend, their relationship started slowly. At first it was awkward to think about it and they both blushed at many things. Now after some time they started to hold hands if they would go out. Izuku invited him to dates once a week. Their first date was on a cinema with ice cream. The second was in a 5-star restaurant that was one of his favorites. Kirishima was brought back from his thoughts about his dates as the teacher came in. Morning class. As you all know, your first year at high school is going to end soon, and you should start to think about your future so that you have a clear goal for the remaining 2 years. So for that I want a home assignment about what job you want to do and how to get there, the teacher said and sighed as Mina shot her arm up to ask a question but didn't wait for his permission. What about Kiri? He already has a job, she asked. All eyes turned to Kirishima, who was uncomfortable with the whole attention he was getting. He was getting used to that since his grades got up to the best of the class, since Izuku gave him 2 books of lecture each week to read. That is also the reason why he was able to adapt to his work so fast, because Izuku was a big fat SLV driver. He had to read all sorts of different books and lectures, and in the time they both used the gym together, Izuku always made case questions or even hold a lecture himself. And his body was forming into one where many girls blushed as he passed by, since he trained more often with Izuku. He also was one of the more taller students, with his 178 centimeters, not as tall as Izuku but tall enough to be at the same height as some teachers. Ashido-san, you shouldn't lie so that your friend gets less homework, the teacher said. Mina and Ijiro were about to deny that she was lying as the door opened. Good morning, I'm here to get Kirishima and Ashido, Izuku said. And who are you? A student asked. Sorry, Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. Some girls and boys blushed as he bowed because as he did so, his suit was hugging his massive body so tight that you could see almost everything. Mr. Midoriya, the teacher began but was interrupted as Izuku cut him off. It's Dr. Midoriya for you, he said coldly. The teacher's eyes widened as he said that but then got angry. Don't lie to me, young man, the teacher said. I'm not lying, I have 9 of them, Izuku said as he already walked to Kirishima. 9? Are you the Midoriya, the genius of his generation? The teacher asked, shocked. Yes, so could you please give Kirishima and Ashido a day free, he asked. If you give me a good reason that the thing you need them for can't be done after school, the teacher said, still shocked the genius was in his class. You see, today is Japan's biggest gala for hero industry, and me and my secretary Kirishima here are invited, Izuku said, making the class gasp as they heard that Kirishima was going on one of the most noble events in Japan. Oh, of course, I thought that Ashido-san was joking as she said he had a job, but why do you need her? First off, me and Kirishima are terrible at clothing, so we will need Mina to go shopping with us. Second, we are allowed to bring someone with us, so... He gestured and Mina's eyes almost fell out of her head as she understood that she could go with them to the gala. Of course you two can go, I hope you have a nice day and that you come and visit our school again, Dr. Midoriya, the teacher said, his behavior completely changed. Izuku nodded as he left with Ijiro and Mina. They went shopping for about 3 hours until they find nice suits for both of them and really nice dress in pink for Mina. They had 2 hours until they had to go. We have 2 hours until we have to go, so you two will learn dancing and how to respond suitable for this event, Izuku said. How are going to learn something like that in just 2 hours, Mina said. I will use my quirk on you, is that okay, Izuku asked. Both Mina and Ijiro looked a bit surprised since Izuku never talked about his quirk, but they trusted him, so they just nodded. Not a second later they were in a big ballroom. The room was massive with a wooden floor and big windows covering the entire wall letting sunlight in. Golden chandelier were hanging from the ceiling. Whoa! Where are we? How did we get in here? Ijiro asked, shocked as he looked around. We are in my head, this is all my imagination, Izuku said. He waved his hand and suddenly they were on an endless grassland with flowers in all kinds of colors. He did it again and they were underwater but they could still breathe. My quirk is a mind quirk, and as you can see I can take people with me, so let us train. I have already taken lessons since I was 7 for this kind of events, Izuku said as he waved his hand and they were back in the ballroom. 1 minute in the real world is an entire hour in this, so we will have at maximum 120 hours, but I don't think that we will need them. That is such a great quirk, Izuku, how come that you never shoved us this? Mina said, looking around on all the details she could see. I want people to like me for me and not my quirk, Izuku answered as usual, and both just accepted it as they know exactly what he meant. Before they met him maybe not, but now they had a complete different way on looking at the world. Aren't you overusing your quirk letting us stay in here? Ijiro asked concerned as he hugged Izuku from behind. No problem, with just us I can hold it for 8 hours in the real world. That would make 480 hours in this world. Of course with each person in here the time shortens, he explained. They used about 68 hours to train until they decided it was enough since they didn't even know if they would dance. It was just to make sure that if they had to that they could. They arrived at the gala with a small limousine. The car drove past a big gate and about 5 minutes through a garden until they stopped at the entrance. They exited the car and walked up the stairs where Izuku had to drag both Ijiro and Mina sometimes since both just stared at the overwhelming building and thought what kind of people could offered something like this. They entered the building and the first thing they saw was a crowd of reporters trying to get in but the receptionist wouldn't let them. They all surrounded them as they saw Izuku. Dr. Midoriya, what kind of business are you here for? Who are the two? Why are they escorting you? What purpose do you have here? They all shouted at him, one even going so far to grab Mina, but Izuku grabbed his hand in an iron grip. I'm here with my friend and my secretary to enjoy my evening, so if you could let us through that would be very friendly, Izuku said as he dragged Mina and Ijiro with him, but before he entered they turned his head once. And the next person who thinks to grab my friend to gain my attention will lose his job. I will make sure of that, Izuku as he walked in. The ballroom was big, even bigger as the one they trained in. There were many waiters going around giving drinks to the guests. One came to them but Izuku declaimed and ordered them non-alcoholic drinks. After some time Izuku was guided to some business talks with older people where Mina and Ijiro really didn't want it to be, so they waited in a corner for him. Ijiro was getting hot in here and Mina has already left him to get some autographs from models she saw, so he decided to go on the balcony. He breathed deep in as he finally got out. He looked around but to his surprise there wasn't a single person out here. He relaxed a little. Of course it was nice of Izuku to bring him with him, but this world was so new to him, and he was unsure if he even had the right to be here. He was just a secretary after all. He stayed there for about 10 minutes and just as he was about to go in a girl in his age was coming out with Mina who waved at him. Kiri, that is Momo. Momo, that is my best friend Kiri, she introduced them. Momo blushed a little that Mina just introduced her with her first name. Momo Yaoyorozu, she said as she made a small curtsy like she learned it. Ijiro Kirishima, he said with a small bow. But you didn't need to do that, we are just normal people, he said, and Momo looked at him confused. We just got here because of a friend of us, Mina said. It's okay, it doesn't matter, anyway these galas are like always a more prestige-orientated event, Momo explained. So, Yaoyorozu-san, what brings you here? What kind of business do you attempt? Kirishima asked the girl with the ponytail. My family is the host of this gala, she said, making both Ijiro and Mina gape. You mean that this estate is owned by your family? Mina asked. Yes, we host this event yearly, Momo said. Could I ask you a question? She asked shyly. Sure, Mina said. How is it, the normal life I mean, she asked. She was always so curious about it since she was always homeschooled and never really left their home, or if she did then with such a high escort that normal things were impossible. I don't know how to answer that exactly. We go to school, we talk with friends, we hate some teacher and love others, and after school we go to shopping or go to arcade to play with some of your friends, but since Kiri works so much with Midori, her nickname for him, we haven't done that in a while, Mina said. Hey, don't make me feel guilty again, you know that my work as secretary is important for Izuku, Kirishima defended. Yeah, of course it's important for him to have you around, Mina teased, and Kirishima blushed badly. Momo looked between them but didn't understand why Kirishima blushed so madly. Midori and Izuku, this names were going through her head and then it clicked. Her eyes were wide as she gasped. Yo, you mean you're Izuku Midoriya's secretary? She asked as she shook him. Yeah, Kirishima just said, a bit taken back that the tamed girl just went wild on him. Oh my god, I'm meeting Izuku Midoriya's secretary. I love his work, he is a star in the science community. Can I have your autograph? She asked with a straight face as she took a notebook and pen from God nowhere with that dress she had. Kirishima just looked at her and tried to see if she was joking, but Momo just stood there holding out her notebook and pen. He pointed at himself as he asked, You want my autograph? Momo just nodded. Why? Is all he could ask. What do you mean why? You're the closest person to Dr. Midoriya at work. An autograph from you would be one of the closest things I will get, she practically pleaded him. Okay, if you are so sure, he said as he took the notebook, gave her what she wanted. Thank you really much, Mr. Kirishima. I will frame that and pin it at my bedroom wall, she said, but blushed a second later at Mina's and Eijiro's shocked expressions. Sorry, I got a little carried away, Momo whispered, but they heard here. So you will not pin it on your wall? Mina asked in hope. Oh, of course I will still pin at my bedroom wall, Momo said. Why? Kirishima sounded like a broken recorder. Because I'm a huge fan of Dr. Midoriya, since many of his theories in chemistry helped me enormously with my quirk, Momo said as she created a black crystal-like object in form of a horse with ruby red eyes from her hand. Both Mina and Eijiro looked excited at it, and Mina even snatched it away. Whoa, this looks amazing. How do you even do that? Mina asked, excited as she looked at the small black horse. This is my quirk. I can grate all non-living materials as long as I know the chemical composition, and that is where one of Dr. Midoriya's theories helped me. You see, before I needed 20 seconds to make it, now I can almost make it instantly since Dr. Midoriya revolutionized our view over chemistry, Momo explained with so much passion. Mina was sure she had a crush on him. Too bad for her, she thought as she looked at Kiri. That is really a great quirk, Momo. What material is this? Mina asked as she held it up to let the moonlight shine through it. Carbonado, she said. Mina just looked puzzled, but Eijiro gaped at her since he knew exactly what it was. Carbo what? Mina asked, confused. A black diamond, Momo said casually. Mina almost dropped the horse as she heard Momo. She could make diamonds just like that in a matter of seconds. That is one hell of a quirk, Momo. You can make diamonds just like that and any other thing you want. Your quirk is really useful, Mina said, and Momo blushed a little at the praise she was getting. Indeed, that is a really interesting quirk you have there, Yaozu-san. What is it that your quirk uses to make your desired creation? Izuku asked as he made his way to them. Momo froze up as she saw Izuku walking up to them and just stared at him. She was a rather tall girl, but even she had to look up to him as he got close. Momo blushed a little as she saw his muscular upper body since he had taken off his jacket, what only leaves his almost skin-tight shirt. She stared at him for about a minute before she realized that he asked her a question. My Chu quirk uses my body fat too and manipulate it into whatever I want, she stuttered out as she blushed even more. That is very interesting, so I assume that you eat way more than normal people, Izuku asked. Yes, Momo said and blushed even harder as she got her notebook and pen again. Could I get an autograph please, she asked. Izuku just smiled at her as he took the notebook and signed it. Midori, shouldn't you be with some old man asking them for donation? Mina teased with a smirk. Mama, that sounds like you don't want me here, Mina, Izuku said with a fake hurt face. Besides, I already did that, so my evening is free. I also checked our rooms. You have a really friendly service here, Yaozu-san. Thanks, most of them work for our family for years now, so it's almost routine, Momo answered. This world is so different to all this rules and etiquette. Izuku even put us through 68 hours of dancing lessons, Mina said. Momo looked hopeful at Izuku for a second. So you can dance? She asked. It would be unprofessional not to in this part of society, Izuku answered. Would you dance with me then? Momo asked, holding out her hand. Mina looked a bit surprised and Eijiro looked away for a second but didn't say anything. I'm sorry, I know it's rude to decline an offer from a young and beautiful lady like yourself, but I would like to have my first dance with my boyfriend, Izuku said as he took Kirishima's hand and dragged him into the middle of the balcony. Momo looked a bit rejected and surprised but smiled as the two began to dance to soft music coming from indoors. Kirishima was a bit clumsy, but it looked beautiful to her since the two looked at each other with so much love as they danced. They smiled and laughed as Kirishima once fell, but Izuku caught him before he reached the ground. After that they switched dance partners for a while as Kirishima danced with Momo. What really looked funny to Mina and Izuku since the two stopped dancing to laugh all 4 seconds. They all chatted for a while since it was better than going back in, and after an hour the gala slowly started to close off. So Izuku gave Momo his number and said that she could always come by for a coffee and that they would probably see each other the next morning for breakfast. He then dragged Eijiro with him to their room. Izuku, why did you drag us away from them? We could have talked a bit more, Eijiro protested. We could have, but I wanted my boyfriend for myself, Izuku said with a smirk as he threw Eijiro with his back on the bed and got over him, placing both hands on each side of Eijiro's head, making an escape impossibly. Eijiro just blushed as Izuku came closer. I have waited really long to not push you into something, but I think that it is time for it, Izuku said, and Ijiro was blushing madly, but he also was afraid. He didn't feel ready for SEC. He had searched about it and he know that gay SEC was different from normal SEC. Not that much, but it still was. He didn't know if he was a bottom or a top. He didn't even know if he had a choice or if Izuku will just assume that he is one of them. But then all his thoughts were cut off as Izuku kissed him on the lips. They hadn't done that before and it was breathtaking feeling for him. Izuku's lips were soft. He bit his lower lip and used the moment Ijiro gasped to let his tongue in his mouth. It was a completely new feeling and he loved it. He could feel Izuku's tongue exploring his mouth, teeth after teeth. He could taste him, and after some time he used his tongue to play with Izuku. They broke loose from each other to take a breath. We should do this way more often, Ijiro said with a blush, but the smile on his shoved how he loved. Izuku just hummed as he leaned in again for another kiss. They kissed for a while and Izuku somehow managed to take their shirts off. As they broke their kiss again, Ijiro blushed as he saw Izuku's muscular upper body with nothing between them. Of course he had seen Izuku almost daily like this before they would go to sleep, but he always blushed on how CC Izuku looked like that. Izuku looked at the clock and stood up and started to take his pants and boxer off. Ijiro's panic came back really fast as he looked at Izuku's PP. That thing was a Ifangi monster. How is that supposed to fit in him? Izuku, I don't think I'm ready for this, Ijiro said, but Izuku looked at him a bit puzzled. So Ijiro tried again. I don't think I'm ready for AC yet. And like this it clicked in Izuku's head as he saw how it looked like for Ijiro. No, that is not what is happening here, Izuku stuttered bright red. He took a deep breath to calm himself. I also think that it is way too early to have AC. I just wanted to kiss you for a while now, but I didn't know if you would like or if you were ready for it, Izuku explained. Then why are you? Ijiro gestured at Izuku's naked body, trying not to stare at his PP. He failed. I thought we could go into the hot spring now. At this time of the day most people are already sleeping. Ijiro breathed out a bit more relieved, then Izuku wouldn't push him into section. He then realized that he had taken off his clothes as well and blushed again. He slowly started to undress himself and took the bathrobe Izuku gave him, of course not before he looked Kirishima up and down, what made Ijiro blush a little bit more. They took a shower together before they could got into the hot spring. As they showered, Izuku asked him if he could wash his back, and so it came that his hands were soaping Izuku's muscular back. He could feel all the textures of his back and every muscle. After he was finished, Izuku said that he would do the same for him, and there he found Izuku's trap, but it was already too late. He could feel Izuku's big hands not just soaping his back but also massaging it. He bit his lip as he ummed because Izuku had to find his tense muscles. They made their way over to the hot spring and placed themselves into the open bath as they looked into the sky. They had luck that nobody was there, so they could just relax in silence, or that they thought, until they heard someone coming out of the shower. Ijiro looked up to see a boy around their age settling himself a few meters away from them. He had dual-colored hair and big scar on his face. It was on his left side, even covering his entire eye. He looked cold and expressionless. Ijiro looked at Izuku, who just sighed. It seems like he knew the other boy. Good evening, Todoroki-san, Izuku said with a smile. Todoroki wasn't that the name of the number 2 hero, Ijiro thought as he looked between the two. The other boy looked at Izuku for a while, probably trying to recognize him, but it seems like he couldn't. Excuse, but do we know each other? He boy finally asked. He was polite, but his voice was ice cold. I don't think that you know me, but I know you very well, or better, I know your family, Izuku said with a smile. The other boy looked annoyed at Izuku and sighed. Please, if you want something from my father, then ask himself, and let me out of this. Oh, but I don't want something from him, I want something from you, Izuku said in a calm but cheerful tone. What do you want? Todoroki asked. His voice was so cold Ijiro could feel a shiver running down his spine. I would like to know how it is to live with a villain as a father, and if you don't mind, why you didn't already sued him. I mean, you're old enough for that, Izuku asked. Todoroki froze, and Ijiro meant it literally. The water around the boy froze. How do you know that? The boy asked, shocked as he looked at Izuku with surprised eyes. That will be my secret, but you should control your quirk before you freeze us all up, Izuku said, pointing on the ice that was coming slowly to them. The boy looked at where Izuku was pointing, and the ice stopped moving. After same time it melted away. The boy looked at Izuku with a calculating gaze and then at him. He felt so small under the look from the boy that he almost activated his quirk, but then the boy looked at Izuku again. "Will you give me an answer, or should we stop this conversation here?" his boyfriend asked in his natural calm way. "If you know that he isn't, but then you already know everything, so there is no reason in answering," Todoroki said. "What a logic conclusion, but wrong. I don't know why you didn't do anything about it," Izuku asked again. "That is none of your business," the boy coldly replayed. Is it because he is the number 2 hero and you think that nobody would believe you?" "I said it is none of your business," the boy said as he stood up to leave. "Okay, I will back off. If you ever want to leave your home or need help with anything, just search for Dr. Midoriya. I only help these who asks for it, so let me know if you're over your promise and ready to take help," Izuku said as the boy was on the exit. He turned one last time, shocked again, but didn't say anything as he moved on. "Was that the son of the number 2 hero?" Ijiro asked, and Izuku just nodded. "Then why did you call his father a villain?" he asked. "Because that is exactly what he is," Izuku said with patient expression. "But he is the number 2 hero, how can he be a villain?" Ijiro asked. Izuku sighed as got closer to him until he was beside him. Izuku took him on his waist and placed him in his lap, back on Izuku's chest. Izuku placed his chin on his shoulder as he whispered in his ear. "What I tell you no is just under us two and will not leave this place, okay?" Izuku asked, but it was miles away from a question and he knew it, so he just nodded. "You see, the number 2 hero may be a hero in the public, but at home he is an abusive a-hole. He bought a woman for a quirk marriage and produced one child after another to make the, and I quote, perfect creation, and that was the boy from just now. Shoto is his name and he has fire as well as ice as a quirk." Ijiro looked shocked that someone was able to have quirk marriages these days without being caught, but something didn't make sense to him. "Why did he need a perfect creation?" he asked. That is a good question, Ijiro. To say it's simple for his ego," Izuku answered, but Ijiro just looked confused. "He never made it number 1 himself, so he thinks that if something that he created makes it, it's his accomplishment as well. That is so unmanly, so the boy just exists to be better than All Might?" Ijiro asked in a disbelieving tone. "You can say that, you see, since Shoto turned 4 and got his quirk, his father trained him. Now you could say that it is a good thing that his father wants him to know how to defend himself, but you see, each training is more abuse since it's way too hard and brutal," Izuku said. "We should do something about it. Should we tell it the Poly?" But he stopped and looked over his shoulder into Izuku's eyes. "Since when did you know that?" he whispered. "Since I was about 10 years old," Izuku said. "Then why didn't you tell the police about it? That are 5 years now, Izuku. Why didn't you tell them?" Ijiro asked in horror. "You mean that I should have told them that the number 2 hero is abusing his son? You didn't even believed it 5 minutes ago. How do you think will a police officer react if a cute 10-year-old child comes by and say, 'Hey, I know the number 2 hero is an abusive a-hole and I knew it because of my quirk, so I have no proof,'" Izuku said sarcastically, but his tone was sad. "Sorry," is all Ijiro could say. He just assumed that his boyfriend was an a-hole that knew about someone's pain but didn't anything about it. "It's okay, it's a normal reaction, and if you want to know, I have talked with a detective about it, but without proof we can't do anything about it. Since then I made the rule that I only help people that seek for help, because if I don't have this rule I would go down to depression again," Izuku said as he hugged Ijiro closer to himself. "What do you mean depression?" Ijiro asked with high alert. "With this quirk I know so many bad things that happens all the time, and that takes over on my psyche sometimes. I got a really good grip on it since 2 years, but before that I often felt down and useless," Izuku confessed. "What do you mean with a quirk like this? I thought your quirk was taking someone with you in your world?" Ijiro asked. "Oh right, I ever explained it. My quirk lets me read and manipulate other people's mind. Scary, I know. People don't like it if others know your thoughts and secrets. That is also the reason how I'm so intelligent. I can download knowledge from others. That is how I got my 9 PhD, because if you combine hundreds of minds of knowledge there is no chance not to get one," Izuku said sad as he looked at Ijiro, who looked deep in thoughts. "So what do you think about my quirk?" Izuku asked after a while. "Don't you already know the answer?" Ijiro asked, a bit confused. "No, I used my quirk on you only 2 times. First, as you said you wanted to be my secretary, and second as we trained dancing," Izuku said. "Why just the 2 times, and why especially the first time?" Ijiro asked. That was because as you asked I had no reason to take you in, Izuku said, and he could see how Ijiro's face fell. Hey don't go in this mood so fast, I just started. As I said, I had no reason to hire you, but I just couldn't say no to you, so I checked all people in the surroundings to make sure that I wasn't affected by a quirk. Then I saw you're pure, and now that I think about it, I can say cute intentions to just help me. Retrospective, I think that was the moment I had a crush on you, Izuku, making Ijiro blush again. So why didn't you use it more often then? Ijiro said. Oh, I use it on scientists, heroes, villain, and even on random people on the streets, Izuku said. Then why just 2 times on me, he asked. That is because I don't need it on you. I can read you like an open book, Ijiro. That is one of the things I love the most about you. You never act, you're always 100% honest and never hide something inside you, Izuku said, making Ijiro's heart skip a beat with each word he said. Ijiro just smiled at him. He shifted in his lap so that he faced him and kissed him passionately. This time he bit down on Izuku's lip, and understanding what Ijiro wanted, he opened his mouth, but what Ijiro didn't expected was that Izuku was fighting back as he tried to shove his tongue in. They fought for dominance for a while until Ijiro surprisingly won and started to let his tongue slide in. But suddenly Ijiro felt something grow on his thighs. He stopped kissing Izuku as he looked down on Izuku's hard pages. Izuku followed Ijiro's glance and blushed as he now realized that he had gotten hard. Izuku promptly took Ijiro from his lap and tried to hide his erection between his thighs as he pulled them to his chest. Sorry, I got a little excited kissing my completely naked boyfriend in lap, Izuku whispered, but Ijiro could hear him clearly. It's okay, I was just surprised. It's totally normal and manly, Ijiro tried to reason, but it wasn't that assuring with his almost purple face and lack of eye contact. We should go to bed anyway. You go ahead, I will deal with this and come after you, Izuku said. You know I could help you with it, Kirishima said, looking away. That's nice of you, Ijiro, but it isn't necessary. It's way too early for something like this in our relationship. I like it how our relationship is now and I don't want to destroy it just because we couldn't wait a little longer, Izuku said, and Ijiro just nodded as he made his way to the showers. Ijiro was already asleep as Izuku came to him into the bed. Izuku smiled once he placed himself in front of Ijiro so that he could see his peaceful sleeping face. He kissed him once before he lay down and closed his eyes to sleep, but he couldn't help but smile as he thought about his boyfriend next to him. Ijiro woke up as someone shook his shoulder. Ijiro, you should wake up or breakfast will be over before you get something, Izuku said. Just 5 more minutes. Ijiro yawned out, but suddenly he could feel the bed shift as a body placed beside him. He then felt how Izuku slowly shifted over him. I asked you nicely but you wouldn't come, Izuku said, and all of a sudden Izuku tickling him. Ijiro was really hard trying to get away from Izuku, even hardening some body parts, but Izuku just started in another place. Okay, please stop it, he pleaded, panting. Izuku stopped and the first thing he did was taking a deep breath. Now put on some clothes, Mina and Momo are waiting for us, Izuku said. They met with Mina and Momo to breakfast, where Izuku and Momo talked a lot about science and how to improve her quirk. Izuku also talked with some old people about donation again, since money was after all one of their main reasons to come here. The breakfast was over pretty quickly and they were all in the limo again on the way home. Hey Ijiro, Izuku said, getting his attention. Some of the guests offered me a 4-month deal where I will teach in a university and will get a donation and with some luck teachers for my school. That is great, it would help a lot with our plan, Ijiro said, happy. Yeah, it would, Izuku said, a bit sad. Hey, what's with that mood? Are you afraid of teaching? Mina said, making the two realize that she still was there. No, that isn't a problem. No, the problem is that is in the USA, Izuku said, making both Mina and Ijiro still for a moment. Ijiro felt sad. He didn't wanted Izuku gone for 4 months, heck, he didn't wanted him gone for a week, but in the same time he knew that this would help Izuku enormously with his plan. So he had to make a decision between his feelings for 4 months or Izuku life-long plan, and the answer was so clear, but it was hard nevertheless. Izuku, I understand if you want to go, it's after all very important for you. I will wait here for you and we can video chat or something like that, Ijiro said with a sad expression. Ijiro, that is not what I want, Izuku said in a determined face. No, you have to go, it's too important for your plan, our relationship comes second, he said as tears slowly started to roll down his face and he really didn't know why he was crying, it was just 4 months. Izuku placed him on his lap as he took his chin to force him to make eye contact. Ijiro, make sure that you never forget what I say now, our relationship, you will always be my first place, my first priority and nothing will change that, do you understand that? Izuku asked and Ijiro couldn't stop crying as he used Izuku's shoulder for that. Can you believe it, Mina? He thought that something was more important to me than him, Izuku said with a teasing tone. God, stop showing off, Midori, I know you have great relationships, stop rubbing it under my nose, Mina said as she rolled her eyes. Izuku looked at Ijiro, who stopped crying after 2 minutes. His eyes were red and puffy but his smile was like always with so much raw emotions. He wanted to say something but Ijiro kissed him, instantly sliding his tongue in, but after a minute they could hear Mina clearing her throat. Get a room, she just said, making them both blush as they parted. Mina, Kirishima weakly protested. That will not happen until we are at least 17, Izuku said, getting a long "oh" from Mina. Never mind, what I originally wanted to ask was if you would like come with me to the US, Izuku said, and both Mina and Ijiro just started at him. I don't know, Izuku, what about school, and my English isn't that great for a stay that long, Ijiro said. We can work on that, the trip would be in 8 months so we could use my quirk to learn together, and I already wanted to ask you if we could speed up your high school exams so that you could help me more often, Izuku asked. You want to use your quirk so that you can teach me for my next exams? Ijiro asked in a disbelieving tone. Not quite right, I meant your exams for the 3rd year so that you would be finished with high school completely. Now I know that high school isn't just learning but also having fun with friends and hanging out with them, so if you want to enjoy your high school live, I understand that, Izuku said. Ijiro looked conflicted between Izuku and Mina. He wanted to go with Izuku so much but he just couldn't let his friend alone. The bullying was getting better but it hadn't stopped yet. Izuku, I really want to go with you, believe me, but I can't let Mina hear herself facing off all the bullies that could come. It has nothing to do with school life or more careless free time. I love working with you, being by your side, but I just can't, he said. I understand that. I will call them and cancel the deal then, Izuku said, a bit of disappointed but still sure that this was the right decision. Hold on a second, you two can't be serious, Mina asked as she eyed them like they were idiots. This is a really important deal. That's at least what I can assume, so you can't just cancel that, she said. We can, Mina, because Ijiro is right, letting you here alone would be dangerous for you. There was bullying with Ijiro besides you, what do you think will happen if he is just away for a few months? Izuku asked. Then take me with you for F's sake, she said, or more yelled at them. We can make this learn thing together and we can graduate together and then you can make me the secretary of your secretary or whatever, just so that we can move around together, she said. If you graduate, couldn't we just let you here since you aren't going to school anymore, so there are no bullies, Izuku said. I don't see how some people call you a genius, Midori. You go to USA, of course I want to go with you and I really want to help you too, to change society, to help people like me who were getting bullied for something that shouldn't even matter, Mina said. Okay, Izuku said, and Mina smiled brightly. But you don't get to be a whatever. I don't take people who do nothing, so you will be managing the media and press, so you're our new image representative. Mina's face fell for a moment since she just thought about something small as a job and that much responsibility, but on the other hand she wanted to help, and she knew that Izuku knew that she would be good with something like that. I will need time, she lastly stated, looking at Izuku, who just nodded. We will have 8 months. In this time we'll have a 2-hour session in my quirk room each day. That will give us, let me see, if we go with 30 days a month then we have 240 days to train. That would make 28,800 hours or 1,200 days for us to train besides our normal life. In this time we don't only will get you ready for the exams but we also will train you in your jobs. Ijiro and Mina looked at each other and know that Izuku was just a big fat SLV driver. They weren't that great with math like him, but they know that 1,200 days were a bit about 3 years they would spend with learning. Ijiro, now that Mina will be working with us and taking a lot of work from you with the press and media, I want you to attempt meetings without me so that we can work simultan, Izuku said. You're such a SLV driver, Izuku, Ijiro said after a moment, and Mina just stared at him. What? This is our last chance to complain before the real work begins, Ijiro said. SLV driver, you say, Izuku said with a smirk as he took Ijiro in his lap. Then give your master a kiss. Ijiro was bright red as he leaned forward for a small peck. He then hid his face on Izuku's chest, trying to ignore Mina's giggling. Good boy, Izuku joked out, but he could feel how Ijiro reacted to it. He will have to remember that for the time when they get a bit more serious stuff. Midori, you have Kiri so in your hands, she said, almost falling over as she saw Kirishima hiding even more in Izuku, what looked so cute with their body difference, since Izuku was so much more built than him. So it seems, and I thought you would be the one into something like this, Izuku said. Just imagine Izuku with a hand print on his cheek for 4 days after this comment. Actually, the first print was gone after 2 days, but she gave another one. The months passed by fast as they made a fast progress with Izuku's quirk, but sometimes they had to be in there for 3 hours since it was much more difficult to learn when Mina was playing pranks or was just complaining for half of the time. They noticed that they wouldn't reach their goal for third-year exams when they had to learn for their jobs besides it, so they reduced their goal to the second-year exam and planned to reach the third year after they come back from the USA, since they needed to learn more about their responsibilities and how to work more efficient in their work. 1 month before the departure. Good evening, everyone. Today we will interview Dr. Midoriya. First off, we have some general information about him. He is the youngest person who ever got a PhD. He is also the person with the most PhD. Rightly, he is called the genius of his generation, or maybe of all generations. Welcome, Dr. Midoriya, the reporter announced as Izuku entered into the camera's field. Good evening, Izuku greeted politely. Now, Dr. Midoriya, why do you wanted this interview with us? Normally you reject all interview offers, the reporter asked. That is because now is the right time for it, and you can call me Midoriya or Izuku, he said. Sure, Izuku then. What makes it in your words the right time? At first it's because I'm old enough now, and second is that one of my plans is almost sponsored. I'm here today to make society rethink their opinion on many things. I'm here to give hope to many people who thought that they are forgotten. And I'm here to speak about one special villain whose attention I want to gain. The reporter looked a bit taken back since Izuku announced so many things that were just hard to understand without context and explanation. Sure, go on, what do you want to tell our viewers? The reporter said. First thing I want to say is that society views quirks too much with a person's value, but that isn't right. Quirks are just like our hair color, just feature of us. Sure, it's a bit more outstanding, but it's still not who we are. Yes, sure, but that's nothing new to us, the reporter said. If it is nothing new to you, then why does quirkless people or people with weak quirks get bullied for something they can't do a think about it? He really wanted to say sheet. Why do people think that just because they have a quirk they are better than them? These people have dreams, hopes, and a mind. Why do other people think they are less worth? Izuku asked. I don't think that's true, the reporter tried to defend. Oh, please don't give that bullshit. We all knew it's true, and it's time that someone says it. I, for an example, said to my classmates in elementary school that I was quirkless, and guess what? They bullied me, said that I was useless, and even used their quirks on me. I'm here to change society, and I will begin with teachers. Over the years I got enough police officers to help me to check each school in Japan for teacher who lets other kids use their quirk just because they are heroic, because that is bullshit. So what exactly do these police officers? They go to school and just ask if some is bullied children lie all the time, the reporter said, trying to sabotage Izuku's plan. That's not gonna happen. If a child claims to be bullied and that the teachers don't do something about it, then a detective with a lie detection quirk will interrogate them, and if the child was right, I will personally sponsor the families so that they don't just sue the teacher but the principal as well, since it is his responsibility to make sure that his employee do their work right. Don't you think that this is an overreaction? The reporter asked. No, I don't think so. I hope that the principals on all schools in Japan will punish or fire their teachers who are not able to protect children in their care, and if he can't do that, then the principal is incapable of his job and has to go. Children aren't evil from the start on, but society forms them from early on in a direction where quirks are more worth than the person himself, and I don't think that right. As an example, in my school there was a kid with an explosion quirk, and he was praised for it, that it was so heroic and flashy. My first question is, what in the world is heroic on it? That quirk, it literally explodes things. It doesn't heal someone, it just explodes. But all the kids and teachers said it was cool and flashy, and that he would be a hero. No one, and I mean no one, said something when he started to use his quirk on someone to harm him, to show him how much better he is. So this is my appeal on children and teens who wants to be heroes. Heroes don't go around and hurt others, they are there to protect people. Whatever reason you have to be hero doesn't matter as long as you do the right thing, and that is to protect these in need. What do you mean the reason doesn't matter? Shouldn't heroes want to help other? Reporter asked. Sure. That would be a so-called real hero, someone that only is a hero because he wants to help them and not for fame or money, someone like All Might. But in reality the chance to find someone like this is really rare, so we have to find some others that want money or fame and do their job because that's what it is, a job. And the best example for how broken and wrong society is can be Endeavor. He is just a hero for fame. He tries to be number for years now, but we all know that he will never reach it. Since his personality is shit, but he does his job good. Let us make a test here. I will tell you something really shocking, something where normal people would go into jail for, but since for society heroes and gods are the same, he isn't in jail. The number 2 hero is an abusive a-hole at home. He bought his wife into a quirk marriage and produced one child after another until he had the perfect child with the perfect quirk to suppress All Might since couldn't. So his little ego of a brain thinks that if his son is number 1 he is it too. So since the child turned 4 he is trained until he is bruised all over. For something like this normal people would get into jail, but I predict that even after what I said nothing will happen to him, and I say that one day there will be consequences. So you said that a real hero is a hero like All Might. Does this mean you're an All Might fan? The reporter tried, not subtle at all, to change the topic. My point, he doesn't even ask about Endeavor, but to your question, no, I'm not a fan of All Might, Izuku said, making the reporter's eye twitch as he called him out. But didn't you say All Might is a real hero? Yes, but that doesn't mean I like him. You see, I think that All Might is just too naive. He thinks that if he just fights the villain daily on that he does something useful, and he does of course, but he never think why villains become villains in the first place. And here we won my second point I want to tell people. Villains are not born, villains are made, and not by others. Villains know they are made by society. Many children who gets bullied for years in their school for being quirkless or having a weak quirk attempt suicide, but people with so-called villains, quirks go into villain path since these people are the only one who treat them like normal people who understand the pain they are in and who cares about them. That sounds like you tolerate villains, the reporter said, surprised. Of course I do. They are fighting for a better life, for people like them, because society cares shit about them, and I say what is wrong with that? The only thing wrong is to use violence to change people's mind, because if you do that they will never accept you. They will be afraid of you and they will tolerate you, but this is just temporary. If the person who they fear dies or a stronger hero comes, then all of the change is going back to normal, and that isn't a solution. I have made a plan since I was about 8 to change society, and today I can say that this plan is about to start, and we will start with the new generations. I will build schools from elementary up until high school, and this school will only be for children with so-called villains quirks and quirkless ones. It will be financially fully covered so that no fees will be taken. The schools will have dorms for this who comes from afar. That sounds expensive to run a school with dorm if you don't take fees, the reporter asked. That is true, but I hope to get some more donations from more hero agencies since they know exactly that these kids all could be future villains with all the bullying they would be under in normal schools. I don't even know what the other kids think when they hurt someone and call them villain if they are the villains in the moment. So I say it one last time, our quirks are just tool and not us. Quirks don't make us to villains, it's the person's decision that makes them to one, despite his words. Izuku always looked calm and collected with a serious face, what gives his words more value. If you say some more donations, that mean that you have already some agencies supporting you. Yes, I have 2 agencies supporting me, but I'm not gonna lie, I need more money if I want to build bigger schools for more people, because it would be so much better if all children could grow up together quirkless, quirked, and villains, quirks, so that they can understand each other and see that they aren't that different. But at the moment I don't have enough money to make big enough schools for normal quirks too. So this is why I'm hoping that a so-called sensei, a villain, will help me. Sensei, that is a strange name. Why do you want help from a villain if you could get the money from others? That is because, first, I'm not so naive to believe that others will just change their minds after this interview and give me money. It will be the same like before. Maybe they will feel bad for 5 minutes, but nothing more. But second and more important, I would like know about the man since he is about 200 years old and has a lot of money, so if he helps me I will have a lot support from the underground. What do you mean over 200 years old? Does he have something like immortality quirk? The reporter asked, shocked. Yes and no, he has a immortality quirk, but that's not his quirk. His quirks is called All for One and lets him give and take quirks, Izuku explained, and the reporter just stared at him. You don't believe me, do you? Izuku asked, but he didn't wait for an answer as he called someone. I will just use the TV to stream this phone call, Izuku said as his phone was mirrored on the big TV behind them. Hello, this is Principal Nezu, Nezu said as he was visible through the video call. Nezu, could you do me the favor and confirm that All for One is real and that his quirk is the ability to give and take quirks? Izuku asked in his calm voice. Izuku, that was not what you have won in the game. I will confirm that All for One exists, and with the confirmation of his abilities you owe me a favor now, Nezu said with a smirk on his face. Sure, I will surprise you again and will get you out of your boredom, Izuku said as he cancelled the call. So, as I said, this villain is really special and we have the same view on society on some points, but I will have to say this now, you don't have to be afraid now to go out. This villain doesn't go around and steals quirks like he is shopping. He is decent man, and from what I know, and I know a lot, the last time he took a quirk was 34 years ago. Now you could ask why he didn't. Collect more. The answer is simple, he doesn't have enough place in his quirk space with 243 quirks. You mean that he has 243 quirks? Shouldn't he be unstoppable? The reporter asked. That is true, but since we have All Might he can't just come out. No matter how much quirks he has, it doesn't matter because the power output is limited with each quirk. If it weren't for that he would already rule the world. You seem to know a lot, Midoriya. Is it maybe because of your quirk? If we being honest, no one knows about it and we are curious since it seems pretty powerful if you can get on so much information with it. Who knows? How I got on this information is my secret. It's true that my quirk is powerful, but what it is, we will see if the future shows it, Izuku said as pointed at the clock. Oh, it seems that our time is already up. That was the interview with Dr. Midoriya on how he wants to change the future society, the reporter said to end the show. The interview was worldwide streamed and popular since many people wanted to donate it for his projects, and not only the school but also for his space and bio firms, and he didn't even mention them in the interview. They were on the airport ready to leave. His mother couldn't come since she had to manage all money and secret project he had asked her. Bye Mum, Dad, Mina said as she hugged them. Have fun and be safe and don't leave Midoriya's side there and get lost, they said. Oni-chan, you can't leave me alone. Ijiro's sister cried on his leg. Mama Maya, I'm just gone for 4 months and I will make sure to bring you a lot gifts if I'm back, okay? Kirishima said as he knelt before her to look into her eyes. Maya, you have to let go of your brother or he gets late for the plane, her mother said with tears in her eyes. Izuku looked at them as Ijiro came over. He was about to go with them to the terminals as Ijiro's parents waved him over. He looked at Ijiro besides him who just shrugged with his shoulders. He sighed as he went over. Is there something left you want to know? He asked as he was just a meter away from them. No, we just want to say something, Ijiro's mother said, and Izuku just nodded and waited. If you ever want to be our son-in-law, then you better make sure that nothing happens to our son, Mr. Kirishima said, and Izuku turned bright red. Of course nothing will happen to him, I will give you my word, he said as he turned to leave. Oh, and no dirty things just because you're out of our reach, they said, and he turned even redder. What do they wanted to talk about? Ijiro asked as he came back. Nothing, let us check in, Izuku said, just passed by trying to hide his face. Ijiro was looking out of the window from their car. USA was pretty exciting so far. The buildings looked so different and the atmosphere was so light, starting with the personnel on the airport up to the taxi driver they are with now. The flight was quite tiring. Even if they were in the first class, it was still a 12-hour flight and his entire body was stiff. USA is so nice, look at all these buildings and lights, Mina said. She was stuck at the window since they left the airport and was gushing over all the different kind of things she saw. Mina, calm down a bit, we are almost there, Izuku said as he placed his phone down. We will sleep in a hotel the first 4 days and they will make a house available for us then, he explained. The time in the USA was nice for Ijiro and Mina since they had more free time because this time Izuku was the one going to school on daily basis. Him and Mina did all their work together in the morning so that they could explore the city a bit more each day from their house since it was a bit secluded. It was late in the afternoon as Ijiro and Mina were going back from the city with their shopping bags. They got them food from one of their favorite fast food restaurants. Ijiro was looking around the city and even after 2 months of being here it didn't stop to amaze him. He looked at the park they were passing as he made eye contact with a middle-aged man in a black suit. He didn't think about it until he noticed that there were at least 9. He saw how they glanced at them from time to time. He thought about telling it Mina, but it was dismissed as her reaction could tell them that they know. So he took his phone out and messaged Izuku that they are being followed. His phone vibrated after 30 seconds. Go home like normal, don't stop anywhere. If they engage, try go get people to notice you. I'm on my way. He read it a second time before he closed his phone. They got to their home with no disruptions as Mina was through the door. He closed it and locked it. He then got to the windows and closed the hangings so that they couldn't look through them. Kiri, what are you doing? Mina asked. We are being followed, he answered and pulled her back when she wanted to go to the window. What do we do now? Mina asked in panic as she looked around. I don't know, I have already texted Izuku and he is on his way, Ijiro said, but it wasn't really that assuring when he tested his hardening over and over again. I know something, she whispered to him as she dragged him to the basement door. She opened it and led them to down. When we moved in here I checked the basement and there was an old hunting rifle, she said, turning on the light. She took the weapon from the table. It was a really old weapon and he had doubts that it even worked, but it was better than nothing. Do you know how it works? He asked as he eyed the rifle. There was a lot of dust on it, but he could see ammo on the table, so they just had to put it in and load it right. They loaded it and were going back upstairs. Just when they arrived, they heard someone knocking on the door. They slowly approached it, but after a second the knocking started again in a more impatient way. Mina, it's me, open the door. They heard Ijiro was about to open the door as Mina held his hand. They started calling each other by nicknames since all people in the USA use first names. How do we know it's you? Tell me with your quirk it's you, she said. After a second they could hear Izuku's voice in their heads telling them it's him. They started to train with Izuku since it was way more effective this way, and talking without someone knowing was quite funny sometimes. They opened the door and Izuku rushed in as he hugged them both. Oh, thank God you're okay, Izuku said as he looked them over. He then kissed Ijiro with a relieved smile on his face. Sorry, I know you were okay, but it is way better if I see it with my own eyes, Izuku said when they parted. He raised an eyebrow as he saw the rifle in Mina's hands, but he didn't say anything about it. How did you know you were followed? Can you describe them? Izuku asked. I don't know, they were mostly in black suits and they were looking at us from time to time. Just look for yourself, Ijiro said as took Izuku's hand and placed it on his cheek. It wasn't necessary, but it was his way to show his permission. Izuku took Mina's hand so that she could go with them into Kirishima's mind, because Izuku didn't need skin contact with someone to get them in his mind, but taking someone in other person's mind was still hard and needed skin contact. They appeared at the park scene, but this time it was like they were sitting in front of a TV because they could pause and analyze the situation. Izuku was memorizing all their faces so that he could find them later. They could see how they tried to subtle follow them, but it was more than obvious after you know what they were doing. How in the world did I not notice that? Mina said as she looked around. It isn't your fault, Mina. We are lucky that they just observed us, Ijiro said. Their reason doesn't matter anyway. It is unacceptable that you were in danger, and I will handle the problem before something serious can happen to you, Izuku said as he made his way to the door with an angry expression on his face. I informed a friend of mine who will watch over the house and you for the 3 hours I'm gone. He opened the door, but he was turned around with more power than he thought as someone held him firmly in place. Do you intend to go alone and just leave us here without speaking with us first? Ijiro asked. Yes, this is the safest place I know here in the USA, and like I said, a friend of mine will be watching you out of the shadows, Izuku answered, a bit irritated that Ijiro didn't let him move an inch. Don't you have considered that we maybe want to go with you? Ijiro asked as his voice slowly got angry. No, this is dangerous, and I'm not putting you two in the bullet line. Izuku used a bit more power to free himself. He was at the door again when he heard Ijiro sigh. I really didn't want it to do this, Ijiro said when he straightened his body to his full height and his face turned serious. Izuku, stop there right now. When did I allow you to leave me just like that? Ijiro asked, but it was more of a rhetorical question. When did this relationship turn in something where I just have been reduced to someone without a say in what we do? Ijiro took a step forward with each word he said. It was just a meter between him and Izuku as he took Izuku's chin to look at him. If you just ignore my thoughts and feelings, is this then still the same relationship we wanted, the relationship you wanted? So I ask you one last time, when did you ask on my opinion and got my permission to leave me behind? Ijiro asked, and Izuku couldn't answer. He was shocked. First, Ijiro never did speak to him like this, so authoritarian. Second, he was completely right, he had said it himself that Ijiro will always be his first priority, and now he just ignore him like his thoughts didn't matter. Izuku swallowed as he looked at Ijiro's serious face. He looked a bit angry as well, and he had all right to be angry. I didn't, Izuku finally answered. Can I go to find someone and talk with them alone while you and Mina wait here? Izuku asked, but he didn't dare to look into Ijiro's eyes, too much shame was in him to do that. No, it was just a word, but it still shocked him. No, you can't go alone, we will come with you, Ijiro said. No, this time it was Izuku, and it was loud and clear, and there was no hesitation as he said that. Why not? My and Mina's quirk can be useful and we aren't that helpless either, Ijiro said. That is not the reason. I'm sure you two can handle yourself just fine, but I can't allow it, Izuku said. Why not? Ijiro asked again, a bit more angry that Izuku just wouldn't let them with him. That's a secret, Izuku said with a small blush. So will you let me go, Please, Izuku asked as nice as he could, but it seems he had to work on his puppy dog eyes. If you want my permission, then at least tell me the reason, Ijiro said as he crossed his arms. Your parents threatened me, Izuku whispered. I can't hear you, Ijiro said, but his tone was patient and his angry look was slowly disappearing. Your parents threatened me, Izuku said again. Ijiro just raised his eyebrows since he didn't know a single thing with what they could have threatened him. With what? He asked ultimately. Izuku took a deep breath as he tried to fight back the blush that was coming his way, but it was useless as his face turned red. They said that, Izuku said, but stopped. That? Ijiro asked. That if I ever want to be their son-in-law, that nothing happens to you, but it is also a promise from me that I gave them, Izuku said, bright red, looking away. So can I please go? Izuku's tone was so pleading and Ijiro was shocked himself as he looked away. Sure, but be careful and call me all 2 hours, Ijiro said as he hugged Izuku before he let him go. He looked how Izuku's figure was getting smaller with each second until he wasn't in his sight anymore. Man, Kiri, you had him so whipped out for 2 minutes and then you had to break just because he unofficially proposed to you. Ijiro turned around in a shocked face and just stared at her. No, he didn't, he just dumbly said. Oh yeah, of course not, she said sarcastically, and you of course didn't go with him because you wouldn't want to break his promise, but with not going with him didn't you practically say yes, Mina said with a smirk because she could see how slowly started to faint. Why on earth I'm always the last person to understand that, Ijiro said as he pace-bombed. I don't know if you're the last person, I think Izuku would have turned purple if he knew what he said, Mina said thoughtful. Oh my god, what I'm going to do, do you think he will remember what he said, do you think he will take that seriously, and if he does, do you think he will take me letting him go as an acceptance? What is when he doesn't even wanted to say these words? Ijiro panicked again, but Mina just shook him hard. Calm down, will ye, where is he strong and confident Kiri we had just 5 minutes ago? The Kiri who ordered Izuku around, she asked, but she didn't really get an answer as Kiri was lost in his thoughts again. Kiri, look, she said when she put a hand on his shoulder. What Izuku does or not is nothing you can control, so just relax a bit and think about what you can do, Mina said as she placed him on a chair in the kitchen. She then moved on to make a big pot of coffee since it was clear that they wouldn't sleep until Izuku was back. What do you mean what I can do? Ijiro asked. I mean that you can prepare your answer. My answer? Ijiro asked dumbheaded. Let's say Izuku remembers what he said and take it serious. So we know that Izuku will propose to you again in a more romantic way since he is Izuku, but what will you answer? Mina said as she placed a cup of coffee in front of him. Mina, we are underage. Yes, 16 I know, but we both know that's not right. We are at least 20 in our minds thanks to Izuku's quirk. We were in his quirk room for almost 4 years now, and it wasn't just learning. I remember many times where he created many different cities for us to watch, or the time he took you on a spontaneous date creating a Muse park underwater with creatures made from fable. So what will you answer him? I don't know, Mina, we are still 16 for all the people around us. If you say yes, that doesn't mean that you will marry him directly, you will be engaged maybe until you're 18, but that wasn't my question. I mean, would you want to marry him? Mina asked, but it was such dumb question since even a blind man could see that they were perfect for each other and they love each other more than anything. Mina, why are you asking that? You of all people should know that the answer were yes and that immediately, Ijiro said when he looked at her. Sorry, sometimes you're not that good when it is about your feelings, Mina said. Yeah, but I made this decision 4 months ago, Ijiro said. How so? Mina asked with a curious gaze. I maybe have dreamed about it, Kirishima whispered, but Mina could hear him. You dream about marring Izuku? What else do you dream about? Children, AC? She was about to say more but was interrupted when she heard Kirishima's cup hitting the ground and shatter into pieces. She looked up to see a shock-frozen Kiri staring back at her. Mina, don't you ever speak about that again when Izuku is by us, Ijiro said with a serious tone. Why just because you hadn't had AC did mean that your relationship is any less than others? No, not that, about children I mean, Ijiro said a bit sad. Mina just wanted to punch this guy into his dumb face. Kiri, if Izuku wanted a woman, a house and children, then he would have them. Izuku isn't someone who would be single for long, but he decided to choose you, and in all that nearly 5 years you had been together I didn't see him regret it once, and if you two want to have kids then adopt 1 or 2 or 3, I don't know how much you want, she said. Yeah, you're right, I just should wait until Izuku comes back and find out if he remembers and understands what he had said, Ijiro said with a smile. And if he doesn't, you said you would say yes, but what will you do if he doesn't remember or understands it? You know that Izuku is pretty obvious if it is about him, Mina asked. I can wait, I don't plan to change something in our relationship. If you say so, but you should work on your badass. I have Izuku completely under my control and whipped out mode, Mina said, making Ijiro red again. Meanwhile with Izuku. Izuku had reached the door to the hideout, if you can call it that, since it was a normal house. He had used his quirk to jump from person to person, search for the faces he had seen in Ijiro's thoughts. Him using his quirk like this was easy since he started training with Ijiro and Mina. His quirk range is now 1,200 meters and he can control 40 people for 45 minutes. Training with them was always a new experience since they thought of so many new methods to test him. Last time he used Mina as a host to expand his range to 2,000 meters to communicate with Kirishima, and his daily learn sessions with them expanded his time, or better said his quirk stamina. He knocked on the door 2 times before he waited. He knew that 12 people were in the house and he knew all their quirk and weapons, but since he subliminal planted the thought that talking as their first response, he didn't think that they would attack him. A man with black hair and average height opened the door and looked at him, and after a second he recognized him and jumped back into the house. Izuku followed him into house as he closed the door. Good evening, I hope you don't mind that I invited myself. How did you find us? Why are you here? The man asked loud, getting the attention from the other. They all came into the entrance hall and looked shocked at him, clearly amateurs. Then an older-looking man came from behind and gestured him wordless to follow him. When they arrived at the living room, he sent a man with whisper away. Dr. Midoriya, how can I help you? The old man asked. That would be my question. What do you intend by spying on my employers? Izuku asked calm. He had all 12 in his quirk and could freeze them anytime. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You know what? This takes too much of my time. I know exactly what you wanted and I know for who you work, so tell sensei that I will speak with him when I'm back at Japan, but also say that if something like this happens again, and I will make sure that all his hideouts and bank accounts will be published, Izuku said as he stood up. Are you sure it is wise for you to threaten sensei? The old man asked. Say to him that if he comes near my friends again without my permission, that I will not only leak this information, I also will bring him down myself, Izuku said as he moved. Be careful, Dr. Midoriya, you're playing with something too big for you, one of the others said. I don't want to sound rude, but I don't think that you know what you're talking about. What are you, 20? You're newly in here and just an amateur, so don't just speak with someone above you. The next person might not be so friendly, Izuku said as he left the house. Now he had to handle his other problem. He had just proposed to Ijiro, since he said that he don't wanted them to go with him because he wouldn't get the permission from Ijiro's parents. God, if this sheet, why in the world did it say this and I let me go? So he practically accepted, but did he even realize it? I should ask Mina, Izuku thought, slowly walking back home, thinking over and over if Ijiro would marry him. Izuku's way home was slow and filled with panic since he didn't know what Ijiro had figured out and what he will say to him. He walked through the door but was immediately hugged as Ijiro almost fell with him to the ground. Izuku, Ijiro just said he didn't know if he would let something slip that he didn't wanted, so he didn't say more. I'm okay, nothing happened and I have handled all things, they don't will be coming near you again, Izuku said as he hugged him back. He looked over Ijiro's shoulder to Mina. Hey, can we talk later? Said using his quirk. Mina just nodded but looked suspicion. Izuku slowly crept his way down to the kitchen after he waited that Ijiro fall asleep. He made a cup of coffee for him as he waited that Mina would come down in 2 minutes. He looked at her when she entered the kitchen. What is it that you want to talk about, Izuku? Did something happen to you that you don't want to tell Kiri? Mina asked serious. No, it's about the thing I said before I left, he said, and her serious face morphed to a smirk as she smiled at him. Your proposal, she said in a teasing tone, and Izuku blushed. Yeah, the proposal, did? Izuku took deep breath. Did Ijiro find out about it? He asked. No, Mina said, and Izuku looked at her hopeful, but I did, and then I told him, and Izuku's expression changed again. Oh, why did you do that? I had all planned out. On his 17th birthday I would have proposed and the marriage would have been if we were between 18 and 19 years old. How I'm going to propose now, because if he already knew it. Wait, what did he say? Did he say yes? Izuku asked as he looked at her. No, Izuku, you know perfectly well that I will not tell you that, and don't even think about using your quirk, she said as she crossed her arms. If you want an answer then you have to ask him like a man and wait for his answer, she said. But how I'm going to do that now? If I don't ask him the next days he will think that I don't want to marry him, but I don't have anything here, he said. Don't lie to me, Izuku, we both knew that you at least have the ring here, she said and looked him up and down as if she was waiting for him to show it to her. How did you know? He asked. Oh please, you're so romantic that you have already seen the perfect ring and bought it, didn't you? She asked. Izuku just nodded bright red as he took a small bag from his wallet to show it. In the bag were 2 silver golden rings with diamond line in the middle going around the whole ring. Modern and yet so like you, I like it with this 3 colors, it looks really nice, she said, and he smiled. You know what I think, she said in a serious tone. I think that you express your feeling in your relationship so openly because you can't with other people. Your quirk made you to someone who lived hundreds of lives already, and that this makes you bored and cold towards them since you already have seen them, all the bad things humans can do, so you hold a distance to all other persons you meet. And here I thought that you aren't one of the deep thinking people, Izuku said. I'm not, but for my friends there is nothing I wouldn't do. So let it be said, Midori, if you continue to only show emotions to me and Kiri then you will collapse one day, she said. Actually I have 4 people you know, just because I'm most of the time with you 2 doesn't mean I have forgotten them, my mom and my best friend and hopefully best man Naomasa, he said. Naomasa, you mean the detective, isn't he a bit too old to be your best man, she asked. Maybe, but nothing about us normal, so who cares, I mean we are just 16 and engaged and Naomasa is simply my best friend. You're right, but that means I will be Kiri's maid of honor, Mina said excitingly. Izuku wanted to say that Ijiro hadn't chosen yet, but he knew that there were no doubts that she would be. Congratulations, now I just need a plan to put the ring on his finger and then a plan to survive his and my family for not asking them, Izuku said, playing with the ring. Forget about his and your parents for a moment. The plan will be really simple. You will go with him on a date and you will show him the most beautiful places and imaginations in your quirk room. In the meantime I will put on this rings on your fingers while you're on your bed, she said with a smile, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh because of course she had to help them all the time in their relationship. But Izuku, you better give it your all if you put on your imagined ring on his finger, because if he says no and you come out and a ring is on his finger then you're more than effed, she said. And like that he had planned his proposal all night. As Ijiro woke up he could feel Izuku's hand on his. He smiled as suddenly the room vanished and they were on a river with beautiful flowers around the bed they were still on. It was warm but the sunlight were blocked by white clouds so that light didn't shine in your eyes. He looked at Izuku with a smile. He gripped Izuku's hand but didn't move as this was the perfect environment to wake up. After about 20 minutes he and Izuku sat up and just snapped his fingers and breakfast was on the bed. They eat as much as they wanted since they could taste it but didn't had limitations on how much they could eat since Izuku could just empty their stomach. Izuku was really getting better and better each time they ate to make the taste as accurate to the original as possible. Say, Izu, what are we doing here? Ijiro asked after they finished breakfast. Date, day. Izuku said, and with that they were on a landscape with flowers in all kinds of colors and a forest before them. He made all kinds of different animals as they strolled through the forest hand in hand. They picnicked once before they swapped the area again. Now they were underwater swimming with all kinds of fishes and corals, but they could still breathe. Ijiro once hugged Izuku's arm as a shark got near them and then blushed embarrassed as he remembered that they couldn't do anything to him if Izuku don't want it. The day continued like that, Izuku taking Ijiro on all kinds of different places, real or just his imaginations. They once even got on the moon, but it was fast cancelled as Ijiro slowly drifted away and panicked, but all in all it was a beautiful day and they wouldn't forget it that soon, and if Izuku's plan would work he wouldn't forget it ever in his life. They were in a 5-star restaurant and were having their last dinner. Ijiro, I wanted to ask you something, Izuku said, making Ijiro look up at him. I kinda proposed to you yesterday and I didn't get an answer, so... Izuku how knelt in front of Ijiro, outfit changed in a nice suit as they were surrounded by roses. Would you marry? Izuku asked as he held out the ring box. Ijiro's eyes watered instantly as his smile cracked. Yes, 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 he said as he hugged him, completely forgetting about the ring, but Izuku doesn't bother with it when he hugged him back. When they parted, Izuku took Ijiro's hand, put the ring on. Ijiro looked at it but couldn't stop crying. See, can you make one for you too? He asked, and Izuku didn't bother to explain him that just one wear the engagement ring because he already had 2 in real life as well, so he created the same ring in Ijiro's hand, who put it on his ring finger. Izuku took Ijiro's hand in letting the 2 rings hit each other. I hope you like the design, Izuku said with a big smile that wouldn't vanish. Yes, it's perfect just like you, he responded when they kissed. Izuku let his tongue slide in. He traced Ijiro's body up and down with his hands and then shoves Ijiro to the ground with him on top, but before they hit the ground it changed to a bed. They kissed for a while on it but parted eventually. We're engaged, Ijiro whispered as he stared at his ring. Yes, we are, Izuku said as he took Ijiro's hand and kissed the ring. You're forever mine, Izuku said as he hugged Ijiro from behind to set him in his lap. As I'm yours. Ijiro looked at his ring and sighed. How are we going to explain that to my parents? I don't know, maybe we don't say anything until they find out on their own, Izuku suggested, but he knew that this was bad plan that would dig their own grave only bigger. You know, we could use your little sister to say it to them in a nice and innocent way, Izuku said. That sounds like a plan. They lay in the bed for another 10 minutes, staring at the stars, processing what it meant to be engaged. Would you move in with me? Izuku asked out of the blue. Ijiro just looked at him for a moment before he nodded with a smile. It wasn't that big of a change since they practically lived together in the office. Silence fell over them again, but it wasn't the kind of awkward silence. It was nice and comforting to just be in the other's presence. Ijiro took Izuku's hand after half an hour and nodded, and with that they were back in their room, but it was decorated with a big congratulations sign on the calling and rose leaves were scattered all over them. Ijiro looked at his hand just to see the same ring on his and Izuku's finger. He smiled to himself as he looked over it. It was exactly the same. Mina probably put them on as they were away. Izuku suddenly grabbed his head as he kissed him again. He wanted to ask him but didn't came to it as Mina came in with more decoration. She looked at them and smiled. It seems like I should congratulate you, she asked in cheerful tone. Yeah, but you already kinda did, Kirishima said, pointing at the poster on the calling. So how will you tell it your parents? She asked, causing them to sigh. Maybe we will just let our rings on and hope that they didn't notice it, and if they find out we can say that we didn't hide it, Ijiro tried. Seems like a terrible idea, but I don't know an other for now, so let's go with that for now, Izuku said. The reminding months passed by very fast and they weren't spied on again. They had a photo shooting with Mina, how Izuku knelt in front of Ijiro since she wanted them for the wedding in 2 or 3 years. They got on their plane to Japan after they got the promise for the donation, and 2 professors saying that they don't mind working for him if the students don't mind, that they will teach in English until they learn Japan, but that could take a few years, so maybe for high school students, but still it was a progress. They excited the airport in Japan and were welcomed by the Kirishima family. Ijiro's little sister run up to them and hugged them and took Ijiro and Izuku's hand to drag them, but then she paused as she felt the rings. How mean, Oni-chan, you have matching rings with Izuku. I want one too, she said, making their parents look at them. Izuku tried to smile as he awkwardly scratched his neck, but his smile cracked with each passing second and Kirishima's parents staring at them. "Sheet," is all they said in the same time after a minute. "Sheet." Let's just say that their parents weren't that happy that their 16-year-old sons engaged without even asking them or telling them. They even forbid them to meet each other for a month since in their view they only know each other for a few months and not 5 years. Kirishima was angry that his parents just said that their engagement wouldn't mean anything and that they should wait until they know each other more. Izuku wasn't that angry since he knew that they would react like that. So over the month he used his quirk to meet with Ijiro each day and smoothed his anger, telling him that this was a complete normal reaction. "I calm down, we already talked about it. After this month we will move in together and just start our life. They will not be angry at us forever," Izuku said as he changed the surrounding to a landscape with red flowers covering the entire ground. "I know, Izu, it's just so frustrating to be away from you," Ijiro answered. "Yeah, I know, but we would have reacted the same way. Imagine our son would just engage without telling us after we raised him 16 years, Izuku said, but instead of an understanding look Ijiro's face blushed deep red. Ijiro couldn't stop blushing because Izuku just straightforward talked about their possible future family and children. "Say, Izu, can you take us in your quirk room without slowing the time down?" Ijiro tried to change the subject. "I don't know, I haven't thought about it because it was always so practical." "Yeah, normally yes, but now we meet each for hours a day, but once I'm back I have to wait all day until it ends," Ijiro said. Let us try that tomorrow. Today I just want to be with you." Izuku pulled Ijiro to him, hand around his waist as they just sat there for a while looking at the sky. "You know, I have never thanked you for all you did for me, Izu. You changed my view at society, you gave me the possibility to do something about it, you gave me a job well knowing that you could get someone more qualified, and you proposed to me and made my life one of the happiest on the world with that, so thank you." Izuku just smiled, looking Ijiro into his eyes. "You know that you more than deserve your job. I don't know how I managed my life before you, but what is more important is that you bring me back to reality each time I go too far, that I can trust you. Without using my quirk, that you trust me without a second thought and that you support me all the time. So you have nothing to thank for EI because that is what makes a relationship, to trust each other and support but also to stop each other if you need it," Izuku said with a smile on his face as he kissed Ijiro. Time passed and Izuku trained to create his quirk room without slowing down the time for the real world around them, but it was more complicated than he thought and for some reason it was way more exhausting than slowing down the time. He at first thought that exhaustion came from not being used to that kind of usage of his quirk, but time passed by and the exhaustion didn't get better. After almost a month of trying, he got a theory that by slowing down the time, he gave his brain more time to process all the information and actions other thought and did in his quirk room. After some time he gave up to completely be sure that his theory was right and thought that he will solve that in a few years when he know more about his quirk and take it as a fact for now. The year passed by pretty quickly and Ijiro's 17th birthday was today, just 3 months after Izuku's. They walked through the city after the date they had today to Ijiro's birthday. They were in the cinema and a restaurant, and after that they were in some kind of sea world. Now they walked through the city hand in hand enjoying the nightlife. Ijiro looked around to see that they were near UA University, the university he once wanted to go to, but now that he had Izuku he completely forgot about it and his dreams of becoming a hero since he already did what he wanted to do as a hero, to help these who needs it the most. Ijiro looked at Izuku as he dragged him to a other direction than he thought they were going since it was more of a residential area. They walked for a few minutes in silence until Izuku stopped and looked at him. "Ei, you know a few months ago I asked you if you wanted to move in with me and you said yes. So I thought it would be a nice birthday gift if I gave you the key to our new home." Izuku smiled as he handed him key, and only then Ijiro looked at the house behind them. It was nice modern-looking house, or more like a small mansion, since it had 4 floors with a big garage and nice big garden in front and most likely behind it too. He just disbelievingly stared at the house with awe because it had all most of the people probably wanted nice big windows for sunlight, a balcony and garden, what is really unusual for Japan, and it was near the city. It had a modern touch, but it was also kind of traditional with the wooden facade even with 4 floors. He got snapped out from his thoughts when Izuku poked him with one finger in his cheek, making him blush a little, but Izuku just smiled at him. "So I would like to ask you again, would you move in with me?" Izuku asked again, and like the first time he smiled and just nodded because he knew that it was enough for Izuku as an answer. They walked to the house and Ijiro used his key to open the door. Turning on the lights inside, they were met with a light-colored wooden floor and white walls. Going further in, they were in a big living room connected to the dining room, which was connected to the kitchen. It was a modern kitchen with mainly white marble for all kind surface. The kitchen had a door to the garden behind and a door to the main hall after the entrance. Other than a toilet, that was pretty much everything in the first floor. The second floor was just bedrooms for guests or children later, who knows, and of course 2 bathrooms. The third floor were office rooms for them and Mina, each big like the most living rooms in Japan, with walls out of windows giving them a breathtaking view over the city. There was also the master bedroom with connected bathroom with a shower and bath. The bedroom was big with a king-sized bed in the middle, but also with a cough and TV. In one corner were some gym equipment, since Izuku thought it was practical to wake and have their workout equipment nearby. "And what do you think?" Izuku finally asked. "It's great, I love it, it's pretty similar to the ideas I had as a child on my future house should look like," Ijiro said, and then realized that Izuku probably know that. "I know, that's the reason I asked my mother to search for one like this before we went to USA, and let me say that you have a pretty special taste." "What about you, Izu? What about your taste and ideas?" Ijiro asked, a bit concerned since it would be the house they would live in and Izuku didn't say something about his tastes and ideas. "I like it too. It's not exactly like your childhood dreams because I have my ideas in this house as well," Izuku said, making Ijiro smile in relief. So we live together now. That will probably give me a long talk with my parents," Ijiro said, making Izuku laugh. "You're probably right, but after that we will live together, so it will be worth it. So should we test the new bed?" Izuku smirked when Ijiro turned red. They really had gotten better with the blushing thanks to Mina's constant teasing and just adjusting that it was normal to hold hands if they were out, but sometimes they still blushed like this. What a pervert you are. I was just talking about sleeping, but you just thought about something perverted, didn't you?" Izuku asked as took Ijiro's chin to get Ijiro to look at him. "But if you want, I can make some of your thoughts come true," Izuku said with voice filled with lust as he pushed Ijiro to the bed and pinned him down, hands above his head as he kissed him. He removed Ijiro and his shirt and started to kiss him again, letting his tongue in Ijiro's waiting mouth. It tasted a bit like the ice cream they had before. He then traced down with his kisses, kissing his jawline, his neck, down to his nipples. He stayed there sking and biting a bit. Meanwhile, Ijiro lay there helpless, miming with a heavy blush on his face. It seems like you like it, to get hard from just kissing," Izuku whispered in his ear. Ijiro blushed even more but looked with a smirk back at Izuku. "As if you were better, Izu, I can clearly feel that you're hard too," Ijiro said, and with a surprising amount of strength he freed one of his arms. He pushed Izuku's shoulders so that they rolled around and he was on top on him. He then grabbed Izuku length through his pants and Izuku ummed. "I didn't know you had it in you to do something like this. Were you cheating on me, practicing all this kind of stuff?" Izuku asked in a playful tone. Ijiro just smirked as he slowly opened Izuku's pants and took it off with his underwear to see his huge pee-pee. "Maybe if you count the internet as cheating, Mina said that I should work with controlling you a bit more, so I thought that we both would start at this by zero. So I searched for some methods in gay SEC to be a bit more dominant, to have the upper hand in this," Ijiro said, and with that he took Izuku pee in his mouth, wrapping his tongue around his length and SED on it. Izuku ummed and took Ijiro's head to get him deeper, but as he pressed, Ijiro let go off his pee and smirked at Izuku. My, so impatient, Izu. Put your hands above your head and hold them there, or I will have to stop here," he said, and his smirk grew as Izuku shot his hands above his head with a small glare that more looked like a pout to him. "Good boy," Ijiro said and smiled when Izuku blushed at the praise. He again took Izu's pee in his mouth and SED on it, letting it slide further and further like he read on it in the internet, but theory and practice were two completely different things since he choked a few times on this monster of a pages. He could taste Izuku's pre-cum. It didn't taste salty like he read, it was more sweet, and he SED it all up. Izuku above him ummed and groaned uncontrollably, trying his best to don't move his hands. "I going to come," Izuku warned, but he just SE even more on it, and after just 5 seconds Izuku groaned loud as he came down his throat and he swallowed it all. They just lay there for a minute in each other's arms until Izuku moved above him, pinning him down again, but this time with more strength. You really got me there, ordering me. But do you really think that you're the only one that can play this game? Izuku said to him, and a shiver run down his spine as he looked at Izuku's lust-filled eyes. Izuku then undressed him in record time by tearing apart his pants and underwear at the same time with such ease that it sent another shiver down his spine. He couldn't even think about what this hands could do to him. Izuku then took his still rock-hard pee-pee in his mouth and he aimed at the new feeling. Izuku's mouth was just perfect to SCK him with tongue playing around him, and he couldn't help but do the same thing like Izu. Placing his hands on Izu's head, he pushed him further down. Izuku shocked as he pushed him but didn't stop like him before. He just SCK'd at him, letting him push him up and down in which speed he wanted. He ummed as he pushed Izuku so deep down that he had to take his entire PP, and he loved it. He was almost about to come, but then Izuku stopped. Izuku looked up at him and smirked. You are pretty rough, you know, pushing me up and down how you like it, knowing exactly that this is my first blow job, getting a little bossy just because you got order me a few minutes ago. Such a bad boy you are. I should punish you, don't you think? He couldn't answer since he was dazed from almost climaxing and couldn't think about something but to get Izuku back there. Izuku started to SCK again, and he didn't know what kind of punishment this was, but he liked it. He was almost about to come again as, "You're not allowed to come without my permission, Izuku said in a voice that he hadn't heard in a while, and he suddenly realized that he was F'd. He couldn't come, his body wouldn't allow it even if someone SCK'd and F'd him on the same time because Izuku's orders are absolute. He shook his head around as he still was so close to his orgasm but couldn't reach it, and if that wasn't enough, Izuku started SCK at him again. It drove him crazy not being able to come. Izu, please. Please, Izu, let me come. Ijiro's voice was broken with small sobs between his words. If you ask so nicely, you have my permission, Izuku said with smile as he looked at him, and how his face turned to a relieved one as he thought that his eyes turned white for a moment as he had the best orgasm of his life. You cheater, using your quirk like that, Ijiro said with no bite as he hugged Izuku and placed his head on Izuku's chest. What can I do if my partner just learned how SCK someone crazy without me? You let me no choice there, Izuku said as he kissed him. Okay, but this is the last time you use it like that. I want to have fair chance in this, Izu. Is this an order, Izuku asked as he lifted Ijiro on him. I said it already to you, this world isn't fair. If you want to have a chance, you should do something about it, Izuku said with a smirk, but realized fast that Ijiro was already asleep on top of him. So he hugged him and fell asleep as well. Over the next week, he and Ijiro moved in together, of course, not without a long talk with their parents about their SEC life. He almost laughed at Kirishima's dad as he tried to explain how gay SEC worked since it was so far from reality. They had to promise to wait with it at least until they are sure they both want it. He wanted to say that they both wanted it since they met. But he had to think about something else. He had to contact All for One and speak with him, and he had to speak with All Might and some selected people who know about One for All. Mina, I have a favor to ask, Izuku said to them as they sat in his new office at the 3rd floor next to the master bedroom. Sure, whatever you want, Midori, Mina said. I have a list with people I want to meet, if possible this week. Izuku handed them a list with quite a few names. They looked at it with wide eyes as they read names like All Might, Sir Night Eye and Nizu. I want you to set up a meeting with them, and that's secretly. Where and when is your decision. Just make sure that just the invited people know about it and no one else. He and Mina nodded as they looked over the list again and thought of a good place to hold such a meeting. And what will you do in the meantime? Mina asked as she looked at him with a suspicion look. I will, if I allow it, go and meet with All for One, Izuku said and asked at the same time. Mina, you handle the meeting, I will go with Izu. Ijiro made sure that what he said was 100% in order and left no place to arguments. Sure, she just said. She snickered a bit when she looked at Izuku, who tried to argue but know that if he said something that he would make it worse. So when do we meet the supervillain? Ijiro joked. This evening we don't have an appointment, but I think he will let us through to him. Izuku sighed defeated and shot Mina a glare when he heard a whipped from her. They were in front of an old but classy bar. They entered and looked at a man made of purple smoke with yellow eyes behind the bar. He wore a suit and looked more like a gentleman from old movies than a barkeeper. It seemed like the man recognized him immediately since he pressed a small button immediately. Good evening, what can I get the two gentlemen? He asked them. 2 non-alcoholic cocktails that you would recommend, please. Ijiro answered fast before Izuku could order something alcoholic. Izuku looked at him and pouted a little but didn't say anything. You have a nice bar here. The decoration and the atmosphere is really friendly and welcoming, Izuku said looking around. Thanks, thought most costumers didn't care that much about it, the barkeeper said. And I thought Sensei's followers would have a bit more taste to value your work, Izuku said making the smoke back a little, opening a portal behind him to be battle ready. Calm down, we are not here to fight Kurogiri, Ijiro said. He was glad that Izuku had given him all the information he needed, so him saying Kurogiri's name made Izuku having an information quirk or something like it a but more unrealistic. If you just open a portal to all for one, we will no longer bother you, isn't that right, Sensei? Izuku asked as he looked at the monitor on the wall. Let them to me, Kiri, all for one ordered, and a portal opened in front of them. They walked through it and ended up in a windowless cold room like an old basement. In the middle there were medical equipment with a man connected to them. The room smelled like a mix of hospital and cemetery. It made Ijiro really uncomfortable, but what made it worse was the face the man had, or better didn't had, since he had no eyes. Instead he had scar tissues all over his face. Dr. Midoriya, what can I do for you? The man finally asked, head in their direction like he could still see them. I'm here to ask you to stop your plans on destroying society and the hero community since it's counterproductive to my plans, Izuku said, missing no beat as he answered. I don't think that will be possible. This society has to go down, and I think that you're doing is great, but it isn't enough. But your plans involve innocent people getting hurt or even dead. This society will not change just through raw power. What we need is to change it from inside, to change their thinking and not controlling them through fear. If you use fear, the new world you build will fall the moment you die and society will go back to normal. So please try to change society from the inside. Go to politics with your wisdom and charisma, you can do so much, Izuku said with firm voice, but it also sounded hopeful. I know that you mean it good, but this society has to pay for all the terrible things they did, all for one said. I know what happened to you and people with quirks early on, but you have to move on. These were old days and you can't hold a grudge against society forever. So please listen to me. If not, you let me no choice than to choose sides, and I really didn't want that. Are you threatening me, Dr. Midoriya? All for one asked with serious tone that slightly frightened Ijiro. If so, who guaranteed you that you and your secretary will leave this place alive? And now was the moment Ijiro started to sweat, because this guy could still steal their quirks. A supervillain with Izuku's quirk would be so terrifying and be able to control the world. He was getting more nervous with each passing second until Izuku put an arm around his shoulder and pulled him to him. This isn't just my secretary, he is also my fiancé, so if I hear you say something like this again, I will personally ruin your life. You of all people should know the value of information, all for one. So if you or some of your followers just verbally threaten him, then I will give the government not just the location of this place, the bar, your bank accounts, but also the locations of your nomus and their weaknesses. I will give them the future locations you have planned to escape to if someone finds this place, so be careful how you speak with him, Izuku said and took his hand as they turned to the door, but a portal opened in front of them. I will inform my group, but I don't think that society deserve forgiveness yet, so I think our path will separate here, all for one said. That is really a shame. I know that you already figured out my quirk and that you think that you're immune against it because I didn't use it on you, but to make myself clear, I'm here as a guest, and that is the same reason I will not tell the police about this place, because I came here in friendly intentions, but if I have to, I will do everything to protect these who needs help. With that, they walked through the portal and were in the bar again. They walked home together after their meeting with all for one. Izuku still with his cocktail in his hands, he was smacked out of his thought as Ijiro pulled on his hand. Izu, why didn't you just use your quirk to change his mind? Ijiro asked him. You know that I don't like it to force someone with my ideas, he answered. Yeah, I know, but this time isn't just ideas we're talking about, lives could be taken. I know, and I thought about it, but other than ethical reasons I just can't. What do you mean you can't? Ijiro asked, shocked. I mean, I can't force him. He has over 200 quirk, a few of them mental, that protect him from mine. I still can take him in my quirk room as long as I have visual contact, but I can't force him. I tested it earlier and took us in my live quirk room for just one sentence and it worked, but after we got through the portal I tried it again and it didn't, but I still could read his thoughts, so I must have been in range, he explained to Ijiro. That is pretty scary that he is safe from you even if you could prison him in your quirk, but still being able to resist you is pretty good, Izuku said. Yeah, I hope he changes his mind about destroying society. They got to their home and entered it but stopped as they saw All Might coming out of their toilet, not noticing them as he walked to the living room. They just stared at each other dumb-headed but moved after him and entered the living room, seeing all the people Izuku had on his list. Izuku cleared his throat, getting all their attention, making Mina pout as she nearly got Sir Nightai's autograph. All Might, who talked with Nezu and Naomasa, looked at them curiously, and Sir Nightai and Gran Torino just stopped talking. The silence was broken by a yellow sleeping bag coming up from behind the "So you're the one who invited us?" Aizawa asked Izuku directly. "No, that would be Izu," Izuku said, and Aizawa just looked at him and raised his brow to signal him to explain why. "Good evening, my name is Izuku Midoriya and invited you all to talk about One for All." With that, all adults stilled and looked at him with a serious stare. Just Aizawa looked a bit out of it. "Izuku, why do you want to speak about this secrets with such a large group?" Naomasa asked as he went to him. "You're right now. The group is a bit large for such important secret, but Aizawa-san is the only person who don't know about it. Isn't that right?" Izuku asked Aizawa, obviously knowing the answer. "If you ask me if I know what you're talking about, them, yes, you're right, I don't know about it," Aizawa said, getting more irritated with each second. "Mina, how did you get them together so fast?" Izuku asked. "I asked Nezu to organize it," she said, smiling, proud of her idea. That explains a lot." Izuku walked to Nezu. "Then let us switch the location for this talk," Izuku said as he took Nezu's paw and activated his quirk. To the rest, nothing happened, but Izuku and Mina know exactly that Izuku created a quirk room which looked like the living room. They know because each time they switched, the smell changed slightly since Izuku wasn't so good with recreating it. "So now we can talk," Izuku said, letting go of Nezu's paw and sat at the cough, gesturing Izuku to his side. "Kid, didn't you say something about switching locations?" Gran asked. "And we did. You just didn't notice it, but you don't have to be ashamed of it. Just 4 noticed it, and 2 of them are my close friends, so you can reduce it to 2, Izuku said, making the most of them more irritated. "Young Midoriya, I don't understand what you mean. We are in the same room as before," All Might said, making Izuku sigh. "Eraserhead, I'm sure you watched the interview with me saying All Might is too naive. Would you like to explain what is different?" Izuku said, and saw the silent laugh Aizawa behind his scarf. "Sure, short, all of our senses changed. It smells different, my spit tastes a bit different, and my sleeping bag feels different," Aizawa said. "That is right. So does someone know where we are?" he asked the round, and Mina was about to answer, but Izuku silenced her. "Dr. Midoriya, I know that you are genius and well known under scientists. What, by the way, was my only reason to meet you, but if you're just here to waste my time, then I will go," Sir Nightai said as he stood up to leave, but as he tried to leave the room he noticed that the door didn't move an inch no matter how hard he tried. "Sir Nightai, I'm sure Izuku didn't invited you to waste your time, but to make it quick, we are all in his reality, in his head," Izuku said. "Excuse, we are where?" "Young man," All Might asked. "In my head," Izuku said, and Nezu really looked like he wanted to ask a question but didn't do it to save his image. Izuku then clapped his hand and they all were on an endless landscape covered with blue and red flowers. They all looked around in shock mostly, and Gran had almost a heart attack, but after some time calmed down, and with that Izuku clapped again and pavilion appeared next to them. It was bigger than the living room and was made out of gold and marble. In the middle were a round table with 9 chairs around it. Each seat place had a cup of coffee and tea and some cookies. They all silently sat down. Mina and Izuku left and right to him as the others took a random seating. "As you all can see, my quirk allows me to take people to my quirk room. This room is completely controlled by myself and allows me to create whatever I want." "I thought your quirk is mind reading, Izuku," Naomasa asked. "I will answer your question in a moment. First, I would like to introduce you and give my reasons to why you are here," Izuku said, and others nodded. "First we have All Might. Since it's your quirk I want to talk about and you finding a successor, I thought you should be here. Next, Gran Torino is here because he know about One for All and was one of All Might's teachers. Then we have Sir Nightai, whose presence isn't necessary, but since he knew about the secret and were All Might's old sidekick, I thought All Might could need some people he trusts. Then we have Nezu, the same as with Sir Nightai, and I don't owe you the favor after this." Aizawa-san is here since he is my favorite hero, and the other reason will I tell you if the time is right. Naomasa is my first and best friend, and on top of that he also knows about One for All, and with that about All Might's decreasing time limit. Most of them looked shocked at him that he knows something like this, other just were curious what he would say next. To sum it up quickly for Aizawa-san, All Might's quirk is a simple energy stock filling quirk with the small expectation that it can give to others. So, All Might, our symbol of peace, was once a quirkless man who got this powerful quirk that gets more power with each holder it had. What makes this meeting more important is that All Might is slowly dying from the injury he got from All for One. Izuku explained, and Aizawa nodded in understanding without looking shocked or confused, which Izuku was really grateful for. Now, my quirk is called mind reading, but it is so much more to it. I can not only read mind but also manipulate them, and of course I can take people here. That explains how you could see through me each time seeing all my traps in our chess game, Nezu said with a thoughtful tone. But what is this meeting about? If you wanted information then you just could have looked into our minds, so I think you want something. Like always you're correct, Nezu. I will be blunt about this. I want One for All, Izuku said, and All Might spit his tea over the table. Excuse me, All Might said, shocked as his eyes grow wide. Kid, you're asking for the power to be the next symbol of peace, Gran said. You are crazy, why should he give you his power, Sir Knight, I said. Their voices grow louder with each second until Eraserhead slammed his hand down on the table, silencing them. Stop bickering like little kids, you're worse than my students. If Dr. Midoriya asks you something like that he will have his reasons, other things would be totally illogical, and to what I have seen he isn't illogical, Aizawa said with sigh. Indeed, logical as always, Aizawa. Nezu finally spoke, shutting them all up because you really didn't want to mess with Nezu. Thanks, now to my reasons. First, All Might is dying and we will not know for sure that he finds the perfect successor. Second, my body can handle about 70% of One for All already. Third, and most important, I can read his mind and know how to handle the quirk, and the rest I can learn in here, Izuku finished, gesturing around. I'm new to this, but it sounds pretty logical to me, Aizawa said, sipping his third coffee. It does, but it makes me uneasy to give my quirk to someone I didn't choose myself. What if you just lied to us and turned to a villain after getting the quirk? All Might asked, and the table fell silent until dark aura was radiated from Kirishima. Ijiro know exactly that with enough willpower even he could control this room. Izuku told him once that mind manipulation only worked on people with weaker minds. So if someone had more willpower he could take control. Who do you think you are to question my partner, my future husband? Izuku could kill you all with just one thought. He could manipulate people's thoughts to serve him, give him money, but no, he is building schools for these who were tossed aside from society because people like you don't care about them, because if you would care you would already said something to them, help them, but no, you life in the fame people give you for taking out villains, but fighting the source didn't went through your mind once. Tell me, All Might, is it because you need villains to get the feeling of being useful? Ijiro questioned, and nobody even breathed as they all know it was true what he said, but at the same time they know that All Might was a good person deep down. Kid, look, I don't like All Might, it's his jump down to a fight because I can and don't think about others thing that makes me dislike him, but you should be careful what you say. He is still the symbol of peace and you have to respect that, Aizawa said, but his words weren't that potent like Ijiro's before. You're right, I'm sorry, All Might, Ijiro said, bowing. But I think that Aizu is concerned about you getting killed by All for One without passing your quirk down or passing it down to the wrong person due to the limited time you have. No, you have all rights to stand up for your fiancé, All Might said. But you don't have to worry, I have enough time since I defeated All for One already. I'm afraid, but that isn't right since me and Ijiro had a meeting with him just an hour ago, Izuku said, and most of the table stiffened. What do you mean I destroyed his skull? He can't survive that, All Might said disbelievingly, but Izuku clapped his hands and they all were in the same room. Him and Ijiro was just an hour ago staring at the eyeless man. As you see, he is definitely not dead, and with how our conversation went he doesn't plan to stop attacking heroes, especially you, All Might, Izuku explained. There is one thing I don't understand, if you're so powerful like Kirishima-kun described, then why didn't you change his mind, Aizawa asked. I can't. Look, you saw me touching Nezu. That is because Nezu has a strong mental quirk that protects him from mine. I still can read his thoughts and can get you in this quirk room, but I can't control your mind. Same thing with All for One, he has some mental quirks that protect him and I'm sure he will give some to his higher-ranked followers if he tries to attack. That makes sense, but can't you give us all the information you have on him? Aizawa asked. I can, but only if he breaks our agreement, Izuku said, and Aizawa sighed. Kid, look. He tried to convince Izuku but was interrupted. No, I said to him that I will choose sides if he makes me. Until then I will work with heroes and villains to change society to the better. I will not remove heroes because there will always be some psychopaths that goes around harming others, but if I have success with my plans, the most hero-villain fights will be watched in cinemas and not on the news, because then society will go in another direction, one where quirkless and quirked can and will live together without discriminating each other. Kid, Aizawa started again, but again he was interrupted. You should stop calling him Kid Eraserhead. He is my friend for over 11 years now, and I can guarantee you that he is not someone you should speak to as if he were a child. He is almost 18 and with that legally an adult, but if you add the time he has lived in this place, he should be older than you. Naomasa said it was a bit surprising since he hadn't said anything and Izuku didn't introduce him well, so some of them forgot about his presence. What do you mean the time he lives in here, Sir Knight? I asked. What I mean is that each hour in here is just a minute in the real world, and that Izuku likely has spent at least 10 years in here, Naomasa said. 18, Izuku simply corrected. Okay, I think I understand, All Might said. As you wish, Midoriya, I will give you one for all under one condition. I will be teaching at UA next year and I want you as a student there. I will even recommend you. Suddenly they heard a loud laugh as Izuku tried not to fall from his chair. Sorry, it was just so funny to think about you teaching because you have obviously no talent for something like this, Izuku said, still laughing. All Might on the other hand looked a bit offended. What do you mean no talent? I'm a hero for over a decade. I think I can give that to the next generation, All Might said. You may be an amazing hero, but teaching is way more demanding than you might think. For example, what would you say to me how I should activate One for All? Izuku asked. All Might thought for a moment before he responded. Clench your butt cheeks together and yell from the depths of your soul. Smash, All Might said, throwing his fist in the air. Some of them snickered. Sir Knight, I even blushed at the shame he had for All Might. Gran even activated his quirk and smacked him. There you have it, All Might, that is the dumbest way to teach. First, if you would have found a successor who can't read your mind, he would have done it and probably would have broken all his bones. Second, all enemies you would have known about One for All, and the public will know that he would be your successor since you're the only one who yells smash. All Might had decency to look ashamed of it, but Izuku just continued. Doesn't matter, anyway you will learn it, but if you want me there I have a condition on my own, Izuku said, and Nezu looked at him trying to find out what it was. And what would that be, Izuku? Naomasa asked for Nezu. It's nothing big since I already wanted to go to you since I and Mina wanted to go there, Izuku said, making Mina and Ijiro wide-eyed. Since they already had given up on it because they had already all they wanted. What I want is you, Izuku said, pointing at Aizawa, who just looked tired at him with a question mark above his head. Izuku, why do you want Eraserhead and what for? Naomasa asked, since all heroes seem to don't know how to speak with him. Since I was little I liked Eraserhead because he is good in his job. He does it because wants to help people and he is the living proof that even quirkless people can be a hero, Izuku said, but All Might looked like he wanted to ask something. What is it, All Might? Izuku finally asked, since it didn't seem like he would have asked on his own. But young Midoriya Aizawa has a quirk, and you could have heard a feather drop because the whole table was trying to process where All Might left his brain. After an uncomfortable amount of time, Mina couldn't help it and started laughing. And that will be our teacher, she said as she rolled over the floor laughing. The rest of the table had their faces hidden, some of shame, some of amusement. Yes, Aizawa-san has a quirk, but it doesn't work on mutant types, so he fight them quirkless and wins nevertheless. Now to my condition, I want Aizawa-san as homeroom teacher for us three, and I want him to train EI in quirkless battle so that he can pass the entrance exam without his quirk, Izuku said. I'm sorry, but we never said that your friends will be getting a recommendation, Nezu said. They don't need a recommendation, they are strong enough to pass the entrance exam, Izuku said with proud smile as he looked at them. I assume that Kirishima has mental quirk if you ask me to train him. If you want I can give him a recommendation. This exam is way too much based on destructive quirks, but Nezu don't want to change it without telling me the reason, Aizawa complained, and Nezu's eyes switched a bit at that. You don't have to. EI has physical quirk that is perfect for the exam, and the reason why Nezu don't want to it is because he is afraid of mental quirks because he has one of his own and know how strong they are. At that he whole table turned to Nezu, who looked a bit angry, but his expression changed to neutral pretty fast. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku. For these people there are rescue points, Nezu tried to defend. Yeah, of course, sorry that I said that, Izuku said, and Nezu looked a bit relieved. These points are bullshit, Nezu, if you don't inform them about it. I know exactly that you fear mental quirks like mine because until you met me you could control all people like you wanted because they didn't have the same mental capability like you. There are so many physical quirks that they counter each other, but mental quirks are rare and most of them give them an advantage against physical quirks because their possibilities and potential is almost limitless. Nezu just looked away, sipping his tea without commenting on Izuku's speech. Aizawa looked at Nezu but didn't say anything. Let us get back to business. I would like to transfer one for all a month before start of the university so that All Might has enough time left to teach. But I want EI's training start with the next week, and I know you have nothing better to do, Eraserhead, since you expelled all in your class this year, so maybe 2 times a week for 2 hours in my quirk room that gives 240 hours of training each week. Aizawa wanted to argue with Izuku, but he really didn't know what to say since Izuku was right with all he said, so let it be. It seems it's all settled then. If you don't mind, Izuku, would you let us out? Nezu asked, and with a nod they were back at the living room. One last thing, my quirk is like All Might's a secret and will stay one. Clear? Izuku asked with so much authority that it was impossible to say no. Of course, most of them said as they went out. Aizawa turned and signaled him that he will return in a week and made a gesture to call him. The last months until they would go to Udata University were pretty tiring, since Izuku had to train with Ijiro, who said that he also should train with them, and he couldn't say evening against it since he couldn't do anything in the meantime because he created the quirk room for the training. He was trying to dodge one of Aizawa's attacks but was pushed back and wrapped up in his capture weapon. He sighed, and in a second they were at the beginning of the battle. It's a technique to save time for them. It's like a respawn in a video game. Izuki, you should work more with your positioning. Your material arts is good, but you need to know how to move around. Aizawa said. Over the months they got pretty close and started to call each other by first names. I know, but with your capture weapon it's a clear disadvantage for us, Izuku said, and Ijiro could only agree with it. It was really difficult to attack him quirkless, and even with his quirk he know he wouldn't have no chance. If you want weapons, then make some. You can always have some in your hero costume, Aizawa replied as he attacked them again, but this time Izuku made 2 sorts of small ball. He threw the black one and it exploded before it collided with Aizawa. Out of it came black smoke that blocked Aizawa's sight, and a moment later Izuku was behind him, kicked him so hard that you could hear ribs breaking, but they didn't stop. Aizawa flew over the ground to Ijiro, who jumped and smashed him into the ground. That was a bit overdrive, Aizawa said as he respawned. He looked at the small ball in Izuku's hands and took one of each and threw them. The black, like before, made a massive smoke screen. The blue, however, created an explosion of an electricity field. They are rather useful, maybe I will get them for myself too, he said. It was just an idea, but you are right, we should make us equipment. Yeah, your quirk is perfect for close combat, so how about we make you some ranged weapons and maybe some traps so that you can hold your quirk a secret until the sports festival, Izuku said, and Ijiro nodded with a thoughtful expression. I don't like to say this since it's important that you can fight individually, but since you two will be always going around together you could make a formation, Aizawa advised. That sounds good, me as the front line and Aizu as backup, Ijiro said, thoughtful, then his face brightened. I want an energy shield on the left hand and magnet gun for the left hand, Ijiro said. Izuku raised his brow but looked into Ijiro's thoughts to build what he wanted. In Ijiro's hand appeared a handle with a button, and in his right hand a normal gun with a bigger opening for the bullet. He pressed the button and medium-sized shield of energy came out. That is impressive, Aizawa said. He looked ahead and a dummy appeared. He shot at it and the bullet hit the target and wrapped it in black glittery. Izuku made a metal wall in the near and the target was on the wall in 2 seconds without the possibility to move. The thought is great, EI, but I don't think that we have the technology to build something like this. Izuku and Ijiro looked a bit disappointed, so as Aizawa. Izuku thought for a minute until created a new thing for Ijiro. On Ijiro's hands appeared gloves. At the first sight it looked like normal red gloves, but between the knuckles were small veins and in it wires. These gloves have 6 wires in it that you can use them to make traps or use it block and attack others. The wires are very thin so they are hard to see especially in battle, but they will be almost indestructible because they will made out of our new material we use for space suits, so it's also flexible, Izuku explained. Sounds nice. How does it work? Ijiro asked, swinging them around. On each side there will be 1 wire you can use for traps. You can shoot them if you form your hand in a gun and use your thumb to shoot. So you shoot 2 times to on each side of a room, maybe in foot high, to make them stumble. The second wire is to attack and you can use like a whip, but if you hit someone it will stick and you pull him or throw him your traps. The third one is for your mobility. It's like a grappling hook so that you can get on higher places like buildings faster. Last but not least, if you put your fists together they will connect and make a grid that can be used to defend yourself, Izuku said, taking a deep breath because of his long speech. That seems so simple and yet hard to master, but it sounds good. The only thing I will change is that I will make the wires even thinner so that no one can see them. I will need some sort of glasses that can detect them and see through a smoke screen because I find them pretty useful and will probably use them, Ijiro said, testing the gloves and the smoke ball. Okay, seems like they will be your choice. I will make them until next week, Izuku said, but was brought back to the real world with Ijiro and Aizawa as Mina shook him. Midori, I have really bad news, she said as she looked at the ground. What is it, Mina? He asked, a little bit impatient. The government, Mina started but stopped as she looked at him, and he had the strange feeling that she feared him. The government, he questioned, and Mina took a step back before she continued. The government made a new law that will forbid us to open the school until they have inspected it, and that will be in 4 years, so 1 year after our graduation, Mina said, and the room fell silent, and man was she right to step back as Izuku smashed his fist down on the table, breaking it. You could almost see the dark aura radiating from him. That, F. This bullshit. Izuku was bad with emotions since he didn't show them often because there weren't much with his quirk that could trigger them aside from Ijiro. Izuku's face was filled with rage as threw the chair through the room and stormed off. Ijiro decided to follow Izuku before he does something dumb in this state. He waved to Aizawa and Mina with an awkward smile before he disappeared. Izuku was walking, or more like running through the street, getting some looks from the people around him. He got under a tunnel when Ijiro caught up to him and hugged him from behind. They stayed like this for a while and Izuku turned just cry in Ijiro's shoulder, who have gotten as tall as him. Ijiro just hugged him, patted his head and whispered smoothing words. Why do they want to sabotage me? What in all world did quirkless people do to them to be treated like this? Izuku asked, still sobbing. I don't know, Aizu, I don't know, but there is nothing we can do about it. What we can do is to make better controls on the schools in the meantime, to make sure that quirkless people can get help from us, Ijiro whispered to him. You're right, but it was my whole plan. I have nothing planned now for 4 years. I thought that I would have enough work with managing schools, Izuku said as he stopped crying and took a step back to see that Ijiro's shoulder was completely wet from his tears. You should for once in your life enjoy yourself, Aizu. You have worked since you were a small kid, so take that as an opportunity and be selfish for once. Go to university with me and live your life without helping someone. There will be teachers looking over them, so you can just relax for once. No helping, no planning, no work, just you and me enjoying life together, Ijiro said with a smile. I don't know, I always do something and I don't know what will happen if I stop with that, Izuku said, but Ijiro grabbed him and smashed his lips on his. Then I will formulate it different. You do nothing, you will enjoy your life and you will only help if someone asks you personally and I approve of it. That is an order of your future husband, are we clear? Ijiro said as he grabbed Izuku's PP through his pants and squeezed it a little, which earned him from Izuku. We were in public, Izuku protested, but Ijiro didn't let go of him. I asked if I made myself clear, Ijiro asked. Yes, Izuku ummed out as his PP was already hard. Ijiro grabbed him, lifted him up, and Izuku naturally wrapped his legs around his waist as he pressed Izuku against the tunnel wall. He was about to open Izuku's pants when he heard something behind him. 2 medium-sized meat suits where I can hide in. A green slime-like creature said, shooting out his slime to capture them, but they both dodged intuitively. Stand still, you two, it will only hurt for 45 seconds, the villain said as he tried again to attack them, but they keep dodging each time. Aizu, I have enough, make him stop, Ijiro said, and the villain eyed him for a second before he froze in his movements. Stop, Izuku said, and with that the villain couldn't move. You could have done that earlier, then wouldn't had to stop, Ijiro remarked at Izuku's obvious irritation. But he would still be there and watch, or was that your intention? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Doesn't matter anyway, All Might should be here in 3, 2, 1. Fear not. For I'm here. All Might jumped into the tunnel and charged at the villain but stopped as he spotted the two. Young Midoriya, he said and looked at Ijiro for a second trying to remember the. It's Ijiro Kirishima, Ijiro said to make this less awkward. I see you already caught the villain, All Might said. He then took 2 water bottles from his bags he was carrying and emptied them to transport the villain. Izuku then ordered the villain to imprison himself in them, but not without checking if the villain deserved to be in this situation, but as it seemed it was completely his own fault since he had great childhood and a job, but greed can make anyone to a villain. Thanks for your help, I will be off then and bring him to the police. We will see us a month before the new school year at Uda starts. Young Midoriya, All Might crouched down and with a small crack in the ground he took off. He is a bit weird but otherwise okay, Ijiro said. Yeah, Izuku took a step towards him. You have started this, shouldn't you take responsibility? Izuku asked, grabbing his butt. He blushed a little on how bold they have gotten to even do that in public. He smiled as he looked Izuku in his eyes. They were just so beautiful and honest with this emerald green shining it had. What are you smiling at? Izuku asked him. Just how far we have gotten. Just a year ago we couldn't even hold hands without blushing of embarrassment, and now we are making out in public. Ijiro had a thoughtful look when he said that. Ijiro called for attention. I really want you to enjoy your life in this 4 years until work starts again, so no business. Let other people handle that, Ijiro demanded more than asked. Izuku looked at him and smiled as he nodded. And I want you to not use your quirk in UA if not necessary. I want you to have some freedom, and that is not possible if you know all thoughts, desires, secrets and intentions of the people around you. This time Ijiro asked, but his puppy dog eyes made it impossible to say no. If he got good at that, Izuku thought. I feel really uncomfortable without my quirk, but if it's so important for you then I will do it, but you live with the consequences of this request, Izuku asked as took another step forward, standing just an inch away from him. Do you think you can handle me if I have no work and quirk? I could become clingy, he said and squeezed his butt. I think I can handle my horny fiancé and help him to socialize without his quirk, Ijiro said and kissed Izuku. He again lifted him up and pressed him against a wall. They were about to open their pants when a big explosion interrupted them again. Izuku sighed as he used his quirk to see what happened. He sighed again when he saw that the sludge villain escaped somehow, so he grabbed Ijiro and they took off to the fight. I saw just a few things, but it seems that the villain has escaped and now has a hostage. We will fight him quirkless so that they can't scold us for breaking the law. I will throw you at the villain and you have to punch his eye, then grab the hostage and I will pull you out. Ijiro just nodded as they came closer. They run past the crowd and heroes who shouted at them to come back, but they just ignored them. Izuku then grabbed him on his waist and one hand under his shoes so that he could use it as platform. He jumped and Izuku pushed after him, sending him at an impressive speed to the villain. He caught a hand of the hostage as he kicked the villain into his eyes. He looked behind as he fall down and saw Izuku holding out his hand, and he grabbed it as he was pulled to him with an enormous force. They landed on the ground and kept running, carrying the hostage. The heroes took down the villain now that the hostage was free, and only then Ijiro looked at the boy. He had spiky ash blonde hair and an angry expression, even knocked out. He seems to have some sort of fire quirk since all around them was something on fire. They brought him to the medics who were already there and tried to leave but were caught by death arms. You too, where do you think you're going? He asked, setting all the attention on them with even some cameras. Home, we have done nothing wrong by helping others, or do you think otherwise? Izuku asked in a firm tone. No, of course not, but public quirk usage is forbidden, he said, crossing his arm. Izuku and Ijiro just continued to walk. We didn't use our quirks, so no harm done, Ijiro said, and was surprised on his own confidence to speak so casual about it. He was grateful that Aizawa trained them, or they couldn't have done that without their quirks. He once again thought about Mina and why she always refused to join them, but he knew that they have grown up and that she knew what she was doing. It was just a week before the entrance exam for both regular as well as recommended students started, and they were going over some subjects just to make sure. thought since they were already 2 years ahead it wasn't much. Izuku just created the quirk room for him and Mina to learn, and then trained with one for all. He had gotten it 3 weeks ago and he had already a pretty good handling on it, for one because he had All Might's memories on how to use it and how it felt, and second because he could test it in here and if he broke 1 or 2 bones he could always respawn. He snorted as he remembered how he got the quirk. It was awkward as All Might gave him a hair and told him to eat it, and after some gagging they just left without meeting him again since Izuku said that he knew the most already and would ask All Might if there were something he needed. One for All had also an effect on his original quirk before he could control 40 people for 45 minutes over a range of 1,200 meters. Now it 130 people for an hour, but strangely the range didn't change. But what changed the most was when he ordered someone, because now not only your body didn't react like you wanted it, but there was also physical energy around you holding you in the position Izuku wanted. The first time they tested it was very painful because Izuku used all his power and ordered him to kneel, and suddenly he was pushed down with so much force that the ground had a small crack and his bones were cracked as well since he hadn't hardened himself. He was patched up by Recovery Girl, but Izuku was babying him at least for 2 weeks feeling guilty. He himself had gotten way better with his gloves that Izuku made for him, even winning a few times against Aizawa or Shota since he had allowed him to call him by his first name. At first it was difficult, but after some time he learned that if he made his traps in the smoke he could easier grab and pull Shota into them since he still could see in the smoke. Thanks to his goggles. It was hard without smoke since Shota could see where he shoot his traps. So even if he couldn't see the wires he could still see Ijiro's hands and with that predict where placed them, but Shota said that people who don't know him will lose to him easily. They changed the trap wires so that they were sticky all over, meaning that if someone touched them they had at least destroy their costume or tear some skin off to get away. The last week passed by so fast with all the training and learning that Izuku couldn't really believe as they were in front of UA. Have fun and make me proud, he said to Ijiro as he kissed him. He turned to Mina and just smiled. He don't need to say something. No, that was not necessary in their friendship. Izuku and Mina really didn't talk much with each other. Most of their talk was about work, but they were more friends with Ijiro who connected them. Still they respected each other and had a bond. They waved at each other as they went to their separate exams. He entered a really big warehouse and found 2 other guys already standing there. One was a big guy with black hair and serious expression, but it seemed like his personality was stuck up. The other guy had blonde hair and a way too big grin on his face that showed too much of his teeth. He used his quirk to find out that the first guy had some sort of wind manipulation quirk and the second some sort of softening quirk. He greeted them politely but didn't start a conversation. He looked at the 2 adults and quickly found out that they were the parents of the blonde guy. After 15 minutes 2 other students, Snipe and Hound Dog, came in. He looked at the students and were surprised to see Momo and little Todoroki. Momo looked happy as she saw him and waved. Todoroki Shoto however didn't look that happy at all. He had that cold expression on his face, and that even before he saw him, but a second later he knew why, because FNG Endeavor had to came with him. The flame hero looked at him and his eyes grew wide as he recognized him as the boy who had told the whole world about his secrets. He glared at Izuku, but it didn't last long as Snipe started to speak. Okay, since everyone is here we can start with the exam. I'm the pro hero Snipe and this is Hound Dog. We will judge you since the other heroes are looking over the regular exams. Then let us start with the demonstration. Inasa Yorashi, please start. The exams were pretty interesting to watch since they all had such unique abilities. The first guy made an impressive tornado and could fly around. The second guy with blonde hair made all sorts of material soften. Shudo made a huge glacier that really impressed him, and Momo made cannons, gun, and even a motorcycle out of her body. What Izuku also saw was how Endeavor was not happy with Shudo not using his fire, but he had promised EI that he will only help if they asked him. Midoriya, Izuku, it's your turn, Snipe said, and Izuku took a few steps to the middle. I can show my power the best way in a fight, Izuku said, and Snipe nodded. If you say so, choose one, Snipe said, clearly meaning him or Hound Dog, but Izuku wanted some fun with biggest waking trash can he had seen, so he pointed at Endeavor, who raised his brow. How about it, number 2 hero? You can attack me as hard as you want, Izuku taunted, implying that even if he gave his all he couldn't win, and you could see just how much it set him off. Why should I fight you, boy? Afraid of losing against me, Izuku asked with a smirk, and Endeavor snapped, sending a fireball at him, but he had already set up his quirk room. Izuku looked at the fireball coming at him and thought of many imaginations on what would look cool to stop it. He decided to make a green energy shield to block it. The others could just stare as his fireball was blocked on something what looked like a green barrier. Is that all you can do? Pretty pathetic, don't you think? Wanting to be #1 hero with such weak abilities? Izuku taunted more, and Endeavor exploded in flames. Some of them turned a little blue. He again fired 3 fireballs at him, but this time Izuku summoned ice to block it. The Endeavor and the others could only stare at him since he used 2 quirks in their opinion and blocked his attack with such a thin ice wall that they thought it would definitely hit him, but in his quirk room all things are so powerful how he images them. He can't reduce the power of others and with that of the fireballs, but he can just think that the ice wall is unbreakable and it will be. How disappointing, and I thought you were stronger, Izuku said, yawning. Endeavor's flames turned blue as he fired at him without stopping. Izuku this time made circle that looked magical. He wasn't sure how magic looked like, so he copied one of an anime he had watched and summoned 2 dragons behind him. One red with fire coming out his mouth, the other blue with ice. They shielded him with their wings until the attack was over. He then made a hand motion and Endeavor was trapped in chains made of green and blue diamonds held by golden skeletons. Endeavor couldn't move as the dragon got near him, and just before the red dragon could eat him, Izuku snapped his finger and they were back in reality, but since they were all in the same position and him making his quirk room like the real world, they thought it really happened, and you could see the dark spot on Endeavor's pants where he peed himself, but to his defense that would happen to all men who were about to die without a warning. That is all I can do, Izuku said innocently as if he hadn't destroyed the #2 hero. They all gaped at him as he slowly walked back to Momo. Snipe came out of his stuck thoughts and spoke. Okay, you did all great, we will send you your acceptance letter if you get in, he said, dismissing them all. Izuku walked to Endeavor and looked if he had broken him. Hey, if you need new pants I'm sure Momo can make one for you, he said cheerfully, but Endeavor looked with rage-willed eyes on him that he was sure he was okay. Or not, thanks for the demonstration, it was really impressive as your flames turned blue, Izuku said, but it looked like Endeavor would not speak with him. Izuku turned and moved to the door and stopped as he spoke with an ice-cold voice. If you think to beat up someone innocent or your family for your loss because you're not grown up enough, then I will make sure that the next time everyone can see how you pee yourself after losing to me. With that he walked out. He was waiting by the gates of Ifurajiro and Mina after finishing his exam. He used his quirk to see how they were doing, and it seemed like that not only him and Ijiro trained hard because Mina had some sort acid blade and sliced through the robots like butter as she scattered over the ground on her acid. Ijiro on the other hand didn't use his quirk often. Most of the robots were destroyed as he used his gloves to move fast from one robot to another, always ripping the wires from the head out. He sometimes protected other students by pulling them away or using his grid of wires to block a punch. All in all, he was really proud of them. He was still a bit angry with Nezu to not change the exams, but it was shadowed duo to his good mood after fighting Endeavor, so he wasn't going to have a talk with Nezu maybe later if they were already in school. It was such a strange feeling for him to do nothing, to just stand there without thinking about work. He really wanted to do something, but he had promised EI to not work. He had to relax and enjoy, but he didn't know what to enjoy. Playing with Endeavor was nice, but he couldn't do that all the time. He was brought out of his thoughts as he saw Ijiro and Mina coming to him with a smile on their faces, so they seemed to have done well since he stopped watching them to the end. He kissed Ijiro and hugged Mina when they reached him. How was your exam, Midori? Mina asked, curious. Best experience ever. I destroyed Endeavor in my quirk room and he peed himself, so it was a very relieving and I could let out some steam. But what about you? I saw how great you two did. How and when did you make this blade technique, Mina? It was very impressive, Izuku said, and Mina scratched the back of her head as she looked away with a small purple blush on her cheeks. It was Momo's idea, she said, looking away. So there you always go to when we train, Ijiro said. But did I heard it right, Izu? Did you use your quirk to watch us? Ijiro asked in a sly tone, and only then Izuku remembered that he was forbidden to use his quirk if not necessary, and that use wasn't necessary at all. He stayed silent, trying to avoid Ijiro gaze at him. We haven't even started school and already breaking promises, Ijiro said to him as he came close to whisper in his ear. I think I should start punish you for something like this. Ijiro said with a meaningful tone, and Izuku blushed at the thought of Ijiro punishing him. Oh my god, stop, you two, that is way over the borderline on what you say with others in hearing range, Mina said with a fat blush on her face, probably imaging the two together. Izuku and Ijiro both blushed, but not as hard as Mina, already getting used to talk like that to each other, and they loved their game of dominance way too much to stop that. The week waiting for their acceptance letter was the most boring thing the three went through since they had no work or other things to manage, so they just learned and trained. Izuku now could create the perfect copy of the real word in his quirk room. The smell, taste and touch all was perfect, no way to know what is real and what not. The only way to know that now is the watch on their wrists that Izuku created when they entered his quirk room. The watch gave them the time limit he had before he had to drop it, but with one for all and just the three of them it was infinity. It was the night before the letter should come. Izuku and him lay on the bed, but he didn't want it to sleep yet, so he thought that he should punish Izu for using his quirk before. He rolled over to the half-asleep body and got on him, waking Izuku up completely. "Ei, what are you doing?" Izuku yawed out. "Punishing you for using your quirk, even thought you promised me you wouldn't," Ijiro said, leaning further in. He was just inches away from Izuku's lips. "You know that I don't want you to use your quirk like that. I don't do that to annoy you, Izu. I do that so that you can have a life with surprises and emotions and secrets. So I will ask you each day if you used it, and I know you will not lie to me, and I will punish you each time you did," he whispered in Izu's ear, and he could feel the shiver running down Izu's body. He grabbed Izuku's hands and moved them above his head with a firm grip. "Be a good boy and hold them there. If you move them, I will have tie them up." He then took Izuku's shirt off and looked over his amazing body. Izuku had really nice abs and pecs combined with his toned chest. He traced along until he reached his boxer and pulled it down. He looked at Izuku's half-hard PP and liked his lips. He then lowered his head to the tip of Izu's PP and liked getting grown from him. He then liked the whole length and started to sek it. Izuku was rock hard in 3 seconds, trying to trust his hips upward to make him swallow more of his length, but he shot him a glare that he didn't even know he was capable of, but it stopped Izuku instantly. He sometimes lowered a bit to take more, but most of the time he stayed around his tip, teasing him for 20 minutes already. Izuku was miming and sweating like hell, but he stopped each time he felt that Izuku was about come. He stopped and shot Izuku a glare to dare him to make anything himself. Izuku pleaded him to let him come since 10 minutes now, and he finally took pity as he stopped completely. Izuku looked at him, tears running down his face as his PP was so hard that it hurt, and the urge to get relieved was getting more powerful with each passing second, but Izuku knew that if he now touched himself he would make him really angry. He got up from the bed and started to slowly undress himself in front of Izuku. He could feel how Izuku was staring at him with his hungry eyes, but he took his time. When he was finished, he once again were above Izuku, giving him a long, passionate kiss. Izu, do you want to F me?" he asked as he let Izuku's PP slide between his cheeks, letting it poke his a-hole. Izuku stared at him in shock for a moment, but since his desire for release was getting more urgent for over 30 minutes, he couldn't think straight, so he just nodded and tried to gain control, but Ijiro stopped him instantly. He played with Izuku's PP for a while, letting it slide between his butt or rubbing their PPS together, but he didn't let Izuku F him. He sighed as he looked at Izuku's strained expression. "You know, Izu, I didn't know how to punish you at first. I thought that I could do the same thing I do right now, teasing you all the time, but I don't think that this kind of punishment will let you think twice before you use your quirk again. I really want you to F me, Izu. I looked up several sources on the internet about bottoming, and I think that's something I want. I imaged you FNG me many times now, and I dreamed about it. My butt is ashing and twitching to get F'd by you, and I really want it," Ijiro said. He then was pushed back by Izuku and laid on his back as Izuku was on top of him. "If you had just asked, then I had F'd you already," Izuku said, panting. The last 30 minutes were torture and pleasure at the same time. Izuku positioned his PP on his hole, but he took Izuku's cheek in his hand, pulled him down for a kiss. They breathed heavy as they parted. "I'm sorry, Izu, but not today. This is your punishment. If you want to F me, you can't use your quirk like that," Ijiro said. "Ei, that is not fair for you. It is a punishment for you too. I can see and feel your whole switching. You should think about something else that don't punish you as well," Izuku said with a sad smile. No, that is exactly the point. I know for sure if I punish you normally you wouldn't think twice the next time you want to use your quirk, but if your actions have consequences for others, especially me, then I'm sure you will keep your promise. I see, you know me just too well. I'm sorry then that you have to wait, Izuku said as he lowered his head to at least see him off. I can wait, Izu. We are in a relationship and so we share our fates. I will always do what I think is best for you, and I know that you always decide what is best for me even if we don't agree on how we came to this decision, Ijiro said, but was surprised when he felt something wet, looked down to see Izuku crying a little. I love you, for who you are, for who you will become and for what you stand, a confident partner who does not fear to tell me when I'm wrong, for making decisions for what is good for me even knowing that I wouldn't agree with you, and of course the never undoubted trust you had in me, Izuku said as his smile was strained with tears. Come over, Izu, we can blow each other anytime, but this is more important, Ijiro said as he hugged Izu from the side. They cuddled for a while. Say, do you want to move into the dorms or should we stay here? Izuku asked. We will move, of course, I said it already. I want you to have a normal life at least this 4 years, and dorms are the best option to make friends with new people. What about the house then? We can't just stay unused for 3 years, Izuku said, but suddenly his face brightened. How about we let your family move in for the time being? It's way bigger than your apartment and it even has a garden where your sister can play in, Izuku said, and Ijiro just hummed in confirmation. The two were woken up early in the morning by Mina dashing in their room with 3 letters in her hand. Izuku slowly opened his eyes just to see Ijiro's naked butt. He promptly covered them with their blanket as he was wide awake. Mina out now, a very embarrassed Izuku ordered in his panic, hoping Mina hadn't seen them. Mina on her side was forced out so fast thanks to one for all adding to Izuku's order that she almost fell. Ijiro on the other hand was slowly waking up yawning. After the two put their clothes on they got to the door. Mina, even if you're our best friend you can't just walk in like that without knocking first, a heavy blushing Izuku said. Sorry Midori, I was just so excited that the letters were here. Did you too, she said making a funny gesture. What, no, we just cuddled, but that didn't mean that you can march in our privat room, Izuku defended, getting even redder. Doesn't matter, give me the letter, Ijiro said, snatching all 3 from here before he picked his and ripped it open. Out came a small metal disc. They placed it on the table in their bedroom and suddenly an all-might projection came out. I'm here as a projection, he said in his natural loud voice and hero pose. Kirishima-kun, you passed the written exam with flying colors, getting first place in it for regular exams. Now to your practical results, you have earned 57 villain points. That alone would be enough to get you into the hero course, but there is also more. We wouldn't be a hero school if we didn't give points for heroic sprite. So you have earned 45 rescue points for saving the girl from the 0-pointer and other participants, All Might said with his big goofy smile. With a total amount of 102 points you got first place in the entrance exam. Welcome to your hero academia, All Might said with a big smile and thumbs up. The projection showed that he was class 1A, but he already know that since it was one of Izuku's condition for even going to UA despite not really wanting to become a hero. I'm so proud of you, EI, for getting first place, even almost fighting quirkless, but the few times you used it were worth 13. So without them you still would be first place. The second place has 77 points, Izuku said as he hugged Ijiro. Thanks, Izu. It's my turn, she said, placing her disc on the table, and again All Might showed up holding the same speech, showing her 48 villain and 27 rescue points, making a total of 75 points, and with that getting third place. Last but not least, Izuku opened his, but this time Nizu came out with his cheerful greeting. Izuku, you of course passed the exam without any kind of problem, but we would like to request you not to frighten our heroes until they pee theirself again. Of course we did no written exam since we both know that it would be waste of both our time. We will see each other hopefully at the first school day, and you can tell Kirishima-kun that the dorm room is as requested, with the projection ended. What request? Izuku asked, curious. A surprise, Ijiro said, smiling. Don't you even dare to use your quirk, Izu, Ijiro warned at Izuku's thoughtful look. Ijiro stepped forward as he whispered in his ear. If you be a good boy and don't use your quirk, then my butt is all yours in our new room. Izuku blushed, but his face turned in one of determination. Izuku and Ijiro lay on their bed sleeping until they heard a loud knocking on their door. Hey, you two, wake up, we are going to be late, she yelled. The two of them shot out of their bed and showered in record time together. They stumbled out of their room and ate what Mina had left them before the three took off to their first day at school, and Izuku was really getting excited with each second since he wasn't in school for a decade. "This door is huge. Who do you think even built a door this big?" Mina asked when they arrived at the door for Class 1A. They looked at an enormously big door in red. "Yeah, probably for mutant type or giant Quirk, and I think Cementos builds all things in this school," Ijiro answered. "I probably should have asked him to build my school project," Izuku thought out loud but was directly hit on the head. "Hey," he protested. "No work, Ijiro warned. Okay, I get it, you don't need to hit me," Izuku pouted. "As if you would learn normally, you're way too stubborn for that," Ijiro said with an amused smile as Izuku's pout have just gotten bigger. They were about to open the door when they heard a shout coming from the inside. "Please get your feet off the desk, it's disrespectful for these who were here before you." The door looked pretty thick but they still could hear them clearly. "What's with you? What school did you came from extra?" Bakugo asked with a growl, and Izuku recognized him instantly. "I'm from Somei Junior High, my name is Tenya Ida," they heard the other reply. "Somei?" Bakugo chuckled. "So you are some elite, huh? Good, I look forward to crushing you." Ida gasped at his words. "Crushing me? How vulgar, are you sure you are trying to be a hero?" Bakugo brushes him off. They heard Lita say something but stopped listening as Izuku made a 180-degree turn and said, "Nope." "What do you mean nope, Izu? That is our class we need to go in," Ijiro asked. "No, I will wait here. In there is my ex-childhood friend and I really don't want to deal with his bullshit without my quirk. So from what I know is that Shota did a quirk assessment test every year to expel these with no potential. So I will wait here and ask him if I can meet him on the field," Izuku said proudly for his solution for avoiding a headache. "If you ask so nicely, here are your uniforms, wait at the field," they heard from the ground. Ijiro and Mina gasped and jumped a little, but Izuku was a completely different thing. He yelled and was 10 feet away since it was a really long ago that someone had startled him so much. As he realized how it looked, Izuku blushed, hiding his face in his hands. "Calm down, will ya? Now take these and go, or come with me into the classroom," Shota said, holding out 3 uniforms. Calming down, they took it, went to the locker rooms. They were in the locker room when Ijiro kissed him. "You look really cute," so startled and embarrassed Izu, he said. They changed and got out on the field, of course not without teasing or staring at each other. Arriving on the field, they could see Mina already standing there with a raised eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure women normally take way more time to change their clothes," she asked, curious, but she didn't get an answer. "So Izu, why did you avoid your childhood friend?" Ijiro asked, curious to how someone had managed to get on Izuku's nerves since he had such an understanding personality. "Ex-childhood friend, you know, when I got my quirk I of course was way more mature than children around my age and know what mattered, so I told my class that I was quirkless and they started to bully me, hitting me and even using their quirks on me. Bakugo, my so-called best friend, called me Deku, what means useless. He had an impressive quirk and know it, he bragged about it and got so much praise that he got a superiority complex. He bullied and beat up all who were weak. I gave him 3 years to get over it and see more in people and me than just quirks." "That is awful. Didn't the teacher do anything about it?" Mina asked, but she wanted to smack herself for such a dumb question, and Izuku could see so he didn't answer it. "One last thing, Bakugo still thinks I'm quirkless, so if he says it, don't correct him. He had sealed the memory of his old class after the indecent to hold his quirk a secret. The memory will be released if he uses his quirk on him again." "If you say so," Mina said, and they fell into silence until Shota arrived, but he didn't say something comfortable with the silence they had. The silence was fast broken when the class arrived, chatting happily with each other. "It's you," brown-haired girl said. "Thanks for saving me from the 0-pointer. Ijiro just smiled at her since Shota looked about to say something and he didn't want to waste time, something he learned from Aizawa. "Silence," Aizawa said without raising his voice one bit, but still all heard it and stopped speaking instantly. "You took way too much time changing, that has to improve. The entrance exam is totally illogical, so we are having a quirk assessment and who places last will be expelled," Shota said to them, and Prostus came back fast. "What about the entrance ceremony?" the brown-haired girl asked, but before Aizawa could answer, another question was asked. "It's just the first day, you can't do that. Expelling us? That is not fair," and Izuku was about to rant at them but Ijiro clapped his hand over his mouth to hinder him. Quiet down, the entrance ceremony is a waste of time that we don't have as heroes. You're here to become heroes and not to have a normal school life, Shota said, and Ijiro twitches a little since it's exactly what he has planned for Izuku. If you wanted the next 3 years to have fun, then leave. I don't waste my time with people who don't have potential. You're going to fight villains, help people after natural disasters. These two don't care if it is fair that they harm innocent people, so no, this world is not fair, live with it, Shota said coldly. Now Kirishima, you got first in the entrance exam, throw this ball as far as you can. You can do anything you want as long as you don't leave the circle, Aizawa instructed. Ijiro took the ball in his gloved hands and tested the weight. He then threw he ball normally as far as he could. 124 meters, Aizawa said. Pretty impressive for a quirkless throw, Aizawa commented. Hey freak, he said you should use your quirk, Bakugu commented. His quirk didn't help him with the test, and you should what your language, Bakugu, Aizawa said, still calm, but his words carried more authority than Bakugu could ever get with his yelling. The tests were passing by and Aizawa got with each test more irritated with Izuku. He could understand that Ijiro didn't use his quirk since it didn't help by a single test, but Izuku had one for all. The tests were perfect for such a quirk. Izuku of course wasn't doing bad with his trained body, but he could get first place with no problem, so why didn't he use it? He watched Izuku taking the ball and was about to throw it when he activated his quirk and tried to wrap him up with his capture weapon, but surprisingly Izuku jumped out of the way without looking at him. If you wanted to catch me, then you better hadn't used your quirk, Shota, Izuku said, facing him and Aizawa. I twitched since they were in school and they should be more formal, so last names it was. Midoriya, why didn't you use your quirk? And don't call me by my first name, we are in school, be more formal. Oh, of course. Sorry, Shota-sensei, Izuku said, and you could see how Aizawa's face was getting more annoyed with each second. And why should I use my quirk, or am I doing so bad that I'm last place? Izuku asked innocently. If you don't use your quirk, then I will expel you even if you're not last place, Aizawa warned, but Izuku just smiled slyly at him. Really, shouldn't you of all people know that I have most the potential here, and what makes me so different from Todoroki here? He didn't use half of his quirk even if it had helped him. Aizawa glared at him but sighed after a second. TCH, problem child. If you hadn't destroyed Endeavor in your exam you would be out now, Aizawa said, letting Izuku continue. The test ended and Bakugu fumed that he only got third after Momo and Todoroki. Mineta had gotten last, but Aizawa said that it was a logical ruse and that no one was getting expelled. They were in the locker rooms and Izuku thought that he could get through the day without Bakugu yelling at him, but his hopes died when Bakugu stormed over to him. You useless, worthless Deku, how in the world did they let some quirkless beach like you in? He yelled at him, but before he could grab him he sidestepped and Bakugu crushed with the lockers. And I thought you would have changed with all the controls in school now. Are you mad at me because school got boring after you couldn't bully all around you? Izuku taunted. You quirkless sheet. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you can do sheet. You're still the useless Deku and will ever be. You talk so much about quirkless people being less worth, but didn't you just got second place in the entrance exam? And what the other was just lucky. I didn't see what it's so important about you, sheet. You know Ijiro here got first place in the entrance exam without his quirk. What says that about you? You view quirkless people on the same level with trash, so if you lose against one, aren't you then less than trash? A nothing, Izuku said with a serious face, and all boys gaped at him. They could hear explosions from Bakugu as he launched himself at Izuku, but before he could reach him he got stuck in midair. Ijiro had tied Bakugu's hands above his head onto the ceiling. They all watched Bakugu struggle mid-air to get free from seemingly nothing. He couldn't even use his quirk since his hands were wrapped up too. Who the f did that let me down? You mother in a yeet, Bakugu screamed. I will let you down when we all are done changing and you ask nicely, Ijiro said and started to change. I will kill you, let me down you a-hole, the hanging boy protested, but no one even wanted to help him. Most of the boys were done and had gotten out. There was just a blonde with a thunder symbol in his hair, Lita, him and Ijiro. Now if you ask I will let you down, if not you will hang here until the next class comes, Ijiro said with a firm tone, and it turned Izuku so on how he handled Bakugu. F you, as if I would do that. I'm going to be number one, I will even surpass All Might, as if I would beg some quirkless loser like you, Bakugo screamed at them. Then so be it, let us see how the number 1 hero will handle, but he was interrupted by Ida. You should let him down now, it's not worth it on the first day to break the school rules. If you not let him down I have no other option as to report you, he said, and Ijiro sighed. If you wish, Ida, he said and turned to a fuming Bakugo. You're lucky that Ida saves your butt, and with that he was let down and Ijiro made a hand gesture so that the wires got back in his gloves without ripping of Bakugo's skin. They walked out of the locker room. Bakugo was yelling at them and wanted to follow them but was holed up by Lida. They walked to the dorms of Class 1A and entered it and were surprised to find the entire class minus Bakugo, Lida, and the blonde guy sitting in the living room. Hey everyone, are you all also moving in here? Ijiro asked cheerfully, dragging Izuku with him to the circle of their classmates. Yeah, we thought it would be a good idea to introduce us each other, said an invisible girl as they took their seat beside Mina. If so, I'm Ijiro Kirishima, nice to meet you, he said with a smile, and some of the girls blushed and Izuku's eye twitched at that, but he couldn't blame them since he knew exactly how CCEI looked and that smile was just a bonus. I'm Hanta Siro and I wanted to ask if the thing in the locker room was your quirk, Siro asked, and some girls gave them curious looks. Who knows, I wouldn't be an interesting man without some secrets, would I? Ijiro said, and some looked a bit rejected but didn't say anything. I'm next then. My name is Mina Ishido and my quirk is acid. I can create acid out of my body. My hobbies are dancing and teasing, she said, and some sweat dropped. I'm Achiko Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity. I can make all things weightless if I touch it with all my 5 fingers, she introduced herself. Mashireo Ojiro and my quirk is called tail and what it can do is pretty obvious. I also do material arts. They introduced themselves to each other and last but not least it was Izuku's turn, who was silently listening to them. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, he simply said, and Momo snored at that but quickly collected herself. They all looked at each other not sure what to do now, and Izuku was about to get EI and then trying their new bedroom when he heard someone gasp. You are not the Izuku Midoriya, are you, the one with 9 PhD? Kyokujiro asked. Izuku looked around and all of them stared at him and expected an answer. He just shrugged. Who knows, I wouldn't be an interesting man without some secrets, would I? Izuku said, perfectly quoting EI from before. He then stood up and signaled EI that he was going to his room. We are going to check our rooms, Ijiro said as took off after Izuku. They sure are mysterious, Hagakure the invisible girl muttered. The class decided to check out their rooms and pack out their stuff. Izuku was looking for his room when suddenly a hand was over his eyes. He tensed but relaxed immediately when he felt a body on his back, and he would always recognize these muscled chest. What are you doing? He asked, trying to get the hand off, but Ijiro didn't let it happen as he held his hand firmly in place. It's a surprise, Izu, he just said and guided Izuku to their now room. When Ijiro took his hand off Izu, he could see a very big room with a king-sized bed. The room had a balcony and small kitchen as well as an own bathroom. They had a couch and a TV with video games. All in all, it looked more like a small apartment than a dorm room. Say, EI, do all rooms look like this or did we get some special treatment? Izuku asked. Both. The room is bigger than normal since we're sharing it and UA gives you the opportunity to design your room like you want. So I just told them a few requests, Ijiro said, hugging him from behind. You're perfect, babe, he said as he leaned his head back to kiss Ijiro. The special treatment is that our room has its own bath and kitchen as well as soundproof walls, Ijiro nibbling on Izuku's neck. If you say so, he said, turning around to Ai. He lifted him up and threw him on the bed. He was over EI in a second and hold him down. Then let us test how much soundproof they are, he said, taking of his and EI's shirt. He smirked as he lowered his head and on Ijiro's nipples. He could hear EI groaning under him. You know, you looked really CC today, having the idiot hanging from the ceiling with no afford. You looked so CC and confident that I wanted to F you right there, he said, liking his neck and collarbone. He got to his ear, bit down a little, getting a low groan from under him. Ijiro tried to free himself, but he wouldn't let that happen. He turned Ijiro around and pulled his pants and boxers down, looking at his gorgeous butt. Your butt is all mine, Izuku said, smacking it, maybe a little too hard since Ijiro's head shot up with deep gasp. He traced Ijiro's entire body up and down, over his thighs, his muscular back until they were back at his butt. He removed all left-on clothes from himself and Ijiro. He covered Ijiro's body with kisses and lay down on him, pee rubbing between EI's butt. He hugged EI with all the love he had, since he only wanted to do this with all his love and passion because EI deserved nothing less. "Yeah, do you really want it yet? You can tell me if you're afraid that it might hurt. I know that my PP is bigger than average, so if you want I can also bottom," he asked in careful and worried tone. "It's alright, Izu, I really want this and I know that you will be careful, so just go on. I want to get fed from a real man with your manly big PP," Ijiro said. "As you wish, my love, but be always aware of that bottom or top, as the size of a PP don't define how manly someone is. It is their words and action, and under us I don't think that there is someone more manly than you out there," Izuku whispered, and Ijiro was glad that his face was shoved into the mattress, hiding the tears he had. Izuku sure had his ways with words to make him happy. Izuku looked over Ijiro's cute hole that he wanted to penetrate so badly, but he had to prepare it first. He held 2 fingers in front of Ijiro's mouth. "CK," he ordered without his quirk, but Ijiro did it nevertheless. He then pushed his wet finger through EI's ring of muscle. Small whimpers were coming through the blanket. Ijiro was pressed in. "Already losing control, EI?" Izuku teased and pushed the finger further inside. Izuku lifted Ijiro a little so that he was on his fours, kneeling in front of him, his hard PP hanging down. "You can order me around, take on with Bakugu and defend me from All Might, but as soon as you get a finger up your butt you're a mess?" Ijiro's body shook again. Pre-cum was leaking heavily out now. You are not about to come from just one finger, are you?" Ijiro was breathing heavily as he shook his head. Izuku pulled out and hooked the top of his finger on Ijiro's rim, stretching it in every direction. Ijiro almost howled and his legs twitched with pleasure spasms. Izuku continued to stretch Ijiro's rim, pulling at the taut muscle and pushing his finger inside with irregular intervals. Ijiro's eyes had closed and a thin line of tears ran down the side of his face. He looked incredibly hot, but he was a bit concerned about EI. "Are you okay? Does it hurt? Should I stop?" he asked rapidly. No, don't stop," Ijiro ummed out, and it looked really CC to him, but Ijiro looked away as their eyes met. Izuku pinched the inside of his thigh. "Look at me when I finger you." His tone was dominant and final with no place to disobey, and Ijiro's PP leaked more pre-cum hearing his Izu so dominant. Ijiro's eyes were red around the edges, but he did as he was told and looked as Izuku pushed in another finger. Them. Ijiro ummed and pushed back against Izuku's fingers, trying to get more, and Izuku stopped for a moment. "Should I if you like this, EI?" Izuku couldn't look away from his fingers spreading the hole. "Before you're even ready to take my D-." Ijiro looked back at Izuku's monstrous 13-inch long D, and shook his head, because he is sure he would be teared apart by it without preparation. "I thought so. Stop moving then and let me prepare you," Izuku chuckled and added a third finger. The way his fingers slid in and out of Ijiro's hole and every little tremble going through Ijiro's body, he would never forget this moment. "I could watch you take my fingers all day. You look really CC like this, all obediently waiting for my D-." His other hand caressed down Ijiro's thigh, towards his pages. It was twitching with every movement of Izuku's fingers. He brushed his fingertips along the length. Ijiro twisted his hips trying to find more of the touch, but Izuku quickly pulled it away. "So needy, I'm sure I said to you to don't move," Izuku said, smacking Ijiro's butt with 2% of one for all. He heard a small sob from Ijiro, but he didn't scream. "Or do you like it when I punish you, EI?" Izuku twisted his fingers. His own PP was throbbing with need to be inside Ijiro. He pulled them out and poured more cum onto Ijiro's twitching hole, then lined up his D-. Ijiro stuttered out after as Izuku pressed slowly inside while Izuku groaned. Izuku had held back his orgasm since Ijiro was FENG tight, hugging his PP. "Your butt is perfect, so tight," Izuku groaned out. They stayed like this for a minute for Ijiro to adjust Izuku's length. "Are you okay, EI?" Izuku asked, concerned since Ijiro didn't make a noise and his body was still tense, but when looked at his face he could see how it morphed into pleasure as his hole clenched around him even more as Ijiro came, soaking their sheets with his cum. Ijiro then collapsed with his face down on their bed. Izu, sorry but your PP is just magical or something. When you entered me you hit something that made me feel so effing good. I swear I could see stars, Ijiro groaned out. That's because I hit your sweet point EI. It's bundle of nerves called PATT. I thought you did research on gay, Izuku asked curious. I did and read about it but nobody described how good it felt to get hit at this point. Ijiro said PP already hard again. Do you want to continue or should we stop here since it would be a overstimulation? It's our first time EI you have nothing to be ashamed about if we stop here. I can get off otherwise you don't have to force yourself just because I didn't came and you feel guilty or awkward about it, Izuku said with warm voice. It brought his full meaning to Ijiro's heart. Who the F wants to stop this? You make me feel amazing. So man up and to me now Izu, Ijiro demanded. You don't speak with me like this EI especially not when you want something, even if this is our first time, so ask nicely or I have to stop. Inside Izuku pleaded that Ijiro wasn't too prideful to ask him since he really wanted rubbish him. There was silence and both know that when Ijiro now pleaded to get fed further he was gonna lose his dominance in the bedroom at least for a few days but it seemed Ijiro didn't care or he thought with his D-dash. Please Izuku, please if me come in me mark me up, make me all yours, Ijiro said. As you wish, Izuku said and slowly started to Ijiro with slow but long moves and he had to bring up all his willpower to not just come. It was even more difficult seeing EI leaking so much cum from his PP that it looked like he had a small orgasm. On top of that Ijiro so loud with his CC voice making sounds Izuku never thought he was capable of and the sound were going straight to his PP each time he heard it making him even harder not to come. Yes. Faster, harder Izu, show me how manly you are, Ijiro challenged him. If you say so but don't complain if you can't walk tomorrow, Izuku said pulling out until only his tip was inside. He heard Ijiro whine because of the empty feeling in his but even chasing of his pages. He stopped for a moment to see Ijiro's reaction. He then slammed down so hard that he saw Ijiro gasp in shock, but he didn't stop he pulled out again and moved back in. They f'd like this for 5 minutes both miming and groaning in pleasure. Izu I'm gonna come again. Ijiro out. You're not allowed to come until I came in you. Can you do that or do I have to use my quirk? And Ijiro quickly shook his head with clear, no. Then be a good boy and wait for me, Izuku said without stopping his move. Yes Izu squeaked out. Izuku fed Ijiro for 2 minutes with hard moves until he felt that he couldn't delay his orgasm anymore. He pushed Ijiro down so that he lay on his stomach and covered him with his body just moving his hips to him. He hugged Ijiro and then used one for all with 2% in his last few move making Ijiro scream his name as he hit Ijiro's sweet point each time with so much power that he saw white. He came in Ijiro's but filling it up with his warm cum, it was so much that it even started to leak out. On the same time he could feel how Ijiro's but tightened as he came under him. They stayed in this position Izuku still deep in Ijiro but his PP was soft now. After 5 minutes Izuku rolled down from Ijiro both turning to the ceiling, cum still coming out of EI's hole. That was great, Izuku panted out. Yeah didn't know it would be this great we should do this more often, Ijiro said with a tired smile. Anytime you want babe your butt is so tight I will you whenever you want, Izuku answered with yawn as he also was tired. My butt isn't that tight, you PP is just so big, Ijiro said with a low chuckle. We should sleep, let us clean the bed and us up tomorrow before school, Ijiro said closing his eyes. Hey do you really want to sleep with my cum in your butt, Izuku asked. Jealous that it can lay there but not your PP, Ijiro asked with an amused tone and sly smile. Do not provoke it or I will put it back in and sleep on top of you, Izuku said in a warning tone and Ijiro paled. Okay I will stop, you're way too heavy to fall asleep, Ijiro answered. That is your problem and not he PP stick up your butt, Izuku asked like he was dumb. Well yeah I like your PP, it's a nice feeling to be filled out, Ijiro answered with a small kiss before he covered them with a blanket. I got me a personal PP warmer, Izuku said before exhaustion took over them letting doze off. Ijiro just smacked him a last time for his comment but he also was too exhausted to do anything as they fell asleep. Izuku woke up next to a snoring Ijiro, but when looked around shot up into a fighting position. He calmed down as he realized that this was their new room, and that the same thing happened to him when they moved to the house they had. Ijiro was still asleep, so he decided to make breakfast, but what he had forgotten was that he hadn't cooked since Ijiro was with him. Even when his cooking skills were still above average, he was a little nervous when he placed the plates on the table and went to wake Ei up. When he thought about it, Ei always made him some special kind of coffee that he still didn't know how he makes. He never bothered since Ijiro was always with him, caring and loving, babying him. He blushed on the thought of how dependent he was. Without Ei, he wasn't sure if he even would brush his teeth. "Why are you blushing like this, Izu? Did you do something embarrassing?" Ijiro asked, hugging him from behind. It's nothing," Izuku squeaked out, startled that Ijiro could sneak up on him without him noticing. "Don't lie to me, Izu. We both knew that we love each other for the trust we have in each other. Lying would destroy that, even if it is just a small innocent lie out of embarrassment." Ijiro whispered, but to Izuku it felt like a punch in his gut. He could feel the shame creep up his body as he really just lied to Ei, even if it was about something irrelevant. "Sorry, Ei, it will not happen again." Ijiro just smiled as he kissed his neck. If you say so, and what was it that made you blush?" Izuku cursed that Ijiro hadn't forgotten it. Just how you baby me all the time and how I'm almost 18 years old and I can't make my own coffee." Ijiro laughed as he moved Izuku, still in his arms, to the kitchen, and 10 minutes later Izuku knows how to make the coffee, theoretical at least since it was handmade, and his coffee just tasted awful. "You made breakfast, how sweet of you." Ijiro was stuffing his face full with Izuku's food, since it was very rare that he cooked. Even if Izu hadn't cooked something in a while, it still tasted wonderful. He had to admit that he couldn't cook. All the food he got them was from some restaurants he made deals with so that they would make their breakfast. "You know, you should cook more often, Izu. It's really good no matter what you make," Ijiro said. "Now if only I could cook. If you help me, then I can make us food for 3 meals a day. But that aside, how is your body, Ei? Is something hurting?" Ijiro smiled and just waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "I'm fine, just a little sore, and I can feel your dried cum in my hole, but both can be handled quickly. I will take a shower and then I will visit Recovery Girl." Izuku eyed him up and down when a smirk appeared on his face. "I can help, Ei. It's way easier for me to clean you." But to Izuku's disappointment, Ijiro just looked at him with amused expression. "Izu, just because I got dominated in bed yesterday didn't mean I'm the same outside RAC live. I like it how you were, Izu. It really turned me on how you know exactly what you wanted and demanded it, but we both knew that if I let you help me now that there will be more cum in my hole than before when I come out." What you're thinking of me, we had just this one time and you directly assumed that I would have dirty intentions." Izuku leaning forward, capturing his lips for a deep kiss. "Then look in my face and say that I'm wrong, Izu." Ijiro challenged after they parted, and Izuku gave him a smile as he knew that he lost. "Now be a good fiancé and make us lunchboxes while I shower. I will make the dishes when it's your turn to shower." Ijiro smirked as he started stripping right in front of Izuku, who looked at him with these hungry, lust-filled eyes before he entered the bathroom. They were on their way to the classroom, just coming from Recovery Girl, who wasn't that pleased with them for using here for some kind of SEC aftercare. She lectured them and even hit Izuku's head 2 times as he rolled his eyes. Ijiro was hit because he couldn't stop laughing when Izuku got hit. The classes were boring, even thought pro heroes were teaching them, but being way ahead of most of them wasn't their fault. Okay, it was, but still, their English was even better than that from Present Mike. So after the teachers checked their knowledge in a quick test in each subject, they were allowed to leave. That of course didn't go unnoticed by the class, who looked curious at them to why they way so much ahead of them. Izuku could even see smoke rise from Bakugu's hands and the glare he shot the 3 of them. The class was even more curious as to why they didn't leave the class as they could but just stayed in their seats. Of course no one in class knew that they were in Izuku's quirk room training. Even Momo didn't know what his quirk was, but they didn't train long before they visited different cities and even one of Mina's favorite ice cream shops. They were about to go into an amuse park when they heard a bell ring signaling them that it was lunchtime. Izuku released his quirk on them and they were back in the class, getting some odd looks as all 3 of them stood up at the same time. "Kirishima, Midoriya, Mina, care if I join you to lunch?" Momo asked before the 3 reached the door. "Of course, Momo, we are friend, you don't need to ask," Mina said with a cheerful smile. They made their way to the cafeteria and sat down on a table in the corner. Izuku got their lunchboxes out and handed it Ijiro as they waited for Mina and Momo to get their food. "So Midoriya, why didn't you tell them that you have 9 PhD? Momo asked, setting down her plate as she took her seat opposite to him with Mina besides her. "Like EI said, I wouldn't be very interesting when I would just tell all information about me. Beside the girl, I think it was Jiro knows something, so it won't be long before they know," he said with a sigh. They ate mostly in silence with small chats until 3 students from their class came. Azui, a girl with a mutation quirk given her the abilities of a frog, the blonde guy with the lightning symbol in his hair whose name he hadn't heard, and Ojiro, another blonde boy with a tail as Quirk. "Hey, can we sit with you?" the frog girl asked. "Sure, go ahead, but lunchtime is almost over anyway," Ijiro said, gesturing to the empty seats. "So what's your name? You weren't with the class yesterday after the school?" Ijiro asked the blonde lightning guy. Yeah, it's Denki Kaminari, and you know I was with you too," Kaminari stated, to which Momo, Mina and Azui looked confused since they didn't know what happened to Bakugo. "Who do you think will be teaching basic hero class this afternoon?" Ojiro asked. "All Might." Mina, Ijiro and Izuku said at once. "How do you know that?" Azui asked, tilting her head to the side. "Who knows?" Mina said with a mysterious smile. "You 3 really are cryptic, aren't you?" Kaminari said with a groan, little frustrated with their answer or lack of it, but before he could question them more, the bell were heard and they all made their way over to their classroom. The classes were like before, boring, and again they shifted back into Izuku's quirkroom. They were brought out of it when Izuku Watch signaled them that All Might's class would start soon, so they came out and waited with the class. All Might zooms through the door, wearing an old outfit, screaming, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." Everyone except Izuku, Ijiro, Mina and Todoroki looked impressed. He could see how Todoroki's face got even colder than it had been, and he remembered that he was made to surpass him. "Today, we will be ensuring a very important first step." All Might presses a button, revealing boxes with costumes inside. "Every hero needs a costume. Please put on your costumes and head to the City Battle Dome." All Might walks out, presumably heading to the battlefield. The students run over to fawn over their costumes before running out to change. Izuku and Ijiro quietly grab their own before heading to the changing room. The 2 came into an already filled locker room, same already changing, others chatting over All Might and his Silver Age costume. They headed to a corner and took their shirts and pants off. They wanted to continue, but some had interrupt them. "Man, look at these muscles," Kaminari said, and Ojiro even whistled as he saw them. "You 2 sure are built. Are you 2 even doing anything other than workout?" Sure, the 2 were broad, but Izuku thought that they were a little overreacting. "We are not that built and we just work out twice a day," Izuku said as he thought on his daily routine with Ijiro. "They do it each morning and evening, so over the years they sure had gotten more muscles." "What you mean not that built? Your shoulder is at least twice the size of me and your biceps is 3 times or maybe 4 times as thick as mine," Kaminari whined out loud. "If it frustrates you so much, why didn't you work out more, or how it looks like I should say start to work out?" Ijiro said with smirk on his face, and Izuku thought that Ijiro was getting a bit more like Mina to tease someone like this. The conversation was stopped by Ida, who was pretty ripped himself when he reminded them that they had to change faster. Izuku's and Ijiro's costume was nearly identical. They were both in a black, gray jumpsuit with silver metal plates covering their chest and stomach. They didn't put plates on their pants since it would have limited their movement. The silver plates, however, hasn't just derogation in it where energy saved. The energy could be used to make Ijiro's desired energy shield even if it's just one time. Izuku put on his gloves. It weren't not same as Ijiro's. Izuku's had small gas container he could shoot. He had smoke, sleeping and even poison gas. But he didn't rely on it so heavy like Ijiro. That's also the reason why Ijiro always wore his gloves while Izuku doesn't. Last but not least, the 2 had a black mouthguard with a gas mask in it and goggles in red for Ijiro and green for Izuku to see through their own smoke and Ijiro's wires. They got some odd looks for their classmates for the nearly identical costumes, but nobody said anything. When they got out they could see many costumes of their class, and Izuku's only thought was if they ever had used their brain to make these costumes, since some really needed improvement. He could just roll his eyes as Ijiro greeted them and made compliments for their costumes. Izuku just shut his mouth because he was sure that he would say something rude, but it wasn't his fault that Hagakure thought it was a good idea to just have shoes and gloves and leave the rest naked. He was about to ask why she didn't choose a better costume but stopped as All Might steps up to the stage. "You all look like heroes. Now, we need to get you to perform like one. Today's prompt is..." All Might pulls out flashcards to read from, and Izuku cannot help but think of how unprofessional it is. All Might continues, "There is a bomb hidden in the building beside me and the heroes must stop the bomb. You will be divided into two-man teams, heroes and villains. If you are a hero, you can win by capturing everyone on the opposite team or touching the bomb. If you are a villain, you can win by capturing everyone on the opposite team or by protecting the bomb the whole time. I will be deciding teams. Any questions?" All of a sudden, hands raise and questions ranging from decent to stupid are asked without prior permission. Izuku can see All Might getting overwhelmed and snort, and he wasn't the only one as he heard Mina laugh softly. "Quiet down, my quirk isn't super hearing, we will now choose the pairs by lots." All Might said, "Is it truly all right to decide at random? Wouldn't it have been better to just have us form pairs?" Ida asked. Izuku answered before the hero could. "It is to simulate a real-life situation. Heroes often don't get to choose who their partners are when disaster strikes. This is to teach us to plan on the fly and to think how we can combine our powers." All Might looked impressed, as did some of Izuku's classmates. "Ahem, that is exactly right, young Midoriya. Now dash." He pulled two boxes out of nowhere. In the first box are 20 ball with numbers from 1, those with the same numbers pair up. In the other box, there are 10 white and black ball with letters from A to J. White ball are for heroes, black ball are for villains. Again, those with the same letter are together. Izuku saw that he was in a team with Uraraka, but he really didn't want it to be with someone he didn't know, so he used his quirk to switch the appearance of her ball with from Ijiro. Everyone just assumed that it was just luck that the two friends, in their opinion, were in the same team, but Ijiro knew better but didn't say anything as he was happy with it. Now the first team is Team A, Izuku and Ijiro, versus Team D, Bakugo and Ida. All Might announced. Izuku groaned as he looked at Bakugo, who had a smile on his face that creeped him out, but there wasn't a thing he could do about it. He and Ijiro took off into the building to protect the FING bomb from a literally walking bomb in human form. They reached the third level as finding the bomb they had to protect. "You can stay here, Izu, I will handle them both. Just be my backup if I fail," Ijiro said, making his way to the stairs without waiting for his response, since he knew that if he had something against it he would said so. Ijiro was just finished setting up his traps as All Might signaled the start of the exercise. If he had luck they would win in a minute. He had made a trap on the stairs for Lida and one right in front of him for Bakugo, since he was sure that the boy wanted to fight him more than to capture the bomb. Ida and Bakugo came in through the front door. As Bakugo saw him he stormed to him in just like he thought. He looked behind him Bakugo to see that Ida was about to go upstairs just like planned. He felt a little bad for them, but what could he do? "Are you ignoring me, little fucker?" Bakugo shouted as he saw that he hadn't really looked at him but Ida. "The Finji quirkless losers think they are better than me," he yelled. Bakugo was only 2 meters away from him as he suddenly stopped midair, his right arm still outstretched to punch him, but he couldn't move anymore as Ijiro's wires were stuck on Bakugo. Ijiro then tied Bakugo's wrists and angels in the air so that he couldn't an inch. Bakugo screamed bloody murder as Ijiro went to Ida to look if he was fully restrained. "Villain team wins, please free them, young Kirishima." Izuku just reached their floor as Ijiro freed Bakugo. Katsuki was furious that some low-level quirkless sheet just defeated him without even giving him his all. He thought about using his gauntlet to kill this fucker. Just as this thought crossed his mind he saw Deku looking at him before he sighed in disappointment, and that was it. He aimed his gauntlet at Deku and pulled the pin. Time slowed down for Katsuki as he watched his blast reaching his tart, but suddenly this shitty hair was in front of Deku with an blue energy shield blocking his attack. As the smoke cleared he could see burn marks covering his arms. Deku looked shocked. He dashed to shitty hair, lifting him up before running out. Bakugo returned to the observation room immediately. All Might's voice was stern, you could even say furious. So Katsuki hurried to the room, passing a very shocked Ida. When he entered the room, all eyes were on him, but what he couldn't really understand were the shocked expressions on their faces. Some even seemed to be angry. Why? Because he blasted that quirkless sheet. No, that can't be. Maybe because he hadn't done it, probably, and they were disappointed that they weren't badly hurt. Yeah, that seems more like it. What the hell were you thinking, attacking a student after the exercise and then with such a deathly technique on top? All Might almost yelled. Why are you making such big of a deal about it? It's just two quirkless fuckers who thinks they can be heroes and nothing happened. The room was still, all shocked of what they heard. Bakugo, go in your dorm room and don't leave it. I will talk to Aizawa about this and he will tell you your punishment tomorrow in class, All Might firmly said, but his expression was sad. Katsuki was about to protest as to why he should get punishment for attacking quirkless fuckers, but All Might was in a second in front of him with a really angry expression. He really didn't understand them. All his life people praised him when he did something like that. Adults praised them when he hurt others with his quirk, and he never got in any trouble, so why now? Meanwhile, with Izuku and Ijiro. Izuku was rushing with Ijiro to the infirmary, thinking about how to kill Bakugo. Izu, you should stop making such an angry face. It really doesn't suit you, Ijiro said with a small smile. Yeah, you are burned by this beast and I will kill him once you are healed, Izuku said, tightening his grip on him. Izu, you said that you were friends once, so he can't be such a bad guy. You should give him a last chance with a warning so that he has time to change, Ijiro said. Your way to forgiven for someone who has burns all over his arms? You know you didn't need to protect me, right? Izuku asked. I know, but what can I say? When I see my baby boy in danger, I will always be there to help you and be your knight in shining armor, Ijiro teased, and Izuku blushed a little. Yeah, I stopped that, and you know that I'm taller than you, but thanks anyway, I own you one. Perfect, then you will work with Bakugo to make a hero out of that mob of anger. What? Why should I do that? Izuku asked, irritated. Because you own me one and it would be super manly of you, Ijiro said with a small wince as Izuku's chest touched his burned arm. Okay, but I will make it in my way, and only because I own you one. That BD should be happy that you are so forgiving, Izuku said, giving him Ijiro a kiss on his forehead. The day passed rather quickly, given that many were a bit depressed how their first exercise ended. The students still fought theirs, but the mood was sore. It didn't help that Izuku took Ijiro directly to their room to shower him with all his love for his bravery, so all students just took off to their rooms and waited for the next day. As Izuku and Ijiro entered the class next day, the mood was still down. All students were quite staring at Bakugo from time to time, but brightened immediately when they saw Ijiro was fine. Hey, are you okay, man? Denki asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I had the energy shield Izu build us, Ijiro said with a smile as if nothing happened. They were about to ask more, but the door was opened rather harshly as Aizawa came in and fixed them with a glare. They all took their seats as Aizawa went up to his desk. I have your grades for the exercise yesterday. You did all quite well given the situation. Now to you, Bakugo, your behavior is unacceptable. You will be expelled immediately. Pack your things, I will escort you out, Aizawa said, activating his quirk as Bakugo was about to throw tantrum. Oh, you mean expelled? For what? Just because I attacked some low lives, he yelled. Low life? Who do you think you are? But he was interrupted as Izuku cleared his throat rather loudly. I'm sorry, Eraser, but I can't let that happen. Ijiro already forgive him and asked me to help him, and I agreed. I will form him to one of the best heroes that will exist. That is nice of you too, but what he did was unforgivable. He isn't just expelled, he is blacklisted for all hero schools, and our decision stands. Aizawa's voice grew stern as he looked at Izuku. I requested it from me, and I will not let him down. He was my first friend I had. I know that he wasn't always like this and that adults and mainly society shaped him like this. That doesn't mean that he didn't take responsibility for his actions, so let me handle him. Izuku's voice was dangerous as he glared as Eraser, but it seems that Aizawa had a death wish. Izuku, I don't care if you gave your word. This is school and me as your teacher have made a decision. Just as Aizawa finished his sentence, a dark aura floated the classroom and all students could feel the pressure as it was difficult to breathe. Shota, we are good friend, but I think you have forgotten with who are you talking. You know that I didn't want to be here, but All Might wanted it, so here I gave my word to EI to help Bakugo and I will to do it. You can believe me when I say that he will wish he were expelled. So for the last time, this is my word to I, and I would kill someone before I break my word to him. Aizawa swallowed as he nodded. Good, and with that Izuku released his control and the class breathed in relief. The pressure was completely disappeared as if it weren't there to begin with. Aizawa swallowed again before he spoke. Baku, you're lucky that Kirishima is so forgiven and that Midoriya has so much power to prevent me from expelling you, but be sure that I will be watching you. Now Eraser, you don't have to threaten him, that will be my job, Izuku said in low threatening voice, and he could see the shiver running down Katsuki's spine. Right, now then select a class president and vice president. I don't care how you do it, just finish before lunchtime, and with the he lay down in his yellow sleeping bag. After a moment of silence, the class interrupted in screams. All students wanted to be presidents since it was a good opportunity to prove his leadership qualities, so they all yelled what they wanted to do until Ida stopped that them suggested a vote. Kirishima 5 votes. Midoriya 4 votes. Ida 3 votes. Yaoyorozu 2 votes. Who the F voted for the quirkless BSTRDS? Bakugo yelled. As if anyone would have voted for you, Azui the frog girl said bluntly. It's decided then, Kirishima will be your president and Midoriya your vice president, Aizawa said sitting up. I would like to resign and give Momo the position for the time being, Izuku said. For the time being? Momo asked. Yes, if you could do that for me please. I swear my plan will take around months, then I will take it back, Izuku said. Sure, anything for you, but why not Ida? He has more votes than me? Momo asked. First, I know how intelligent you are and trust you, and second is that Ida has sticks shoved in his but that have to be removed before he can lead someone, Izuku said, causing Ida to blush and some of his classmates to snicker as Aizawa rolled his eyes besides him. Before they knew it, lunchtime had come and they sat all on the same table. Mina squealed as EI got our lunchboxes out. Oh my, did Izuku made lunch for you? She asked as tried to pick something out of my box before EI clapped her hand away. Keep your hands by your Mina, if you want some then help us next time to make one for you too, Ijiro said with a teasing look. Not fair, you didn't even call me that you were cooking. How can you torture me by eating heaven's food in front of me without giving a bite? I thought we were best friends, Kiri, Mina said pouting. Izuku sighed as he handed her the half of his lunchbox. Just this once, Mina, he said with a smile as her face lit up. She squealed again as she took a bite. She was about to say something but the alarm stopped her. Warning, level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. No way, Uraraka glanced around as students all over the shared cafeteria scrambled up. Wait a minute. Ida grabbed the student who had been sitting next to them but occupying the other side of their table with his own group of friends. What is a level 3 security breach? It means someone managed to get past the school's barriers, he explained. This hasn't happened before in all my 3 years here. We should get going. Ijiro looked over the massive crowd of students all pushing to get out. Some were getting hit or even fell to the ground. Okay, that's enough, he said turning to his class. Class 1A, don't move and stay together. Ida, count if all of us are here. Aiza, please look what's causing this, and Momo make a megaphone. He spoke with authority. It wasn't requests, it was command, and like that the class moved together without question. They trusted him, mostly because of his calm aura and quick decisions. Izuku looked through all kinds of eyes until he found the cause. In the meantime, Momo had created the megaphone. It's just the press asking about All Might, Izuku replied as Ijiro took the megaphone from Momo, nodding to him. Okay, Mina, when it's calm, go and handle them. This is private property, so threaten them or something, I don't care, just make them leave, Ijiro said, and Mina gave him a thumbs up. He then turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, make a big explosion to get their attention, even if you have to damage the ceiling. Bakugo grumbled but did it regardless as big explosion went off, getting the attention of all the students. Ijiro took a breath before he yelled in the megaphone, what the hell do you think you're doing? They said evacuate in orderly fashion and not push each other to the ground. Now pick up all students from the ground and look after injuries and make place for the pink-skinned girl to let her handle the press, because that's just it. Press trying to speak with all might. If I see someone punishing people around, I will make sure to pass detention. And with that, Mina took of as the students calmed and helped students on the ground. Ida, are we missing someone? He asked, turning to his class again. One student, sir, Todoroki. Ida said, still in panic mood. Izu, search for him, please. This time it was a request now that the panic was solved. He looked at the class and bowed. I'm really sorry that I ordered you all around like this, but I got a little angry there, he apologized. Not totally cool, man. You calmed all down and handled the situation, Denki said. You just did your job as class president, Ribbit, Azui said. Yeah, it was a good choice voting for you, Jiro said, hands plying with her earlobes. Todoroki is on the roof eating in silence. No need to worry about him, Izuku said to Ijiro. Meanwhile, with Mina. As she came down to the gates, she saw that they were turned to dust. She looked at Eraser and Mike-sensei trying to control the group of press with no progress. She sighed as walked up to them. She then made a line of acid. The sound and the steam getting attention turned to her. Okay, that's enough. This is private property that you entered illegal, but not only that, but you're also disturbing class and causing a panic under the students. So leave now, she stated, but to her disappointment they didn't even think about it. Okay, if you insist to do it the hard way, then so be it. My name is Mina Ishido and I'm a representative of Midoriya Industries. Now I will answer 3 questions. If nobody yells like children and instead raise your hand, after this questions you leave, and if not, then Midoriya Industries will not only sue your agencies but you personal as well. Okay, begin. And like that they shut up in an instant, raising their hands. She pointed to a woman in the middle. How is All Might at teaching? It was pretty dumb question and more for gossip, but she couldn't care now. All Might's hero personality and his teacher personality are pretty different. He is less confident and let's say teaching really didn't come naturally to him. Nice, she thought, answering without giving away information. She pointed at a man in the front. If you're here, then that mean Dr. Midoriya and his secretary are here, and if so, what are you doing here? He asked. BSTRD asked 2 questions at once. Yes, they are here too. Me and his secretary are training to becoming heroes, and Izu, sorry, Dr. Midoriya is here for the license, she hurriedly pointing at a woman in the front so no one can ask deeper questions about it. Didn't Dr. Midoriya said that he wanted to open up a school this year? She asked, and Mina was so thankful for this opportunity. Yes, and the school buildings are finished and ready. We even have scientists from all over the world ready to start teaching. The only reason we haven't opened yet is because the government is slowing us down because they don't approve of the ideals this school would stand for. It would be really kind of you if you would interview politicians to why they are slowing it down. Okay, that's it for today. Please leave in an orderly fashion. She sighed as the reporters slowly left the ground. Turning, she looked at the 2 pro heroes before sighing again. I can understand that Eraserhead is bad in handling the press, but Mike-sensei, if I'm being honest, I'm a bit disappointed, she said, leaving them alone. Even if it hurts to admit she is right, with my quirk it should be easy to handle the crowd, Mike said. But don't forget that she has way more experience in this than we have, and she has a powerful man behind her to give her words more meaning, Aizawa said, making his way to the principal to inform him about the gate. 10 minutes later. Aizawa came into the class, all students sitting in their seats still chatting with each other, but stopped the moment he came in. He looked over them until he met Midoriya's eyes, staring for 2 seconds before he spoke. Midoriya, could you please come with me to the principal? The rest of you have a free study class. Aizawa, Ijiro and Mina will go with you. In the meantime, I will handle the situation here, Izuku, and without awaiting for their teacher's response, Ijiro and Mina took off with him. Izuku looked over the class, waiting a minute to be sure that the 3 have left before he made his way to the teacher's desk. Okay, now that the 2 are gone, there is no one that can save you, Bakugo, he said with a smile. Bakugo looked at him annoyed as he stood up and made his over to Deku, but as they stood face to face, Deku didn't look him the eyes too afraid, instead he stared at the ground. Being quirkless, Deku, why the hell should I need help from this scum? You're so afraid you can't even look in my eyes, he yelled, even thought he was just inches away. He then heard him muttering something. I can't hear you, piece of this, speak louder. Our eyes don't meet like this, Izuku said firmly. Kneel. Bakugo was on his knees in an instant, stared up at Izuku. Now our eyes meet, he said from above. I used my quirk on you, you should remember now, don't you? Izuku asked, and yes, Katsuki indeed remembered his failure to save the class back then. Instead, this lying BSRD had defeated him like nothing. I see you remember. I gave EI my word to make you into a better person, but I said I will make it my way. I'm not as forgiving as EI. As you can see, I can read your mind and I can control you. There is no secret saved from me. You let me stand, you lying piece of shit, as if you're a better person than me lying to your friend about not having a quirk, Bakugo yelled. On your stomach, hands behind your back and look up. It really looked pathetic as Katsuki instantly did as he was told. I said it before and I will say it again, I'm not my quirk, I have a life without it, and as we were four you didn't wanted me, you wanted my quirk. You say I'm a piece of shit, wasn't it you who bullied me for not having a quirk, your best friend? If I really would have been quirkless you would have bullied me until now, and for what? For something that nobody can control, you face. Quirkless don't have a choice. They don't say yeah I would like to make my life living hell and want to have a quirk. I don't FNG care, they are weak and useless, Bakugo said. And what is the person that loses against a quirkless in a fight? Izuku asked curious. Trash, he should kill himself in shame. Then I suggest you to do that, Katsuki, because you lost against EI and he was fighting quirkless, but the match was over so fast I don't think that we can call it that. Midoriya, you can't tell a student to kill him. Shut up, Ida's mouth closed instantly. So tell me, Katsuki, will you go and kill yourself? Izuku asked in a playful teasing tone that set the whole class in horror, as he just told a student, even if it's Bakugo, to kill himself. Of course not, I wanna live. The fucker most likely cheated to win, Bakugo said, but the second said it he felt a sharp pain in his ribs forcing he air out of his lungs as he was thrown through the class, leaving a dent in the wall he hit. Say something like this again about him and I will make sure that you will regret it, Izuku warned with a deadly tone. Bakugo slowly stood up trying to breath again. You fucker broke my ribs, I will kill both of you fuckers. That was the point where Izuku snapped. He looked at the boy with dark gaze. Is that so? Then I will better handle you now. Stop breathing. The class looked shocked as Bakugo's arms went to his throat trying to feel if there is something that prevents him from getting air, and as he didn't find anything he started to panic. Weak explosions coming from his hands. Ida and all the girl out of the class and go out of hearing range. Now, Izuku said it wasn't in order, but they followed without hesitation. When they were out, Izuku slowly made his way to Bakugo and crouched down to him. All your actions will cause a reaction, Bakugo. If this reaction is good or bad is in your hands. Now if you understand, nod and we'll let you breath, Izuku said. Bakugo nodded and Izuku released his quirk, letting the boy breath, who looked almost as purple as Mineta. He lifted Bakugo and placed him in a seat, taking the seat opposite to him. Now about we talk about your punishment, and I mean talk and not yelling, Izuku said and waited for answer, and after about 10 seconds Bakugo answered with a small sure. You will go to anger management therapy 3 times a week until I say that you're good, Izuku said, and Bakugo nodded. You will clean and cook in the dorms for the whole 3 years we will be here. Exceptions are when we are before exams or I see someone more fit to that. Again Bakugo nodded. You will apologize to EI, and when I mean apologize, then you will think back to this moment on how you feel about dying, because it doesn't matter what quirk you have or don't have, because you're still human and you all feel the same. Make sure to understand that all humans feeling are equal to each other. All Might is not more worth than a quirkless old man. They both have feeling, dreams and people they love, so think about it when you apologize. And again Bakugo nodded as Izuku sighed. Did I somehow took your ability to speak? He asked. No sir, are you afraid that I could kill? Bakugo shook his head and Izuku sighed again. You know I can read your mind, right? No need to lie to me. Okay, if I'm afraid that you insane beach could try to kill me again, Bakugo said, but he didn't yell this time. But didn't you try the same thing yesterday, trying to kill me? Bakugo stilled. He looked conflicted but didn't answer. You can think about it tonight. Now there are 3 things left I want. First you will call me and EI, Midoriya and Kirishima. If you call us by any other names there will be punishment. You can call rest of the class as you want. Thought? Sounds fair? Sure, if it's only you two, Bakugo replied tamely. Second, after our graduation you will work 5 years as underground hero. No FNG way, I'm here to become number 1 and not some shitty night hero. Bakugo started yelled but reduced his volume. We are heroes to protect first and fight second. You will learn that in the underground, this point is not negotiable, but we can reduce it to 3 years if you manage to archive the last thing I want from you. And that would be? Bakugo asked hopefully. Easy, make some friends. Friends? Bakugo asked in disbelief. Yeah, friends. I mean real friends and not just followers like you had before. Make at least 2 real friends. Izuku repeated friendly. Why the f do I need friends? I will be number 1 soon. I don't need FNG help from some extras. Bakugo whisper yelled at him. You of all people need friends more than anything, because a real friend would have already told you that what you were doing all the time is more like a villain's than a hero, Izuku said with a straight face, not even flinching when Bakugo exploded the desk. If you're calling me a villain, Bakugo started yelling. Stop that yelling, we are out of this age and can keep a conversation like normal people. So say, have you ever seen any hero in your life that hit a citizen? Because that is what you did. You used your quirk to harm others just because it made you feel better, Izuku taking a deep breath to continue. Now you as a hero student tell me, if you would meet someone using a quirk to harm others, what would you call them? And Izuku could see the conflict in Bakugo. His thought were running 1,000 miles per second as he thought about it, nearly kicking him out of his head. I know that I questioned your whole life, so think about it. Take your time and then give me an answer when you're ready, Izuku said, taking Bakugo's hand to squeeze it in a comforting way. Yes, he know that Bakugo isn't, but he also know that he told someone that his whole life was a lie. That all people around him lied to him all the time. Okay, that's it. Just make sure to befriend someone, Bakugo. They will not only say something when you turn into the wrong direction, but will also have your back in situations where you can't win alone. And if you're lucky, you will find someone that will share your pain with him, someone that will understand you and help you sort through your feelings, Izuku said, standing up, moving to the door before he turned. You might think that depending on someone makes you weak, but it's the opposite. The more friend you have, the more help can you get in any kind of situation. That applies to all of you, especially you, Peppermint Boy, Izuku said, staring at Todoroki. You always say you don't want to be like your father, but the moment you close your heart to the people around you, you will be like him. Okay, that's it. Don't speak to anybody about this who wasn't here, and bring Bakugo to Recovery Girl. Midget, you clean the class, have a good day. And with that, Izuku made his way to the principal office to look after his fiancée. Meanwhile, in the principal office, Nezu was surprised as Kirishima and Ishido came in instead of Midoriya, but kept his smile as they took their seats in front of him. He smiled at them as he handed both of them a cup of tea. Let us not talk around the bush. What do you want from Izuku? Nezu, Kirishima asked, taking a sip from his tea, humming to himself. Ishido-san has already seen it. Someone has broken the gates down, and we wanted to ask if Midoriya could find out who it was and if this people plan more, Nezu said, handing them pictures of the gates that turned to dust. Ijiro sipped on his tea, looking carefully over all the pictures before noticing something. Say, Nezu, how comes that there aren't any kind of security cameras around UA? If you had some, you wouldn't even need to ask us, Ijiro said. They weren't necessary until now. No one ever tried to attack UA, but looking back, I might be become too arrogant to think this place is completely safe. Seems so, but we should learn from this and upgrade our systems, Aizawa said from behind them. As for Izuku, he can't go after them for you, Ijiro said, finishing his tea. Why not? Aizawa asked, frustrated. The only villains bold enough to attack UA directly is the League of Villains. The last time Aizu and I were there, we made an agreement that Izuku won't tell you where to find them, what their bank accounts are, or what plans they have, as long they don't force him to choose a side. The moment they attack one of us, this agreement will be broken, and he will help you. Until then, he will live his happy life, Kirishima said patiently. Can't he make an exception just this once, so that we can keep our students safe and prepare for their attack? Aizawa asked. Mina sighed as she pulled a chair out for Aizawa and gestured for him to sit down. Aizawa was a bit surprised but took the seat and accepted the cup of tea from Nezu. Aizawa-san, you have to understand that Izuku's quirk isn't just extremely power and useful but also a curse on the other hand, she said, but elaborated as she saw the confusion in his face. After getting his quirk at the age of 4, he know almost anything about anybody, and that includes RPE, murder and torture. He can feel and see these actions, can feel the hate, sadness, and most impotently a person's facade. Because of this, he didn't have many friends. There are only me, Kiri, Nezu, and a detective with a lie detection quirk. Izuku used his quirk all the time until we met him. Certain he saw way more evil than we will ever in our whole live. If it wasn't for Kiri, he would still use it. You're asking for an exception because of this situation, but it is not logical since Izuku could see around and find villains all time if he wanted to, Aizawa thought about her words for a while and came to the conclusion that asking Midoriya was pretty selfish. Indeed, Midoriya-san has already helped us so much it was selfish of us to ask him something like this. You can go now and please tell him sorry from us, Nezu said. We will, Ijiro said but stopped at the door. You know Nezu, he wouldn't mind if you called him Izuku. He really likes you and your will to help humans even thought. Ijiro paused but he didn't really have to finish his sentence as he and Nezu knew what he was talking about. They waved a last time before leaving the two pro-heroes alone. Never would I guess that someone younger than me had to remind me that power has also his downsides, Aizawa said after a minute of silence. They are not really younger than us, Aizawa. With each passing day they will surpass us even more. I'm really interested in what kind of future the two will lead us, Nezu said. The two, what about Midoriya? Aizawa asked confused. Oh, meant Kirishima and Midoriya. The two trust each other like nobody else I have seen. Kirishima seems like the friendly but dumb kind of person, but I think that his time with Midoriya made him extremely smart and strategic. This friendly attribute combined with his intellect will be deadly for naive people. Aizawa grew pale because just like Nezu said he thought that Kirishima was more dumb, but thinking back now, he could see it how Kirishima always chose the right words. The only one he was truly relaxed and open was Izuku and Mina. Ijiro, Mina and Izuku met in the hallway halfway to the principal office and decided to go to the dorms. Ijiro looked in Izuku's eyes for a brief second as they met and he was sure that Izu has talked with the Bakugo kid. The kid might be a bit rough and had some cruel fantasy on how the world should work, but he also passion and power to back it up, something they will need in the future to keep the city safe. They will create their own territory, a city where the two of them will rule. This city will be as fair as possible and will give all who live in there an equal chance to go after their dreams. It was their dream one they hadn't even told Mina yet. The school was a good start to reach this goal. It will give them recognition when the first students graduated, on how competent they are when their students are better in their special field. They will see that quirks doesn't matter this much. Sure, it gives one an advantage, but nothing you cannot reach with the right training and technology. They walked to the dorms and Iza gave them a quick summary on what happened in the class. He didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that Iza used his quirk, but since Iza said that he will handle it his way, there is nothing he can do about it. He thought about not telling Izu about what they talked about with the principal and Aizawa but decided against it, maybe later when they are in bed. They reached the dorms and as they entered the common room he could see how the all-present students have gone stiff as their muscles tensed. They all had a nervous look on their faces as they tried really hard to look anywhere but them. He sighed as they made their way to the kitchen, but the further they got the more did he wanted to roll his eyes on his classmates as they all subtle but fast cleared the path for them. Why the F are you all acting so scared like some losers when he isn't even mad at you? The only one who have the right to act like that is me, and are you seeing me covering in fear like some kicked puppy? No, so get your sheet together. And there I thought I was in a class who wanted to be heroes, but I guess that was just all words and no actions, the Bakugo kid said. He started it with a shout but regulated his volume nearly instantly. That's because you're insane, the midged kid said, but Ijiro ignored him. He is right, you know. Izu won't bite your head off, I promise, Ijiro said. He was a bit overwhelmed that the kid could normally interact with them even after his talk with Izu. Bakugo sure had some fighting spirit. The class didn't look convinced as they looked between him and Izuku over and over again. He sighed again. This will be a long way until they will trust him again. Izu, please go and make dinner for the class, he said. I'm sure I told you that I punished Bakugo with that task for the rest of the 3 school years, Izuku answered. Yes, I heard you. This is your punishment on how you handled the situation. You could have been way more subtle about it, but now they are all afraid of you. So 1 week dinner for the whole class, Ijiro said rather sternly as he punished him to the kitchen. Fine, Bakugo, move your butt. I will show you how to cook probably so that you can make something eatable after this week, Izuku said, grabbing Bakugo's arm as he dragged him with him to the kitchen. Whatever, nerd, Bakugo said, but paled as the last word slipped his lips. He could feel how Midoriya's grip got painfully in an instant as he turned around with an ice-cold glare on his face. Baka. Sorry, I meant Bakugo, could you please repeat the last word again? He asked innocently, even if his face wasn't anyway near his words. Sorry, I meant Midoriya, Bakugo stuttered out. You're new to this, I will let it slip this time because it was me." The implication was clear. If it would have been Kirishima, then he would have suffered a punishment now. The room relaxed as they continued their way to the kitchen. Izuku looked over his shoulder at Katsuki to see that he indeed knew how to cook as he made the steaks. He really had talent or experience, who knows, but knowing Katsuki, it's most likely talent. Dinner was prepared pretty fast with some small tips for him to learn, but nothing much. The table was silent as they eat quietly with small chats between them, but the majority was too nervous around Izuku to be relaxed. The funny thing about it is that they felt the same nervousness around Bakugo a day before, but it was completely forgotten after Izuku's display of power. All in all, it was a miracle that all classmates even sat on the table to eat together. Ijiro looked around, making eye contact with some classmates, but they looked away fast. The only one besides Aizu and Mina to hold his eye contact was Todoroki, but the boy was just strange. He still remembers what Izuku told him about the other boy but couldn't quite understand him. He waited for 5 minutes for someone to start a conversation but sighed as nothing happened. This situation is more than counterproductive. We should learn more about each other. Since we are classmates, we will have to work together in the future, he said, hoping that someone would help him, and bless God as Ida said something. True, it only benefits us to know as much about each other as possible. I will start. My name is Tenya Ida. I'm 17, almost 18 years old, male, 6 feet tall, and my SXL preference is straight. My brother is the hero in Genium, and my inspiration to become a hero is to be as great as him, Ida said, but it was more like he read his curriculum vitae. Some of the girls were blushing about how bold he was with his sexuality. Okay, that is much information to process. Anyone else give it a try? You don't have to say something you don't want to. Ijiro said. Okay, then I will try it. My is Hanta. I'm also 17 years old. I'm about 5.9 feet. My quirk is tape like you already have seen. I'm straight and single. My favorite hero is Kamui Woods. I think that's all some you want to know, he asked. If nobody gonna is ask, then the next please, Siro said with an embarrassed blush on his face as he registered that he also just said to personal stuff. Hey, I'm Mina, 18, and my quirk is named Acid. My hobbies are dancing and shopping. What else can I say about me? I work for Midori for almost 5 years now, she said with a happy smile. The class was curious but didn't ask. Then I will take my turn now. My name is Momo Yayarozu and my quirk is called Creation. I can create all non-living materials. I'm 17 years old and I like reading and drinking good tea, Momo said. There was a significant pause until Bakugo broke it. This is how bothersome. Bakugo Katsuki, I'm 18, obviously male, and bi. My quirk lets me create explosions from my palms. My favorite hero is All Might because he always wins and don't need help. I want to become a hero just like him who doesn't need some shitty extras to help win, Katsuki said, making explosions to demonstrate his quirk for them. You know that's not true, you know, Bakugo. All Might has lost about 8 fights. He also has his agency with sidekicks to help him like Sir Night Eye, Izuku said. How the hell do you know? I have never seen All Might lost a fight in TV. I know because I read his mind, and tell me, have you ever seen a hero lose a fight in TV? Because I didn't. In TV you will always see how good heroes are. They will never say how much damage they did to building or how they couldn't control their quirk probably and killed a civilian. Look at the number 2 hero, he has killed more civilian in his entire hero career than the villain with the highest head count has, he said, but the looks he got told him that they didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, then how about I show you? Before anybody could say something, they were on the highest skyscraper in Tokyo looking down on a busy street. He should have better warned them because now half the class was yelling on how they got there. Momo created a sword and shield, Shoto surrounded himself with ice, and Shoji transformed his extra limbs to eyes and ears. Denki even jumped in Ei's arms. Where are we? How did we get here? The F-who did this sheet? The shouting didn't stop as they got even more anxious with each passing second. Izuku sighed as he took them back to their dining table, but still in his quirk, didn't help the shouting thought. Okay, stop that, it was me, okay? I'm sorry, I should have warned you. I'm just used to it that I can go in and out with Ai and Mina, he said, and the class calmed down a little, still looking around but mostly calm now. This is part of my quirk, so please don't get all that jumpy, he said. They nodded, but as he summoned a ball in the back of the room and let it fall, half of the class jumped out of their seats in defensive position. He looked at EI with a pleading gaze, asking him for help, who in return had a smug smirk on his face. He grew pale as he saw that look. It meant that he would owe EI another one, but what can he do now? He sighed as he nodded, already trying to figure out what EI will ask him. Everyone please settle down so we can calmly discuss this matter. If you have a question, raise your hand and wait until we give you permission to ask. Also, who can figure out how we traveled from here to Tokyo and back will get 1 week of Izu's amazing lunchboxes, and now he know what his price was, and oddly enough it was rather easy. The class settled down and calmed a bit more than before. They waited a minute until arms started to rise and Ijiro pointed at Denki. How did you do that, Midoriya? I thought that you had a mind-reading quirk and not teleportation. Now, if we answer this question immediately, then you will not be able to get the prize for figuring it out, Izuku said, pointing at Azui. I think that there are 3 options. 1, that he has a second quirk, that is teleportation. 2nd, he has a time-stopping quirk and brought us all there, and 3rd, and most likely since he has a mind-reading quirk, I think we are in his mind in some sort of imagination, Azui said. Wow, that was fast. You're right, Azui, we are in my quirk room, Izuku said with a smile. He sure as hell was impressed on how fast she got behind his quirk. You all can call me Tsuyu, and thanks, but it really was just a guess, she answered. Nevertheless, it was a good one, and you won 1 week Izu premium food, Ijiro answered, pointing at Momo. Is this the place you 3 always go to when you're staring at the ceiling in classes, she asked. That is correct. We train here or have some fun, depends on the mood, Mina said cheerfully. Now please let us come back to the topic. I will change the environment again, so please don't yell and stay calm, Izu said, getting them back at the skyscraper. Some looked uneasy, but they stayed calm. Great. This is built on memories from the people that were there the day Endeavor killed 21 people with his recklessness, and as they looked down they could see the number 2 hero fly after a villain who was just running away. He threw fireballs after the villain, but instead of hitting him, the fireball hit a family with 2 children, burning them instantly. Some of the classmates grew pale, others looked sick, and some even vomited. But the scene wasn't even over as a fireball hit the building. That started to break down slowly, burying more passengers onto the rubble. If you don't believe that it is real, you can ask Todoroki-kun since he was there. The class turned to the boy, who simply nodded, looking at the scene, finding himself down there. Izuku waved his hand and they were back in the common room, sitting in their seats. He then snapped his fingers and tea appeared in front of them. I'm sorry that I showed you something like this, but you're all nearly adults now. You are all trying to become heroes, so I thought it'd be good to know what you're up to, because one day someone will die on our hands, be it a civilian we couldn't save or a villain we thought is too powerful to take him down without killing him. The class was still all trying to progress what just happened, because it was one of the first times someone told them that hero work had something to do with killing. I know that you're young and that you would have learned that in your 3rd year, so if you think that you're not up to this stuff already, then I can erase your memory until you think it's safe. Don't be ashamed to ask for it, because its true ignorance is a blessing. After that, 4 hands shot up: Aoyama the laser boy, Koda the animal speaker, Hagakure the invisible girl, and Mineta the perv. Okay, I will erase it after we go out of this. Last but not least, tomorrow is a field trip, so put your costumes on before you come to class. If your costume is in the class, then go early and change in the locker room. With that, he dropped his quirk and the class started to make their way to their rooms. Izuku took a moment to erase the memories of the 4 students before letting them go. He and I were laying on their bed as he thought about their day. All in all, he could say that they made great progress today, but he thought about his way of shoving them on how their future will be, and maybe he was a bit too harsh to them, showing them something like this. Say, EI, do you think it was too early to show them what reality really is like? He asked. He could hear a sigh before EI shifted to face him. Izu, if I would have thought that, don't you think I would have stopped you? It was a relief to Izuku that EI had his back with this decision. He of course knew that EI would have said something if it weren't okay what he did, but it was reassuring to hear it from him. He cuddled himself on Ijiro's bare chest as he used his arm as a pillow to sleep. Thanks, EI. Good night. He closed his eyes, but he could still feel how EI kissed his head and pulled him closer, wrapping his arm around his waist. They needed all the sleep they could get, if tomorrow would be like today. Shota yawned as he made his way to the classroom. It was only a few days and he could already tell how he was regretting it that he didn't expel someone on the first day. He had so many problem children in his class that he lost count. The biggest one was Midoriya, of course, but he was handled by Kirishima. Bakugo was also one of his bigger problems, and if he was honest he wasn't sure why the two didn't let him expel the boy. For him the boy was all a hero shouldn't be. Then there were Todoroki. The boy just completely refused to use his fire, and from what he could gather from Midoriya's interview a few years ago, the number 2 hero abused his family, so it wasn't that surprising that he didn't want to use it, but still someday he will have to overcome it. He stopped his thoughts as he was in front of his classroom. He sighed. Today would be an exhausting day with the field trip to the USJ. He opened the door to find his class ready in their costumes, silently waiting for him. That was the good thing to have Midoriya in his class. The boy was pretty pragmatic when it come to handle the class, even when he gave away his position as vice president. I see Midoriya has already informed you about the field trip. To make sure we all have the same information, I will say my peace of mind so that we can leave. We are having a field trip to the USJ with 2 other teachers that you will meet there. You can wear your costumes, but don't forget that some aren't practical for rescue missions. Now the bus will be here in 10 minutes, so move it, he said, making his way to the teacher's lounge to get a coffee before joining his students. He stopped as he saw Bakugo walking with the class, he looking so normal if you ignored his usual angry face. How did someone so normal looking nearly killed an other student without regret? He called him out as he saw the gauntlets on his hands. Bakugo, you will leave the gauntlet here, and after we get back you will inform the support department to remove them until you get permission from me or Midoriya. Bakugo looked more angry than before, but after a few seconds of struggling he breathed out and nodded, what surprised him and simultaneously creeped him out. How effective were Midoriya's methods to reform him? Izuku and Ijiro were outside near the pickup spot checking their support gear since Ijiro's took a heavy blow last time. The goggles weren't damaged, but the energy shield had gotten replaced with a new one, but it seemed that they did a good job in the support department. Their heads snapped up as a whistle blew and Izuku nearly growled at Ida. Ijiro saw his fiancée's foul mood and decided to end it fast, as he went to Ida, who stood near the bus that pulled up. Listen up and gather in 2 orderly lines by number. Then we will lead the bus accordingly. Ijiro placed his hand firmly on Ida's shoulder as he turned him around. Ida, I know that you only want to help, but I'm sure that Izu have given his vice president position to Momo and not you with a reason. To be frank, Ida, he wasn't wrong about the stick that you should pull out before you start to lead someone. At this, few of his classmates snickered but shut up immediately as he glared at them. Ida, on the other, looked downright destroyed. He was blushing and looking anywhere but him, and that was for Ida a very untypical behavior. Of course, I'm sorry that I just went ahead. It was just that I couldn't see any of you trying to make a boarding line, Ida said. That is because we weren't going to do so. Ida, we're all nearly 18 years old. Don't you think we should be able to board a bus without someone telling us how to do so? Of course I'm sorry, Ida said, bowing 90 degrees. And one last thing, Ida. I have seen you multiple times now on how you don't wait until you have enough information and just assume something, and one day that will be your downfall, so be careful. Ijiro said, going into the bus. The bus was loud with the students taking about their hobbies, quirks, or costumes. The only 2 who weren't talking were Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki just looked bored and annoyed while Bakugo looked deep in thoughts, probably thinking about Izuku's words to him about his villain-like behavior. Midoriya, how come that your and Kirishima's costumes look nearly identical, and while we are at it they look nothing like a hero costume and more like combat clothes? Azui asked rather bluntly. You not like my cape? I just look pretty in it, don't I? Aoyama asked, holding his cape up for anybody to see. Our costumes look alike because we designed them together, and for the other question, yes, your cape looks flashy, but that's it. We are here to become heroes and our clothes should help with that and shouldn't handicap us, Izuku answered. What do you mean handicap? If you want to be a popular hero then you have to be flashy to catch the attention from the media, Denki said. With handicap I mean the cape, you can trip over it, someone can step on it, a villain could grab it, or it could block your vision. Your costume should help you to be the most efficient and not some fashion show jumping around. If you can't make it up in the hero ranks without a flashy costume then you just don't deserve it, he said, and the class looked rejected. Some looked angry and some looked thoughtful. Mama, Aiza didn't mean it that way. What he wants to say is that your costumes could be better. He just isn't good with words that don't hurt other people's feelings, Ijiro said, saving his fiancée again. If this continues like this, then he have to be around Aizu all the time to prevent something like this. It doesn't bother me, I'm honestly blunt too, so it makes things easier for me, Tsuyu said. But if I may ask, what could we change on our costumes to make them better? She asked. First of all, you could use other material that is at least resistant to something. As an example, look at Todoroki. He gets an unfortunate backflash from the ice side of his quirk. That would normally didn't be a problem since he would just use his fire to warm him up, but since he is dumb and refuses to use it, he can't do something against it. Now you would think that he would at least design a costume that warms him so that he don't get cold, but instead he just wears normal clothes colored so that it looks cool. Or I'm wrong, Todoroki-kun? Izuku asked innocently as he tilted his head to the side as if he didn't just tell the class that he had fire as well. Before someone could ask or say something, they heard Izuku yelled as Ijiro hit him over the head, and that pretty hard from the sound of it. Aiza, you can't just tell people's personal secrets like that. I'm so sorry, Todoroki, for what Aiza did, he said as he took Izuku's head and forced him to bow while sitting. But that doesn't mean he isn't right. Thought. One day someone will die, someone that you could have saved if you would use your fire. That does applies for all of you. Holding back in school is understandable, and it makes sense that you don't want to harm your friends, but not training abilities that you have is downright foolish and will lead to a dead person, Ijiro said with a serious face. But that was enough serious life sheet. Let's talk about something else. Since Aizu just told Todoroki's secret, he can ask one in return, Ijiro said cheerfully, changing the mood fast. The class started to brainstorm on what question would be the best to ask, but Todoroki just stared at them for a minute before he asked. Yesterday you said to Aizawa-sensei that you didn't want it to be here, but that you're here because All Might requested it, so what does that mean? The question was asked smartly since it was hard to dodge around and it didn't give the possibility for a short answer. That is because I asked All Might for something, but he had a condition for me, so here I wasn't planning to become a hero that jumps around in this childlike costumes when they do such a serious job as to save lives. I was planning to go into general department so that I could see Mina and EI around, but sometimes you don't have a choice, Izuku replied. But with your quirk, do you really have to hold up on that condition? Couldn't you just make All Might forget about it? Azui asked bluntly again. I could, but the moment I use my quirk like this is the moment I'm no better than a criminal. Sure, I could force Bakugo to be a perfect student. He wouldn't even notice that I did it, but that would be a false victory. The moment you use force that give you no other option than to change, that will accomplish nothing. For an example, I use my power to change Bakugo's behavior, but he always has the option to leave the school if he don't want to change. If you don't change willingly, then it will snap back the moment the force that changed you is away or a stronger force appears, Izuku explained, and the students listened in dead silence. They all had thoughtful looks on their faces. But more importantly, if Bakugo changes from his own free will, then because he sees what he did is wrong, then he will not only change after I'm no longer there, but will most likely help others like I did with him. So you see, forcing someone with no other option is not only violence in some kind of form but also ineffective for the future, Izuku said. Indeed, very wise words of you, Midoriya, Ida said as he wrote down what he said. Izuku blinked 2 times before he leaned over to see that Ida really just took notes of what he said. He raised an eyebrow in question, but it seemed that Ida was a bit obvious to nonverbal communication, but thank God he wasn't the only one who had seen it. Ida, did you really just took notes on what Midoriya said? Hagakure asked the boy. Yes, I did. He always says such intelligent things and gives us a new perspective to look on the matter, Ida answered, his hand chopping the air. If you say so, but I really don't know what he has against our costumes, she said, looking at everyone. Actually, yours is the one I have the most problem with, Izuku said, getting her attention. How so? I can't really wear something without disabling my own quirk, she said. That's not true. You know, there are materials that can adapt to the user's quirks, but what is more important right now is how you gonna rescue someone with that costume? Izuku asked, tilting his head to the side. I don't understand your question, Midoriya. How does my costume hinder me? She asked. Confused. She looked at the class for help, but of course no one could see her silent plea. What's wrong with your brain? Bakugo yelled, startling all around him at the outburst. He took a deep breath to control his temper before he continued. He means that you're FING naked, so if you're in a situation where you have to carry someone and let's say midget perv guy over there to make the situation worse, are you willing to FING press him against your naked BRSTS to save him even knowing that he will most likely grab them and you can't do a thing about it? The class looked stunned as Bakugu of all people understood what Midoriya meant and explained to them even if they to get used to his way of speaking with them. Hagakure on the other hand was thinking about it and blushed as she realized that she really hadn't thought about it since she thought that she was going to become an information hero. You don't have to blush because of that, you know, we are here to become better, we are not perfect from the start on. Ajiro said. Thank you. Wait, what do you mean you don't have to blush? See, can you see me? Asked as she crossed her arms over her breasts to protect them from his sight. Sure, in Izu's and my goggles are heat sensors, so we can see through our smoke bombs and my wires, Ijiro said holding up his gloves. Some of his classmates looked at him in wonder, some of the boys looked jealous and Hagakure was a blushing mess now. You pervert, she said as she slapped his cheek so hard that you could see the hand print on it. The bus was silent as some looked at the girl in shock and some in amusement. Ijiro on the other hand was rubbing his cheek since it really hurt. He looked over to Izu but the other man had amused expression on his face trying really hard not to laugh at him. Hey, it's not Dash, he was cut off by Aizawa. We're here brats, get out. Aizawa called out from the front of the bus gaining everyone's attention. Yes, sensei. They all replied as they rushed out of the bus. And stood in front of a large building. Welcome to the USJ. Aizawa announced in a bored tone as he started walking to the entrance. Or better known as unforeseen simulation joint. A voice called out from the entrance of the building as the doors swung open revealing different kind of landscapes and disasters sections all across the building's interior and in front of the students was a person in what seemed to be an astronaut suit. It's the Hero 13. Surprisingly it was Ochiko who called out. She's my favorite rescue hero. That's right, I'm the Space Hero, 13 and welcome to your first rescue lesson. The hero said as they spread their hands out as if showing off a big reveal. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked as he stood close to his colleague in order for others not to overhear, but it wasn't subtle enough since Izuku and Ijiro could see it clearly. I've been told that he's reached his limit for today. The space hero replied as she raised 3 fingers in front of the erase hero. Izuku and Ijiro both know of All Might's situation and they both thought the same thing Aizawa said. All Might was an idiot, he now was a teacher first and hero second. They will have a talk with him after this. They looked over if Mina had seen it too, but it seemed that she was distracted by Jiro. Dean idiot, Aizawa cursed under his breath before turning back to his class. All right, before we get started 13 will speak with you. Thank you Eraserhead. Now students, as I'm sure some of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. Just like a black hole I can SCK in and tear apart anything. She said as she stood in front of the class. Now I've used my quirk to save and rescued countless people, but I could just as easily use it to kill. The conversation took a dark turn as she became serious. I have no doubt that you students could do just the same. You students learned in All Might's class how to use your quirk to fight and how dangerous others' quirks can be. In my class I will show you how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to harm others but to protect them, and so, I hope you will leave here today with the understanding on how to help others, she added as the mood shifted back into a positive one. That will be all. She finished with a bow and a round of applause from the students. Something is wrong here, it feels like I'm being watched, Izuku thought as he continued clapping before something caught his attention in the corner of his eye. Huh, is that purple smoke chic Kurogiri? In the middle of the building near a fountain there seemed to be a purple sphere just swirling around. Shota, we are under attack, Izuku spoke up getting the teacher's attention and pointing at the sphere. What is it? Aizawa replied in his usually bored tone before seeing what Izuku was pointing at. All of a sudden he crouched down slightly, grabbed his capture gear and got into a fighting stance. Suddenly a hand shot out of the purple sphere and it widened before a man covered in hands including one on his face, walked out before looking up at the students. Time to gain some levels. The man said to himself as he gained an evil and cruel grin under the hand. Then suddenly hundreds of people came out of the purple sphere and flanked the man. Aizawa said under his breath. Everybody, huddle up and don't move. 13. Protect the class. He ordered as he kept his eyes on the people below. What's going on? Kaminari asked as he made his way to his homeroom teacher. Whoa, are those guys the ones we'll be saving? He asked with a smile on his face, excited to start the lesson. Get back. Those are villains. Aizawa roared as he put on his goggles. Villains? The class screamed out, some starting to panic. I don't see All Might, Shigaraki. The purple mist suddenly condensed and spoke to the hand-wearing man. The mist took the shape of a person wearing a dress shirt, dress pants, dark gray vest and tie. The mist also had glowing yellow eyes. According to the schedule we acquired, All Might should be here. The mist spoke again as it stood beside the man. Damn it, so that's what they took. Aizawa said to himself as he clenched his capture gear tighter. Are you kidding me? The man wearing hands asked as he began scratching at his neck. All that planning, recruiting and coming up with a strategy and the symbol of peace isn't even here? All of a sudden the man stopped scratching his neck and looked back up at the students. Maybe the symbol of peace will show up if we kill enough kids. Everyone's blood ran cold after hearing the villain's words. Mineta started crying and some of the others were starting to shake from fear while Izuku remained calm and think of a way to get everyone out alive before he let out a chuckle. It's this funny, I just told them yesterday that one day or another they will confronted with death and now this. 13. Get everyone out of here and call the school for help. There's a high chance that they have someone cutting off the comms. They'd be idiots to come without one. Aizawa ordered his colleague as he took a step forward. What about you, Eraser? 13 asked. I'll hold them off. He spoke with no hesitation, completely prepared to jump into the fight while his students make it to safety. Izuku activated his quirk to get everyone in his quirk room. What he didn't expect was that the USJ was filled with 5 times more villains than students, meaning he had to take about 150 people in his quirk room. That was way more than his max capability of 130, but he had to. It was just 20 more than he could. He activated One for All to help him, but even so he could feel the strain instantly. He and I looked at the watch on their hands as they saw that they only had 20 minutes. I took his hand as he looked at him concerned. He gave Ijiro a small kiss before he pushed him to Aizawa. Eraser, I will help you. You know that he has the most experience and you both know each other's fighting styles. Izuku called out to his teacher. He didn't want his friend to face them alone even in here. Aizawa looked at him, then saw Izuku's finger pointing at the watch and understood immediately. Sure, I trust you in this. Aizawa replied before jumping down the staircase and landing on a few villains trying to run up the stairs before wrapping a villain in his capture gear and throwing them into another group of villains. Ijiro took off after him, connecting his wires with the person on the left side before he pulled him to right, letting the villain collide with several other villains. He then connected his wires with Aizawa's jumpsuit and pulled him back from an attack that Aizawa hadn't seen since he looked at what he just did. Aizawa just nodded shortly for a thanks before Ijiro almost threw him back into the fight. Izuku watched from above before turning back to his class. Please be safe. Alright, everybody move now. 13 ordered as she took the lead before stopping after seeing what appeared in front of her. Good afternoon, children. I apologize, but none of you will be leaving the premises. Purple smoke appeared in front of the class before speaking to them. Who are you people? Mina called out as she tried her best to stop shaking. Even if they trained over years now, facing a real villain was something different. We are the League of Villains, and this will be your final resting place. The purple mist said as it grew in size gradually, as if swallowing the space around it. Now, before we start, can one of you tell me where the symbol of peace is? The purple mist spoke once again, still hovering over them. We don't know, please let us go. Mineta spoke up as he was seen visibly shaking. Such a pity. In that case, since All Might isn't here yet, you all will be our appetizers, of sorts. The mist replied as it began to enlarge even more. Okay, I will warn him if he still attacks, then I will teleport myself to the ceiling to gather some information. The rest should stay in groups to help each other. Izuku nodded to himself and was just about to inform the rest of his peers when an explosion and scream came from behind him. Pieces off you cloud. Bakugo screamed out as he propelled himself forward before aiming his palm at the villain. Bakugo, don't. Izuku tried to call out before Bakugo let loose an explosion. Boom. Bakugo quickly pulled back from the villain as smoke billowed out from the smoke, Bakugo already grinning as he thought he caught the villain off guard. That smile was quickly erased however. My, if I weren't immune to physical attacks that would have definitely hurt me, the villain announced as the smoke began to dissipate and reveal that the villain sustained no damage whatsoever. Fucking bullshit. Bakugo let out as he got ready to attack again. Bakugo, stay down, Izuku said, stepping in front of everyone. Kurogiri, I thought that I made myself clear last time we saw each other. If you attack innocent students, then you let me no choice but to choose sides, and I will definitely choose heroes then. Dr. Midoriya, Kurogiri said, bowing. I know what agreement we had, but my boss decided to break it after he found some mental protection quirks, so I'm sorry to tell you that, but you have to die. The villain of mist began to spread out and encompass the students before the mist consumed them. Begone, suffer until your last breath. After a few seconds the villain recalled his mist, and all that stood in front of him now were only a few of the Class 1A students along with 13 left. What did you do to them? Mina asked, her being one of the few still in front of the purple villain. Do not worry, I have not killed them, I have simply dispersed them across the complex and left them with my co-workers, the villain replied as he hovered in front of them. Whether they live or die is no longer up to me to decide. As the villain said that, the color in the faces of the remaining students all went pale. Students, the others will be fine, but we need to focus on getting out of here. 13 spoke as she kept her eyes on the villain in front of her. Bold words, hero, but can you get past me? You're a rescue hero after all. The villain taunted as it continued to hover in front of them. No hero is a one-trick pony villain. 13 remarked as she opened a finger in her glove and a black hole opened, sking in the villain. How bothersome. Izuku was near the ceiling sitting on a steel girder as he looked over the zones with a spyglass. It seemed that Azui and Nedu were in the float zone and were doing okay. That also means that they didn't know what quirks the students had since they had sent a frog like Quirk into the float zone. Jiro, Denki and Momo were in the mountain zone fighting some small-time villain. Bakugo was sent to the ruins zone alone, and it seemed like as he was losing slowly. Now that wasn't a moment to be happy about, but Izuku was glad that Bakugo would see now that without someone who has his back he will fall. Even if they are thugs, they still outnumbered him. The rest of the class was randomly warped all over the different zones, but they seemed to be okay. He just had to find the electricity user so that they could take him out to request help. He looked at his watch to see that only 10 minutes were left for him. Looking up, he saw Kurogiri used his quirk to defend and attack against 13 at the same time, destroying the hero suit and her back. He then saw how Ida and some remaining students took off to the door, probably trying to get Ida out for help. He was really sorry as he saw his classmates' faces pale as the door didn't move an inch, but he couldn't do a thing about it. Making a quirk room this big was already really tiring, and on top of that there were 2 people with mental barriers that took energy from him. 5 minutes and he hadn't found the electricity guy. In the plaza he could see Ijiro and Aizawa fighting until this big black creature moved in inhuman speed, punching Ijiro in the chest so hard that it sent him over to the float zone. His eyes grow large as plates as the foot EI had cut off grow back in an instant. Then it turned to Aizawa, and a second later he was crushing into the ground, his arm broken. Shota had this bad feeling this whole morning, and now he know why. Villains were attacking and he cursed All Might for whatever reason he wasn't here. He yelled at his students to run and was about to jump down before Midoriya sent Kirishima with him. Normally, he would have said no, but they were in Midoriya's quirk room and Kirishima know his fighting style good enough that they don't hinder each other. He was a bit surprised as Kirishima took down several villains with his first attack, and was even more surprised that he lost focus and had to be saved by his student. He looked up to see a pale villain standing behind, stretching his throat. There was some blood leaking out, but the most strange thing was that the guy was covered in hands. The guy observed then for about 10 minutes until he moved to him in rabbit speed and grabbed his right arm. A second later, pain shot through his arm. He jumped back and saw that his skin was turned to dust. A decay quirk, this is dangerous. His eyes were already burning from quirk overuse. Eraserhead, you're so cool to just into a fight you aren't even suited for to protect you students. Handyman said to him with a creepy smile that was seen behind this disturbing hand. But it seemed that your students don't value your sacrifice and to go after you. He is pretty skilled, let's see how he does against the Nomu, the said and second after Kirishima was punched so hard that he flew away. They looked in the direction here, he flew to but were brought back as they heard the creature scream. He looked at it to see was and found his leg was cleanly cut off. Kirishima probably had a wire on the ground for a trap and as he was punched the wire was pulled after him so fast that it cut through the leg. Aizawa was a bit relieved but it faded fast as he saw the thing regenerating his entire leg in just a second. What in hell is this thing? I thought it had a speed quirk with how fast it is in generation, he thought out loud and to his surprise the villain answered. Nomu is biological weapon created to kill all might. It not only has super speed and power but also absorption and regeneration, the villain said almost happy and in that moment Aizawa decided that Handyman was more than just dumb, it was a child. He was about to say something to keep him talking but found himself crushing into the ground as this Nomu thing pressed him down. He looked up to see the villain slowly waking towards him, hand outstretched to his face, and thought that this will be his end. Only to find himself back at the entrance as Izuku used restart to gather all together again. Hey there. This is just an announcement that I changed my username. I used the username to find out if someone has updated his work and thought that some of you do the same. I'm not sure if this work will go on or if I should leave it like this. I just lost the passion for this story, but I already started a chapter so maybe I will continue it someday. Write a comment on what you think. Thanks for reading and I hope you like my future work. Izuku really had enough. Looking around and doing nothing but search for the guy that disturbed their communication was frustrating. It was even more frustrating as he saw EI getting hit really badly. Of course it wasn't real but that doesn't mean that it hurt less. He finally found that FING electricity guy and began to formulate a plan. He had to act fast or he will drop unconscious with how much he overused his quirk already. So he activated restart and they were all back at the entrance. The students looked confused at first but caught up fast as they understood that it had to be his quirk. The villains on the other hand looked confused and disorientated. Izuku instantly imaged all of them being trapped in chains of blue and golden energy held by skeleton soldiers. Izuku turned to his classmates as he saw that they couldn't break out of it. Okay everyone, I need one person from each group to give me your hand so that I can get your information on the villains you fought. As nobody moved he sighed in announce as he felt how he weakened with each passing second and without the information he couldn't make a plan. So he did something he really didn't want to but he just grabbed the hand of Aizawa and hoped that he will forgive him as he looked through his mind in a second. To his relief Momo recovered and gave him her hand and so it continued until he had all information needed. Okay everyone, we have Bakugo and Mineta dead and Aizawa arm broken. At that the students paled as they looked at Bakugo and Mineta. The two were also on the ground breathing heavy as they tried to progress what happened. Okay, we will take care of them after this. Now listen well and don't interrupt me, Izuku said but couldn't continue as he felt blood leaking of his nose, getting some concerned looks but he waved them off. We will have 4 teams to execute my plan. Team 1 Aizawa, 13, Aoyama, Ashido, Momo, Kaminari and EI. Team 2 Shoji and Hagakure. Team 3 Todoroki, Tokoyami, Jiro, Ojiro and Aji. Team 4 Koda, Sato and Ida. He was interrupted Ida who wanted to ask about the others but he was shut of by Ajui. Bakugo and Mineta will do nothing, it's too risky that they might freeze up if they see a villain again after a death experience. Uraraka and Siro will switch between 2 teams. Now Team 1 will fight the Nomu. The Nomu has 4 quirks: super strength, super speed, regeneration and shock absorption, perfect to fight all might but with our different quirks it should be easy to win. When I drop us off my quirk room Todoroki will freeze the stairs so that nobody can run up that easily before he goes with Team 3. When that is done you will taunt Handyman to use the Nomu to attack you. EI will block the attack with his gear and quirk. The Nomu will take 2 seconds to react after that. In this time Uraraka will use her quirk to make him float and with that useless. Siro will tape him to the ground just so that he can't touch it but still reachable for us. Momo in the meantime will produce 8 laser communication devices so that we communicate through this electricity field. She will also make the sharpest blade she can do, but the material should be metal. Denki, you will take the blade and cut his head of. With your quirk going through the blade, it should cut through the Nomu like butter. Don't hesitate for a second, this thing is all but human, and the second someone of us hesitate can be the death of all of us. He looked in their faces and saw so many emotions, but he was proud to see that he mostly saw determination. When his head is cut off, you will pour acid over the cut to prevent him from healing Mina. If that didn't work, then we'll have 13 destroy it completely until nothing is left. Aizawa in the meantime will erase the warp quirk so that they can't come up here. He has two options. If he just warps himself, then he doesn't need to open a portal, but if he wants to take someone with him, then he does. Aizawa, you only erase his quirk if he opens a portal for others. If he is dumb enough to come up here alone, then just take him out. Team 2 will observe the villains and give us information if needed. Uraraka will use her quirk on Hagakure and make her float to the calling. Shoji will transform his limbs to eyes and ears to look for villains who try to sneak on. Team 3 will go and take out the electricity guys so that we can contact the school. Team 4 is the backup plan. Koda and Sato will destroy the door so that Ida can go and inform the teachers. Don't worry, this time they will open. Lastly, Aoyama, you are the one of us with longest range attacks, so after the Nomo doesn't protect Handyman, you will fire at him with all you have. This guy thinks that he can come here, kill people, and go without punishment. So fire as hard and often as you can at him. If some random villains try to run up the frozen stairs, then just shoot them. He was again interrupted as he coughed up blood, getting even more concerned looks, but he didn't care as he used EI as support. Lastly, Team 1 will be led by Aizawa and Ijiro. Team 3 will be Azui and Jiro. Team 2 just Hagakure, since Shoji will stand with Team 1. Team 4 will be Ida. Momo, you give them all a communicator, give Ida 2 so that he can give it to a pro. We will lose contact to the leader if he is about 500 meters away from us, since laser communication don't have that much range, but still better than nothing. Momo will keep the last communicator and will give new orders if my plan fails. Lastly, Bakugo and Mineta. The two looked at him. Mineta looked like he will break apart any moment, and Bakugo just looked lost, but he couldn't do a thing about it now. You two will do nothing, but it would be helpful if you could take care of me. After a second of silence, Bakugo nodded, and Izuku knew that this will be the only thing he will get. Okay, get ready before I release you. Watch each other's backs, especially Team 3, and don't hesitate for a second or someone might die. Now 3.2.1 Jo. Good luck, Izuku thought before he fell to the ground exhausted, and a second later he was unconscious. Momo thought she was good at analyzing and making plans while in a pressured situation, but the moment villains were mentioned, her body froze and screamed at her to leave. She fought with Jiro and Kaminari against villains, and just as they thought they had won, a villain came from the ground, but before he could even say something they were back at the entrance, and she instantly knew it was Izuku's quirk. She then listened to his detailed plan and was impressed on his ideas, but she was also nervous since he put a lot of pressure on her, making the devices, a blade, and setting her in charge of everyone if his plan fails. She wasn't sure if he was up to that, but then as he released his quirk, she saw blood leaking out not only his nose but also his mouth and ears as he fell to the floor covered in blood. He had given his all, and so would she. Kirishima looked concerned and she wanted to comfort him, but that wasn't her task now. She created the communication devices and gave each team leader one. They all checked their channels as she felt how the air grow cold as Todoroki froze the stairs and took off with Team 3 just like planned. She looked up to see nothing but her device, so she assumed that Hagakure was already on the way. Ida and his team was already running to the door. It seemed that the villains were recovering slower than they thought, but that was something in their favor, so she didn't complain about it. She made the sword as sharp as she could and handed it to Kaminari. The poor boy looked about puke, and she knew why. He of all of them had the hardest task. It must be hard to know that the next thing you make will kill something even if it isn't a human. Ijiro was having a bad day, starting with, or better, without his morning coffee since they overslept. Then there was his hero costume, though the replacement was a bit too tight, and now this. Villains attacking them when they were supposed to do rescue training. He had enough after he got hit in the chest so hard that he flew through the center of the USJ. It was painful, but not as painful as to see your loved partner overusing his quirk to the extent that he bleed out of his entire head. He really wanted to help Izu right now, wanted to hold him close, but Izu gave him a task that he had to do before he could do that. He saw how all of his classmates tried to keep cool, how they tried not to panic. It was a good thing that Izuku showed them his quirk a day before or they would be effed. Bakugo looked like he could pass out any time, but he could see how the other boy tried to settle Izuku's head in his lap. He shook his head as he tested the energy shield and hardening. Could predict what kind of force the Nomu will use. He got punched once before. Besides him was Kaminari, the poor guy. He could see how he tested the blade, letting his electricity flow through. I think we are all ready, Momo said, her voice a little shaky. Then someone should call out to him, Aizawa responded. They all looked at Bakugo since it was natural for him to provoke someone, but the boy was totally lost as he tried to wipe the blood from Izuku's face. Mina then stepped to the front as she took a deep breath to calm herself. Hey HNDJB. My boss was right, you are all a bunch of nobodies. Is the hand on your face because you asked someone but he slapped you, then the guy didn't wanted his hand back because it was so filthy? They all stared at her as if she had grown a second head. Because Han in the world did you came up with that? It didn't matter, thought as HNDJB started yelling curses. What, I can't hear you. Maybe you should take the PP out of your mouth before you speak, you sucker. You feel all high and mighty because of this black thing behind you, but I don't think that it is so great or you would have it already sent it at me. Wow, just wow. Normally Aizawa would have scolded her for this kind of language, but right now he was only glad. It didn't take long before the Nomu came at them. Mina took a few steps back as Ijiro stood before her. He hardened his entire body and activated the energy shield. The hit was painful and he was sure that he had broken 2 ribs on his left side. Just like Izuku had predicted, the Nomu stopped for 2 seconds and Uraraka didn't wait at all as she rushed in and slapped it. The Nomu slowly started to float, but both Siro and Ei tied him down. Kaminari hated himself for being so weak, for being a coward. All his classmates had done their job, but could he kill this thing? He stopped thinking as he saw Uraraka rushing at the thing, and a second later he started running himself. He could do it, nothing will go wrong. He could do it, his classmates trusted him. He had to do it or they would all die. He was only 2 meters away as the thing saw him and throw a punch at him. He wanted to stop, he had to or he would die. Kaminari, continue, I will cover you. Trust me, he heard Momo from behind. He closed his eyes for a second but continued. He could see how the hand of the Nomu came at him, but he had to trust her. Bang! It was so loud that he thought he would go deaf. Only second later did he realize that the Nomu's hand was thrown back. He didn't hesitate as he swung his sword with all his might. He tried to tune down the scream that thing made. Izuku was right, the blade together with his quirk cut the Nomu's head off in a second. He didn't even move as the blood shot out of its throat and soaked him completely with it. It didn't last long, thought as Mina shot acid at it, stopped the regeneration. They couldn't relax, thought. Team 2 reporting. 10 villains are sneaking toward you from the left side. Hagakure reported. Understood, keep watching, Momo answered firmly. Aoyama and Mina shoot at everybody that tries to come up here. Siro and Uraraka make the Nomo float higher so that the villains can see him. Let us hope their moral will fall with that. Kaminari, are you still with us? Momo asked. Yeah, sure, he answered after 3 seconds. They all saw that the boy wasn't good at all, but they couldn't care right now. Then come with me, we will stop the villains coming. Only then did Kaminari notice the massive sniper rifle in her hand. He doesn't seem right, I will go. Ijiro couldn't continue. No, you are hurt and the others all have their role to play. You stay here and look after 3 down there, she said, pointing at mass of Mineta, Bakugo and Izuku. Let's go, Kaminari, let them see what could happen to them, Momo said as they started running to the left side. Let's go, Kaminari, let them see what could happen to them, Momo said as they started running to the left side. It didn't took them long to find the group of people trying to sneak up to them. Momo didn't even hesitate as she placed the sniper rifle on the ground and started to aim at them. I will shoot right before their feet, you will go out and say that they better give up or they will end up dead, like the Nomu. Kaminari didn't know what came over her, but he still followed her instructions. Izuku said she was in charge and he really didn't want to mess with his plan. The shot was again extremely loud and villains all jumped back in shock. This was a warning, give up or you will die, just like the Nomu thing did a moment ago. Kaminari said, stepping out of his hideout. The villains could only stare at the boy with a blade that looked like it was under electricity. Thought that wasn't what kept them staring, no. It was that he was completely soaked in blood from head to toe. He looked like someone who survived a massacre. Their faces paled even more as the Nomu's dead body floated up behind the boy. They slowly knelt down and raised their hands to signal them that they would surrender. At least now did Kaminari know why Momo had them do that to the Nomu. Izuku did the right thing to choose her for the time he couldn't lead them. He took the HNDCFFS Momo made and put them on the villains while Momo observed them with her weapon. Reporting back, we are done here and will come back. Team 2 have a close eye on them from time to time, don't let them escape unnoticed. Momo said into her comm on the way back. Meanwhile with the villains. Kurogiri, where is the Nomu? Why didn't I hear them scream in pain and fear? Shigaraki asked, or HNDJB how Mina called him. His neck was already bleeding from scratching it all the time. Kurogiri couldn't answer as he wasn't sure himself. They were already pretty confused as to how they got back in time. It seemed that one of the students had a powerful time travel quirk and another had some kind of summoning as they were all chained down for a while. Thought that didn't last long, and that was understandable why. It was already impressive for a student to immobilize them all for that long. How powerful he will get in the future, it was really dangerous thinking about it now. He looked behind him as he heard many of the other villains gasp and saw them staring near the ceiling. He had fight his own gasp as he saw the dead Nomu body floating there. His head was cleanly cut off and it seemed that they did something against the regeneration. Time travel sure was a pain in the butt. Something sparkled in the corner of his eyes, but it was too late react as two laser beams shot straight at Shigaraki. The first beam pierced the left leg, leaving a big hole in it. Thought the young villain couldn't even scream as the second beam hit the right palm of his hand. Some villains even puked as they saw that half of Shigaraki's palm and 3 fingers were just gone. The poor boy laid at the ground as he screamed his heart out. Attack them now, he commanded. Some hesitated but moved as he glared at them. What he saw next surprised him, as he was sure that this kid's just started training. Thought that didn't seem to be the case at all, as they didn't hesitate at all as they fired laser and acid to these who tried to go up these ice stairs. He had no other choice, he had to evacuate them. The only problem was that Eraserhead wouldn't let him. This was all carefully planned out. The idiot didn't do that before the time travel, someone must have planned it for them. What should he do? How were they going to escape? Meanwhile with Team 3. Todoroki, slow down or you will get separated, Jiro said as she looked around. Besides her was Azui, behind them were Tokoyami and Ojiro. Todoroki was rushing at thought. The guy was too hasty. We have to move fast or we can't contact the school, he replied facing them with an annoyed look. Thought that looked vanished as Dark Shadow rushed at him. They heard a sound of something hitting a wall, just to see that Dark Shadow had blocked projectiles for them. They didn't waste any time as Todoroki's froze the entire field before them. That was completely uncalled for. Melt it so that we can move forward. Rabbit, Azui said as she looked over the frozen landscape. They saw how the ice boy produced steam to melt the ice, but it took too long. Use your fire to melt the ice, Rabbit, she said and got a glare that would other people make them pee their pants. She thought, just looked straight back at him. I will never. He couldn't continue as she kicked him into stomach making him double over. Ojiro, take him back to Team 1. He has become a burden as he thinks that his ego is more important than our lives and that of our classmates. It's better continue without him, she said as she looked around. Tokoyami, please carry me over the ice or I will freeze, she said and Dark Shadow picked her up without saying a word. The rest of them stared at her for a second, but then did as they were told. Todoroki wanted to protest, but shut up at the glare he got from the others. You better do not make it difficult for Ojiro-kun or Midoriya-san will handle you when he wakes up again. Jiro said as she passed him. Team 3 reporting. We are sending Todoroki back and Ojiro escorts him. Is there a possibility for backup? Azui asked as they started moving over the ice. I will think of something, give us 5 minutes and the backup will be there, Momo answered back. Understood, we will continue like planned. Azui answered. That is crazy, how will she send someone here so fast, Jiro questioned. To her surprise it wasn't Azui but Tokoyami who answered. You should trust her more, after all it was Midoriya who put her in charge, he said as they moved toward the mountain zone. Back at the entrance. Change of plans. Get the Noma back here, Aizawa-sensei will use it as a ride to the mountain zone, Momo announced. Shiro, who was pulling the Noma back with his tape, stopped to stare at her, but it seemed that nobody would complain. We will let the portal guy free if sensei goes, Shoji said from beside her. That isn't a problem, we would have lost him anyway. Sensei's eyes can't be opened forever and his time should around in a minute or two, so this is the better option. So rest your eyes as we prepare everything, sensei, Aizawa did as he was told, thought he was really impressed on how she could keep her cool and always pick the most logical decision. The second he blinked, the warp villain formed a portal and teleported the young villain and himself away. Team 2, make sure that nobody gets near us until Todoroki and Ojiro returns. All clear until now, was the only response needed. The Nomu is ready, sensei. It was really creepy. They had positioned the Nomu so that his headless body looked at the mountain zone. Shiro used his tapes to make handles. Aizawa looked over the thing and knew that it was genius idea, but a crazy one too. He grabbed the two handles and tested them. I'm ready, 13, protect the students, he said it, but it didn't feel right as it was always the other way around up until now. It made sense that their abilities weren't made for the situation and that it made logical more sense to let them handle it, but it still felt wrong. Ready? Shoji asked as he took the thing with his 6 extra arms. Ready, he didn't even got a countdown as he was sent flying to the mountains. We just send Aizawa-sensei your way, he will be there in about 30 seconds, Momo said and just got a small okay back. Jiro thought her ears were playing tricks at her. They were hiding behind a rock, as she located the enemies already. She then heard Momo say that Aizawa-sensei was on his way and wanted to yell that it would take at least 8 minutes. Thought her words died down as she said 30 seconds. Not a second later, Azui pointed at the direction they came from and nearing to them was the headless Nomu and on top of him Aizawa-sensei. Her jaw would have dropped if it weren't already open. They started moving so that they could be there at the same time as Aizawa, but that was no use as the Nomu flew past them. The battle with the villains on the mountain was pretty easy as Aizawa-sensei took down one after another. It seemed that he had some restless energy. The jamming guy stopped his quirk as Dark Shadow started to squeeze him a bit. From there on the situation was handled easily. The teachers came and arrested the villains that hadn't given up yet. Thought Class 1A looked completely broken and stressed out. Many of them needed help to get back and some just collapsed after they were sure that it was over. Izuku and Ijiro were both brought to the infirmary. It seemed that Izuku had overused his quirk to a point where his body couldn't take it anymore. They all just hoped that he didn't suffer any brain damage. Mina didn't want to leave the two and had snatched a bed in the infirmary too. The rest of them got all their sleeping bags and decided to sleep in the living room together, as Present Mike and Midnight would be there. The night wasn't that peaceful, thought. Many of them couldn't sleep at all and some woke up screaming from nightmares. Momo couldn't sleep at all. She was thinking through the entire attack to see if she could have done something better. Were her decisions right or did she gamble with the lives of her classmates? She was lucky that she had such a rational mind or she would have a breakdown right now, like some of her classmates. Kaminari only slept for 40 minutes each time before woke up screaming. Present Mike was already there, as he knew from his watch when exactly the boy would wake up again. It seemed that the boy always dreamed the same thing over and over again. She wasn't sure what he dreamed, but seeing that he always touched his head after waking up. It must have been the hit from the Nomu. She defended with the sniper rifle, another gamble again. Did she had the right to play around with the lives of the others? She at least know one thing for sure now, never hesitate and always be merciless against villains. The only 3 people who weren't that traumatized were Team 4, they hadn't seen anything for their own. No, they only heard of it and it was a blessing, as nobody of them wished for them to see that. Aoyama puked a few times every 2 hours, he remembered how his laser had disabled the other guy. The only comfort he had was that the guy was absolute crazy and wanted to kill them. Bakugo and Mineta were both out of it, they weren't approachable at all. They just sat in a corner and tried to forget their death, something that was unforgettable. The rest of them were pretty fine or as fine as they could be in this situation. The teachers and their parents wanted them to be home, but they all refused. It would drive them all crazy and paranoid to be in their rooms alone now. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, it was completely still as both Mina and Ijiro were sitting on the bed besides Izuku and just watched how he breathed. Ijiro's broken ribs were healed the moment he stepped through the door, but Izuku was in a coma with no indication when he would wake up. They both wouldn't want to sleep as they had a sneaking suspicion what they would dream of. They both almost got in fighting position the moment the door opened. "You have some guts to come here," Ijiro yelled at the person coming in a dangerous tone.